Welcome to our massive course where we're going to show you everything you need to know about how to create websites using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. My name is Lawrence and I'm so excited to have the opportunity to present this course to you today. I've been a web developer for a number of years and this is where it all begins, using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We're going to first walk you through how the internet works, how DNS, what IP addresses are, and some definitions, because this is important to understanding how websites work and how users interact with your web content. We're also going to be looking at how browsers interpret HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, also different terms like backend and front-end web developers, looking at hosting, FTP, and all of the really good things that you need to know in order to create websites. Also, we're going to be providing some interesting and useful tips and information for developers, including developer tools and resources. And then looking at HTML. So HTML is really the starting point and the foundation for anything online. HTML, hypertext markup language, and understanding the foundations of HTML is crucial to getting started to develop content online. We're going to look at different types of tags, also creating a boilerplate template that you can use within your own web projects. And we've got a number of exercises within this course to get you coding and get you practicing and learning how to use HTML, and then of course CSS and JavaScript in the latter part of the course. We're also looking at HTML, how we can format tags, add in attributes, looking for headings, and how content separation works within your HTML structure so that you can create pages better and faster. Also HTML headings, commenting, pre-formatted text, HTML entities like ASC, 2 characters, markup formatting, and a whole lot more. So everything you need to know about HTML is included within this course. Also how to structure and organize content, hyperlinks of course, and images. So images are worth 1,000 words, and including those images within your web page content is really ideal for users because users love images and it can convey a lot of information in a really simple format. Also, how you organize content with ordered lists, unordered lists, and we can nest lists within inside other lists. There's also tables for providing structure and also organizing even more content. And then of course, forms and input forms, input fields. There's a lot of new input fields with HTML5. We are going to be covering all of them so that you can get familiar with them. And when it comes to using them, you're going to know which ones do what and where to apply them and how they work within your HTML page. So there's a lot of content that we're going to be covering, and we're also providing examples, exercises, and best of all, the source code is also included to get you started quickly so you can utilize that source code, add it into your own editor, and try it out for yourself. And this is important because understanding and getting to know HTML, it's important to work with it. Try it out for yourself, experiment a little bit, and get comfortable and familiar with writing HTML code. And once you have HTML down, we're going to introduce CSS. So CSS provides styling for your web pages. It allows you to present the content in different ways, adding colors, backgrounds, also structuring your content. So we're going to develop divs and spans with HTML, and we're going to show you how you can incorporate those using CSS to provide different structure, move elements around, manipulate them, how they look, and how they get presented within your content. Also borders, margins, paddings, the whole box model, text, fonts, how you can introduce different fonts, how you can organize tables and lists. And we're also going to be building out a navigation bar. Every website needs a navigation bar, so this is an important part, and with styling, you can really build out some amazing navigation bars. So we're going to be showing you how to do that in the CSS section of this course. There's also pseudo classes, pseudo elements, and they provide even more functionality. With just CSS and HTML, you can do some really cool things. And then media queries, so that's for responsive websites and being able to resize your content on your web pages. Then JavaScript. So JavaScript provides that interactive, dynamic content that users are expecting within web pages. And with JavaScript, you can do it all. JavaScript is the programming language for front end. It works directly within your browsers, and it gives you the ability to grab elements, manipulate elements, apply logic, hold variables, create functions. And if you're not familiar with all these terms, by the end of this course, you will be, and you're going to have a really good, solid understanding of what they all mean and how they all fit together within web pages. We're also going to be looking at arrays, objects, so various containers to hold information within our coding structure, conditionals so that we can apply logic, loops so that we can iterate through multiple values, and also how we can output this content and present it to the web user. And that's where the DOM comes in. That's the document object model. And we've got a whole section on that because that's where the interactive and dynamic content comes in. And that's what really combines JavaScript with your web page content, because when your browser looks at the HTML code, it builds a DOM, so the document object model. And this is an object that JavaScript can access and make use of, and then also update your web page content. So all of this and a whole lot more is coming up in the upcoming lessons. And then at the end of the course, we're also going to be building out a web page from scratch so that you can see everything working together, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript together to build out a single page web page from scratch. So when you're ready, let's jump right in and start coding and developing some amazing things online. This lesson, I want to give a quick overview of some of the tools and resources that we're going to be using in the upcoming lessons. And we are going to be going over them in more detail later on. So this is just an introduction in case you want to get started right away and jump right in and start coding some HTML. You're going to need an editor. So you can use any text editor. You've probably got one on your computer. As long as you name the file HTML, then you can open it up in your browser, just like I've done over here. So you just go to the file, open in your browser. So in this case, I've got it opened up in Chrome. And that's actually all you need in order to run HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You don't need any compiling. You don't need to do anything else. You simply write out the code and see it presented within your browser. And in this course, we are going to be using Brackets. So Brackets is an Adobe product. It's open source. And there are a lot of benefits to using an editor because it gives you a little bit more structure. You can color the tags and the elements so you can see them better. And you've got some options here as well as themes. So you can go light, you can go dark, whatever suits the way that you want to develop the code. So there's a lot of different options. And I do highly recommend using an editor. And Brackets is the one. It's free, it's an Adobe product, and it's got a lot of great features. The other thing that we need within the course, of course, is a browser. So you probably already have one, and you're probably already watching this course within a browser. And in this case, we are going to be using Chrome. And it is advised that you use Chrome as well because it's one of the most advanced browsers. So it has the most complex and complete features of probably any of the other browsers. And it also has dev tools, and this is going to become more important in the upcoming sections, especially when we get to JavaScript. But there's a lot of great information contained within here, and this is just a little console that you can open up on any web page and you can see information about the page. So we've got our HTML code and we've got our CSS here on the right hand side. We've got some communication with JavaScript. We also got all listing of all the files. We've got network so we can see what requests are being made, and there's a whole bunch of useful information here and you can make use of it as you're developing your websites. And if you're looking at this source code, don't get scared off because we are going to walk you through how to do something like this. Well, maybe not this complex, but we are going to show you how to do something, create HTML code, add in CSS and JavaScript throughout the lessons. And this is going to be step by step. Also, all of the source code is included so that you can try that out for yourself within your own editor, within your own computer system, and see how it works. Tweak it, update it, and get a really good feel for how to write web page code. So HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And there's also another resource that I just wanted to mention before we begin, and that's CodePen.io. So this is an online editor, and basically whatever you type in here, you're going to see rendered out within the display area. So you can also apply CSS. So you can do color red, so it turns the font red, and then there's also JavaScript. So whatever you write within HTML, CSS, or JavaScript, it actually renders out within the display area. And this is super useful, especially when you're trying to get comfortable with code. You automatically get to see what it does as soon as you type that in, and you see the changes right away. And then, of course, you can also save it. There's no charge to use CodePen. If you want to have your pens private, then they do charge you for that. But this is one of my favorite resources, and you can also change the view. Sometimes I'll have the view like this, and sometimes I'll have the view like this. And we see that we've always got those three boxes, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if you're ever online and if you're looking to practice HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you don't have your editor handy, you can always jump in here and try out some code, copy and paste some code in, and check it out and see how it works. And the other thing too that's really nice to do is to take a look at different websites and take a quick look through the code. And what you're going to find is that a lot of these elements, so at first it might look intimidating, but you're going to see that there's a lot of repetition. So there really isn't that many elements to learn. And as long as you're learning and understanding the core few, then the rest you can pick up as needed. So that's the really nice thing about web development. There isn't a huge barrier to get started and to jump right in and get working with it. And within the upcoming lessons, I am going to walk you through all the different options that you have, and it's important to become aware of all these different options so that you can get the whole picture and see how everything fits together. So you're welcome to try out CodePen, or download an editor, and get started right away. And of course, if there's particular lessons, this is a fairly long course, so if there is content that you want to skip over or jump to something more of interest, or if you're already familiar with some of the content, feel free to skip over the lessons and get to the lessons that you're most interested in and that you want to practice most of all. So when you're ready, let's start doing some amazing things online and start building out some web content. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at what happens when you type a domain name into your browser and you get returned back a web page. So how does that work? The domain name within the browser can be any domain name. So we've got an example here of google.ca. We can even use ones like Facebook, or we could go into Google and do a search for, maybe if we're searching for news, we can see that we've got a number of different web URLs that get returned, so a number of different domain names that get returned, and we can click on these domain names to access the content of those web pages. So how does that all work? So there is quite a lot that actually goes on behind the scenes that you don't actually see. When you're typing into your browser essentially is your window into the internet. And what happens is that your ISP, so that's your internet service provider, connects to its DNS server, and then it returns an IP address. Now, IP addresses are the way that you can look at them as essentially a phone number across the internet, and that's how we identify different computers that are connected via the internet. Every computer connecting on the internet needs an IP address. An IP address is a set of characters up from 0 to 255 separated by dots. Basically, this is a typical IP address, so we've got a number, so this one is 172.16.254.1, and this allows our browser, our computer, with using its IP address to connect to a server that contains the website and returning back the website content. So this is the two IP addresses, make that connection, they establish that connection, and return back the desired content. And And essentially, it's our ISP that connects to the DNS server, and that DNS server is the one that returns that IP address. So every domain name actually gets translated into an IP address before we can see the content of the server, and it's the DNS server that does that. And basically what it does, it finds the top level domain, the TLD, and then it returns the IP address of that domain or those domains on that server, establishing the connection between the two computers. And as for top level domains, so top level domain is actually, so we're looking at facebook.com, and that top level domain is actually the .com. You want to see even more top level domains, so most commonly there's .coms, .orgs, .nets, .edu, .gov, .mil for military. There's quite a lot of different top level domains, but when you scroll down even more, so I'm just looking at Wikipedia here, and you can see that every country has its own top level domain, and this is essentially how the different addresses get identified. And then an address like facebook.com, so the .com is the actual top level domain, and then the Facebook is the next level domain, and that's how it identifies it. And all of this is registered as .com domains, and it all gets registered and returned back via the DNS server, so the IP addresses get returned back. So in the next lesson, we're going to move along and look at how the browser actually connects to the server and everything that happens in the background, and what happens when that browser establishes the connection to the server, what gets returned, and how that works, and how you're actually able to view the web page content as desired. So that's coming up in the next lesson. The previous lesson, we saw what happens when you type in a domain name and how you actually get connected to the computer. So your browser essentially is your connection, your window into the internet, and all of your communication is done through the browser. So everything that you want to do on the internet is done through the browser, and it's the server that actually contains that data and has those requested files. So when you do make a request for a file, such as, so I'm on Wikipedia here now, and all of this content is sitting on the server, so the server knows that when I go to this URL, then it needs to return back this content. And that's the same thing for every single page here, that it understands that whenever I type in an address, that it knows the content that it needs to return for that address. So how does all of this work, and how do you actually get to see it within your browser? So every file requires code that runs on the server, and at the end of the day, the server sends back HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And it's that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that the browser is able to interpret and create all of those interactions and render out that page and have it look the way that it's intended to look. So the whole idea of the internet was that there needed to be a way to be able to develop a file. So even if we had actually the most basic file that we wanted to use, say for instance I had a document here, so I've opened up Word here, I've created hello world, and I've got a small welcome. How would we get that to somebody else? So how would we get that to display into somebody else's window? And we need a language, and that language that was selected in order to do this is HTML. So this is an HTML editor here, so I've got hello world, and I can do something like this where I've got welcome. And this actually gives us the ability to set up the design and structure of that page using HTML. And we can see down here at the bottom there's that code, the HTML code. And this gives us the ability to construct that web page within an editor, and then using our browser we're able to see and render out that code and see it visibly rendered out within that browser. If I go over to that file that I've got on my computer, so I've got, this is where I've got it located, I just called it index.html, we can see that we get this content rendered out, and it gets rendered out. The browser is able to understand what we wanted from it by using those HTML tags and render out the way that we want it to present that content. So how it was initially designed, set up, created, and then broken down and then sent over via the internet, picked up from the browser and re-rendered out to the user. Essentially, the returned content from the server, just like what we saw within the file, gets read by the browser. The browser knows how to interpret that HTML. There's also CSS and JavaScript, and taking all of this together, it knows how to present that content back to the user, reassembling the content correctly by the browser. So in the next lesson, we're going to look deeper into browsers and HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code, how it works, and what we can do with it. So it's coming up in the next lesson. On your computer, you probably have more than one browser. So typically, you've got several browsers. Right now, I've got Chrome opened up, but there's a number of other browsers that are available, and a lot of the popular ones. So there's also a lot of unpopular ones. So some of the more popular ones, Opera, Safari, Internet Explorer, Firefox, Chrome. So more than likely, you're actually viewing this course through one of these browsers. You've opened that up, and you're viewing it through the browser. And essentially that's what browsers do, but it's important to understand that not all browsers will render out the code within the same way. So that's why there are some differences across the browsers, and when you are writing code, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you have to be aware that not every browser is going to run things the same way. For the most part, they do run things the same way, and HTML more specifically is more available and more uniform across the browsers. And we saw in an earlier example how we could open up an editor, we can apply some HTML, and we can present that content to get it to look and feel the way that we've intended. So as the web developer comes in and they write their HTML code, they can set that up in a way using the HTML tag system in order to present it the way that they want it to be presented to the end user. So there's another thing as well that web developers can do, and that's applying styling. So we saw that HTML essentially gives us the ability to add some content and add some structure to that content, but what does CSS do? And almost every web page out there, so every web page out there actually is HTML, and most of them will have CSS, and then most of them as well will have JavaScript. So those are the three fundamental languages. So we can go to any web page and we can see that some of the web pages, they have background colors here, and they've got different styling, so maybe different fonts and so on. So it's quite a lot that is being done within this web page. And if you ever want to see the source code of the web page, you can always go into the browser, and most browsers will have a way to see the source code. Right now I'm on a Windows machine and I can press Control U, or I can right click anywhere and do view page source, so that gives me that little pop-up window, and we can see there's a whole lot of code here that's sitting here within the background, that this is all what the browser is looking at in order to render out this code. And I know that this looks probably fairly intimidating because this is a very complex website. It's got a lot of stuff happening, but it does still have the three fundamental foundation codes. So we've got our HTML code there, we've got more HTML code here, and we just saw that there's a script tag there, so script is opening and closing for JavaScript. So this part is JavaScript. We've got style, so that part is CSS, so opening and closing styles. So they do have a combination of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it's all mixed in here within the source code here. And once you get familiar with reading HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, this will make a whole lot more sense. Although, again, this is a very complex example of a web page. So we can look at the one that we actually created here, and this was just very simple, where we've got hello world. So we've got some tagging here, some HTML tagging that's opening and closing. and setting up that hello world. We've got some spacing here and then paragraph content there. So what happens if maybe we want hello world to be a different color? So that's where CSS comes into play. And CSS is actually added into web pages within the same way as HTML, or you could add it in as a separate file as well. And what CSS does is it lets us identify or select part of our HTML code and give it some type of properties such as colors. So if I want to turn it red, I can see that now it's turned red within my display area here, and when I refresh it, my hello world is red. So essentially that's what CSS is doing. It's giving us the ability to apply styling, because without the styling it'd be a whole lot more boring on the internet. So this would be a lot of the colors here, the fonts, positioning, this would not be available. We wouldn't have these background colors and so on. So this is all done through styling, and styling gives us a powerful way to, again, allow that browser to interpret and render out the code the way that we're intending it as a web developer. Just as a quick review, we looked at HTML, and basically HTML gives us a way to send a page, its instructions to construct and deconstruct the web page. We saw that how having a language such as HTML is really important in order to have the ability to render out that content and have it rendered out the same way as intended, so standardized way to send and receive that information. And that's what HTML really provides. So we've got instructions how to construct, deconstruct the page, and sometimes HTML is thought of as the skeleton of the web page because you've got all of that structure and content there. And then we looked at CSS and how CSS works, and CSS, how that allows us to essentially skin the website and present the website differently. So we're able to add different styles, HTML colors, and a whole lot more into our HTML in order to bring it to life and give it a look and feel the way that we're intending it to look and feel. Now the next language that we want to look at, and the last language of the web, is JavaScript. And JavaScript is a whole lot more complex than HTML and CSS. And we're going to look at this in more detail in the upcoming lesson, but it's important to understand that JavaScript gives us that programming language, it gives us that interactivity, and allows us to create actions and responses within the web page. So that's coming up in the next lesson. JavaScript gives us the ability to add logic interactions into our web pages. It gives us essentially the muscles that allow that skeleton to work. So if HTML is the skeleton, CSS is the skin, then what JavaScript does is it pulls it together and allows it all to work together and make things happen. So I'm going to give you a quick example of JavaScript, and much like CSS, so we can add JavaScript via the script tags, or we can add that inline, or we can connect to it on a separate file. So it's essentially that we can bring that into our HTML, and what JavaScript does is, I'm just doing a really simple JavaScript function here, so it gives us the ability to apply some commands, some logic, and create some interaction to the web user. So I've created an alert that says hello. So if I go over to my web page and if I refresh it, we see that now we've got this little pop-up box that says hello, and it's actually going to be waiting for the user to take some type of action. So this is that interaction that JavaScript allows us to do, that we can take some type of interaction, wait for that interaction from the user, and as soon as the user hits OK, then it continues to render out that HTML and CSS code. Another little bit of code here within JavaScript. So I've used the same alert that we saw last time. I've got one that's called prompt. So what prompt does is it looks similar to the alert, but it gives us a question, essentially giving us the ability to enter in a value, and then we can take that value and use it somewhere else within JavaScript. And this is the real basics of JavaScript, giving us that interaction between our interface and what's happening within the screen. So it gives that user the ability to interact with what's going on the screen. And that's why sites like Facebook, they've got quite a lot of JavaScript going on, because there's quite a lot of interaction that's happening here within the background as well. And using JavaScript as our basic understanding of what we can do within the internet, there's quite a lot that happens as well with JavaScript, and there's also other programming languages. So there are programming languages that run on the server, and we're going to take a look at those in the upcoming lessons as well, in order to get a better understanding and a feel for what those servers are doing as opposed to what our web browser is doing, and how all of that code actually gets presented to the web user. The good thing about being a web developer is you don't actually need a lot of tools to get started. Essentially, you just need a web browser, which most computers have, an editor, so there's a lot of different options for editors, and some basic knowledge of HTML, and this gives you the ability to actually create a website. And websites have been around for a long time, and there's a number of different ways of creating websites, and it's actually been changing throughout the years. A really good example of where you can see different websites, what they've looked like previously, is a website called archive.org, and essentially what they do is they archive different websites, how they look at different time periods. So they've got a number of examples here. So we've got one AOL here, how AOL looked in 2013. There's also Fox News, how it looked in 2013. And they give you the ability to see what these websites looked like in different periods of time. And you can see that something like AOL has a lot of archives here, so we can go back to different periods. We can go back to like 1999 if we want. We can go back to 2000, and we can take a look and we can see what those websites look like in different periods. And it's always kind of a neat thing to do, to take a look and see what different websites look like in different periods of time. So here we can see that some of the images don't show up, that they haven't archived the images, but we can see that most of the content and structure is there, that we can see what the website looked like at that period of time. We could take other different websites, so we could take a look at Google or something like that in a different period of time, and we can take a quick peek what that looked like at that period of time. So now Google actually doesn't have a whole lot of changes here, but when you go way back here to maybe 10 years ago, you can see that there's quite a bit of a difference in how Google was laid out. So all of this is with web design and how it's been advancing throughout the years. So always a good idea to take a look at it and see that we were using that same HTML structure. We had CSS back then, we had JavaScript back then, but we did have different ways of laying out that content. And this will give you a better idea of what's happened within the internet and what upgrades and changes have been made as standard practice with web development. So we saw earlier how browsers work, how they're able to get that HTML code, how we can view source code of any website, and we can see that within the code itself, there's quite a lot of repetition. So all of these tags, when we look at the tags here, we've got a lot of similar tags. Within HTML, it's not like you need to memorize a whole lot of tags. We see that the same tags get repeated over and over again. So we've got div here, we've got div there, and if we search for divs, we can see that these divs are used often, as well as list items, so LIs are there, and so on. So there's a lot of repetition within that content. You can get started relatively easily and quickly creating HTML pages just by knowing a few of the basics and a few basic tags. And it's just important to understand that with web page, so essentially they're just instructions for the browser on how to display the website. So this is all up to how you want to render it out as a web developer. And as we saw with the Wayback Machine, there's been a lot of different ways that people have been typically rendering out web pages, and there's been a lot of change. So this is all up to that individual web developer, how they want to present that content. So there are some guidelines on how to present that content, but it's not really that strict. So you do have a lot of flexibility and the ability to use your own creativity to create websites. And we saw that how we can load websites with just typing in that URL, and how those get translated back into actual web pages, connecting to your browser to the server and getting those files to the browser. Essentially, we saw that the browser works as a translator, so it takes that HTML and CSS code and translates it into visible content as intended. And the other thing that I want to note as well is that, just like we saw within our example, we don't actually need an internet connection for our browser to run HTML and CSS and JavaScript. So this is an important thing to note, because this file is not sitting anywhere but on my computer. So it's not on the internet itself. So the browsers don't actually need the internet in order to render out HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that is important to note, because again, this gives us even more power as a developer, that we don't even need an internet connection to develop websites. We can create them locally, run them on our computers, see what they look like, and then when they're ready, we can actually upload them. So content can sit on our own computers, or it can sit on servers, and those are just other computers that have those files, and when the browser connects to those, the same way that what we were looking at within our own computer, it just renders that stuff out. HTML essentially solved that problem of having to connect and gave us the ability to give us a simple programming language to display content. So that's all HTML is. It's a really simple way to display that content. And browsers simply just interpret that content from the server, display it to our computers. And earlier I did mention, and you're probably aware, that sometimes there are different programming languages other than HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And I've got extensions here. So you can see that when you go to web pages, occasionally you'll see the different extension. So you're probably wondering, well, how does the browser render that content out? And how do I see that within my computer? So we've got PHP, JSP, ASP, and so on. There's a number of different options. So take a look at that in the upcoming lesson. Previous lesson, we briefly introduced you to server-side languages, and these are programming languages that run on the server. So they might not be your typical HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that your browser is able to interpret, but these server-side languages, and there's quite a few of them, these are more complex, but they allow the server to actually process and execute code, and that code that gets executed and rendered out, that actually gets rendered out within HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So take, for instance, Facebook. Once again, we'll look at Facebook. So we see that within the browser source code, all we see is that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's because that server is taking care of the execution of whatever the server-side language might be. So we see that there are quite a lot of them, and we only see the actual end output that's being rendered out by the server. So this is where web development gets a lot more complex when we're looking at the different server-side languages, because these are languages in themselves. So take, for instance, PHP, which is probably one of the more popular languages that are out there. There's also Java, and there's also ASP, and there's .NET. There's quite a lot of popular languages that are out there, and some of these ones you may or may not have heard of. So these are all server-side languages, and we see here that we've got JavaScript as well. That's listed as a server-side language. So there is JavaScript that actually runs on the server. So that's an example of that is Node.js. So this is actually being run by the server, rendered out by the server, and rendered out in a way that the browser can still interpret what the final product is of that server-side code that gets rendered out. And this also gives us the ability, you might have also heard dynamic and static pages. So essentially static pages, they're always the same. They're delivered as stored content. So if I had a page such as this Hello World and I didn't have anything happening, I didn't have anything changing, every time you came back to the web page it was exactly the same. So this is what's known as a static page. There's not a whole lot changing. We can continue to come to this website. All of that HTML code is and CSS is just rendered out. It's hard coded here. There's no changes and that code stays the same. So it's completely static. There's no changes within the web page. And then there's dynamic web pages. And dynamic web pages are a whole lot more interesting because they give us the ability to update, see different changes, and get customized content. So once we add that JavaScript in, and this isn't probably a best example of a dynamic page, but we do have some changes within the web page, and that's all brought in from JavaScript. So that gives us the ability to have a little bit more dynamics on the page, and it's not always going to be the same thing because we are taking in information and generating some type of response with that information. So we can have client-side or server-side script rendering out that dynamic part of the web page. And that's where we go back to all of those server-side scripting languages that give us the ability to render out something dynamic, something interesting, something happening within our web page, so it's not always the same thing. So take for instance, if we go to a web page like CNN or something like that, or any blog site, we see that at any time, this content is changing. It's always changing. There's always something different happening within that content. And that's what we mean by having server-side content and dynamic content, because it's changing. There are several different ways to render out that server-side content, and you could use the server-side scripts, the dynamic content, you can use server-side scripts, or you can use JavaScript in order to render out that content, do something different with that content, and create interactions. So either way, you could create dynamic content both on the front and the back end code. And that brings us to front end code versus back end code. And what we had looked at earlier is that we saw that there's these server-side languages, and all of this code, this is all sitting in the back end. So this is not something that I can view source and I can actually see it. It's running on the server, and we only see the results of that code that gets rendered out. So that's what is referred to as back-end code versus front-end code, where we can actually see that code that gets rendered out. And HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, this is all front-end code because all we need is essentially that browser in order to render out that code. So everything that we wrote within here, we don't need any type of server, we don't have a back-end, all we have is front-end code, and we see that all we need to run some front-end code is a browser. So to summarize everything, let's go take a look at our slide here. So we've got different code, we've got dynamic, we've got static pages, and we've got front-end code and back-end code. And essentially that front end, there's a separation of the presentation layer. So essentially that is what the browser uses in order to present the content. And the back-end code, a lot of times it'll access databases and it'll have access to a layer of code that's not actually seen by the front end or by the browser. So it could have quite a lot more to the back end. There could be a lot of connections, different servers, all working together to figure out that result. And we see here that the front end code is considered something that is interacted with the client, whereas the back end code is something that is used in order to render out that presentation. So that's something that we present that code in order for it to work. So that's important to make that distinction between the front end, back end, dynamic, and static. And once again, for the static pages, so these are pages that are not changing. They're delivered within the same way. There's content being generated. There's nothing working in the background. It's simply stored. It's delivered the same way that it's stored. And dynamic pages, so they're more adaptive, and depending on, again, how you're creating that dynamic part of the code, it could be within the front end or the back end. So you've got a few options there between front end and back end. And we did look at client side versus server side code. So again, these are, again, definitions of the type of code that we're writing. So client side is anything that's running on the client side, so anything that runs within the browser. Server side code runs within the server. So very similar. It's kind of the same thing as front end and back end. Client side runs on the user's computer, whereas the server side runs on the server computer. So that does all of the heavy lifting. So depending on what side you're saying, so client side, when you're a web user, you're the client. So anything running on your computer that just requires your computer to run and render out that code, that's client side. Anything that's being done by the server, such as databases and so on, that's all server side. Dynamic or static, depending on the side that you're using. So if your front-end code can be dynamic, it can be static as well. Back-end code, for the most part, it's going to be dynamic because the servers are going to be generating something and they are going to be creating something different, unless you're just simply generating some HTML code, and then it's going to appear as just a regular static website. We saw earlier that in order to create some HTML code, we needed a way to write that code and structure it. So we used what's known as a web editor, and for this example we are using Dreamweaver. So Dreamweaver is an Adobe product, and that's what I've got open over here. And Dreamweaver is actually it's a paid application, but there's a number of other options, and you more than likely already have something on your computer right now that you can start writing some HTML code with. So if you're on a Windows machine, you might have Notepad. On a Mac, you might have a text editor. So there's a number of different options. You can use Microsoft Word. You can save the file as an HTML file, and that will save that as a file that can get rendered out within the browser. And there's a number of other options as well. So going into editors, there are, on Wikipedia, they list out a number of free ones. So some of the good ones that I've used before, Atom is a really great one to use. There's also brackets as well. So we've got Notepad. So those are other commonly used ones that you might see being used on a regular basis for web development. So again, it's depending on what your preference is and what your budget is as well. Different editors that you can use for creating web pages. So again, this is Atom.io, so this is a really great one to use. Brackets as well, so this is another one that's really easy to use. They're both open source, so that means that you can use them. There's no cost to using them in these GitHub repositories. This is just where that source code sits. So you can go ahead and download Brackets, you could download Atom, or you could select from any one of these other ones here that are great options for developing websites. So all you really need is a way to write that code, develop that code, and you could use literally any one of these editors. There's also online editors as well, so I've listed out some of the more popular ones. So CodePen.io, JSFiddle.net, Plunker.co, CSS, Deck, JS Bin. So these are all great places if you're looking to simply type some code and practice HTML, front-end code, CSS, JavaScript. So I do use CodePen a lot, so this is CodePen.html, so you can see that I can type some HTML code and I can see it rendered out here on the right hand side. So this is a really cool feature, and especially because you can type in that code and you can see stuff happening with that code. That's a great way to practice code. So you can see that I can add in CSS, and as soon as I add that in and update it, I can see that within the display area, so I've got my display settings on the right hand side, I can see that I've got stuff happening. So even if I type in alert, so for JavaScript, we can see that it renders out that JavaScript, and we can see that we've got all of this stuff happening, and great place again to practice, to update your code. And I know this JavaScript is going to continuously run, so I'm just going to get rid of that. But you can see that typing HTML, typing CSS is really easy and great to practice. So these online editors are excellent resources in order to fine-tune your skills and practice more about web development. So in the next lesson, we're going to look back at browsers and one of the more popular browsers and why we use Chrome and how we can look at the different dev tools that are available within the browsers. So that's coming up in the next lesson. So in the previous lesson, we looked at editors and how we can write code on our computers. This lesson, we're going to look more at browsers. And I did want to add one thing quickly to the editors. So you're probably wondering, well, we did talk about server-side code, so where do we write the server-side code? Because it's not CSS, HTML, or JavaScript. And the server-side code can be written in those very same editors that you use on your computer, but obviously for security's sake, and not a lot of editors will actually render out server-side code. So for server-side code, you're pretty much stuck with creating it on your computer using just an editor and then just giving it those file extensions. There's some editors that are better than other ones, again, depending on what type of server-side code that you're writing. So something like Atom is great for writing PHP or other server-side languages. And of course, there's even better ones, more specific ones for the different languages. So depending on which language you're actually looking to use and to utilize, you might want to look more into the editor that you're using. So with .NET stuff, a lot of developers will use Visual Studio. So there are specific ones. There's PHP edit, so more specific ones for that backend code. So if you are looking for something for the backend code, take a look around and see which editor is best suited for the type of code that you're actually writing. So there's got PHP Storm as well. So a number of different really good editors for backend code as well. So jumping back into browsers, one of the reasons that a lot of web developers will use Chrome is because we've got dev tools that are available within every install of Chrome. So if you've got Chrome installed, you can go to Inspect on a Windows machine, Control-Shift-I, and that opens up this dev tools panel. So I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. And the really cool thing about dev tools is that we can see the source code here. We can see the CSS here. We can make adjustments to the CSS, and this is all done directly within the browser. Because again, remember that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, it runs simply within the browser. So I can even type in things like JavaScript code and get that rendered out, and we can see that creates that pop-up there. So there's quite a bit that we can do within the dev tools themselves, and they're really super helpful when you're trying to debug, trying to update, trying to do some updates and create some interactions with your HTML code. So it's super helpful. Even if you want to change the color, I could change the color to blue. So if I was working on my CSS and I want to see, well, my hello world didn't look that great in red, I updated it to blue, and we saw that within our CSS, our file actually hasn't changed, but we have changed that within this instance of what's being rendered out within the browser. And then when we refresh it, we're just going back to our same default red. But this is, again, gives us the ability to make those selections. We can inspect those elements, we can update them, we can manipulate them, we can make changes how they look. We can also add attributes, we can edit the HTML. So if I didn't want to use
1, I could change it to an H3. I can update the hello world. So if I just want to write hello, I can see what that looks like and how that gets rendered out within the browser. So really important when you are looking at different browsers to use that you do consider Chrome because it does have the dev tools. The other ones as well, they have add-ons that you can add in. So Firefox as well has really good dev tools. But if you are web developing, Chrome is usually the browser of choice for web developers because the dev tools are probably the best ones, the most powerful ones. And even if you're looking for performance and memory, sources, and so on, there's quite a lot of information that you can gather here in order to improve your website, improve performance, and also update how it gets presented to the web users. So if you don't have Chrome, go over to google.com/Chrome, and then you could download Chrome right on your computer. There's no charge for Chrome. It's free to use, and it's a really great browser for web development. We saw earlier with file extensions that there can be a number of different file extensions for web pages, but we also saw that we can go to the default page, and that's typically done using index.html. So in our example, we used index.html, and by default, the web browser will by default go to that index page as the root page, so as the starting page for the website. That's why you see index being used, or default also gets used sometimes as well, but more often than not, it's index that gets used. So naming your page index.php or index.html, that will give you the ability to go to that root file, and that's why we don't need to specify what file we're actually on. So for instance, we've got Wikipedia here, and we don't have any file extensions because we're just going to the folder which is defaulting to that root file, which is at index.html, and there's also a number of different ways as well to mask those extension files. So we also see that within our example here, so wikipedia.org, so if we go to wikipedia.org, it defaults to a folder called wiki and then another folder called main page. And this is how a lot of these more complex websites get set up and created. They use multiple files within a folder structure. And even when you're creating a very simple web page, so I've got an example here from Bootstrap. So this is a front-end framework where we've got our root folder is at Bootstrap, and then we've got files. So we've got all of our CSS files in another folder called CSS. We've got all of our JavaScript in a folder called JS. We've got all of our images within another folder called img, and that contains all of the images of our files. So best practices are, in order to have a really nice file structure, a good naming convention, and linking to these files that might be in different folders off of those root folders. And especially if you've got really complex websites, you might want to be building out just different folder structures. So we've got here, they actually have different portals, but we can go into different folder structures and we can see that we've got portals, contents, portals, geography, and this is run through a database. So this is where they're collecting that information and they're actually searching the database and retrieving and sending out that information. And once again, it gets presented within that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript format that the user and the browser can interpret. So that's how you create websites. We create it with a folder structure, and the more complex the website, the more we do with the folder structure itself. So the next thing that we're going to look at within the upcoming lesson is hosting. So we notice that all of these files, all of these web pages, they're all sitting somewhere. They're all sitting on a server. So basically what this is there's servers that are out there that provide hosting for your local files. So if I want to launch my website, my Hello World website, I've created my index page and I want to get it online, I want others to be able to access this web page, I need to have it hosted somewhere, and this is where I need to have a server that can actually host that content. So we're going to look more in detail with that in the upcoming lesson. In this lesson, we're going to look at hosting. So in order to get your websites live and other people to be able to access your websites, you need to host it somewhere. So basically you need to have a server that has your code sitting on it in order to be able to, and also something that can be accessible via URL. So you need a server, an IP address to connect those user computers to your code. And there's a lot of options out there for hosting. There's literally thousands upon thousands of hosts. So a great way to start with hosting is determine what your needs are for hosting. I've got a lot of websites that I host on 1&1.com. So they're been a pretty good host. They're relatively cheap hosting. And if you're just looking to set up a simple website, they're a really good option. There's also getforge.com. So you can sign up for free with GetForge and you can get a free website here. There's also another link here that I had for free webfreehosting.net. So you can see here that extension.php, so they've got that link there for hosting. So they give you the ability to host your website for free. And there's a number of other places where you can host your web pages for free. Also keeping in mind that free is not always best. You might want to look at shared hosting or VPS hosting because this gives you more control. If you're using shared hosting, you're more than likely just to get a subdomain. You're not going to be able to have your own domain and so on. So it is something to take a look at. And if you are serious about setting up a website, and if you want to have something running, then make that investment, buy the domain name. Various rates for domain names, ranging usually around $10 to $15 per year. So this is an annual cost, and then the hosting is more than likely a monthly cost. So take a look around. There's a lot of hosts out there online. Simple Google search will return a ton of different hosts. And what happens when you set up a hosting account? For the most part, a lot of them will use an application called cPanel, and this essentially gives you the ability to manage your content online. So we see we've got file manager, we've got images here, we've got disk use. So this gives us more information on what's happening within our hosting account, and essentially this is host done from a web server. We've got file manager there, we've got PHP management, myadmin, we've got our databases there, we've got email addresses, security, software that we can install, and a whole lot more. So this is essentially a very typical hosting panel that we can see and what it looks like. And this is typically what you would get when you sign up for a hosting account, and you can access it and you can see even stats on visitors and so on. Setting up your files on the host gives you the ability to present that content and present it to the world on the internet. In the previous lesson, we looked at hosting, and we saw that we can put up our websites and actually get an address in order to present our content on the internet. And I want to briefly just do a quick overview of protocols and what protocols are. So we saw that earlier when we create a website, we've got our protocol is file : / and then we've got our location on the computer where our file is sitting. But when we go to something like Facebook, we see it starts out with this HTTPS protocol, and same with the cPanel and GetForge. So for the most part, they're HTTPS. Some of them are HTTP, so they don't show up. So the non-secure ones, the regular HTTP ones, they don't show up as HTTPS. So what's the difference between all of these protocols? And the difference is how they get presented. So the browser, it actually doesn't matter if it's HTTP, file, it actually knows how to interpret these protocols. And the HTTP and HTTPS, which is the secure form of HTTP, so this just basically means that this is being presented across the internet, where a file is sitting on my computer. So I've got another one here, which is FTP. and this is File Transfer Protocol, and this is the way that we actually get our files to the server. It gives us the ability to send our files onto our web server, and I've got a listing here from Wikipedia where they list out a ton of different FTP servers. So we've got FileZilla, CyberDuck, and so on. Open up my version of FileZilla. So basically we would enter in our host, we need to enter in a username, we need to enter in a password, and by default there's different ports. There's secured ports and regular ports for FTP, and then we could do a connection to our server. So basically gives us the ability to connect our local files, which I've got located here. So this is that index file that we created, and it would give us the ability to simply drag and drop them onto our server. And this is how we would get files from our computer to a server using FTP. And as mentioned, a lot of different options for this. A lot of these are free applications. So we've got FileZilla, which is a common one, CyberDuck, which is a common one as well, and Qt FTP is another one that's commonly used for FTP. So again, it's worth taking a look through, checking them all out, and trying out which ones are ones that you like to prefer to use. So there's a lot of different options for FTP applications, and the whole idea is simply to be able to get files from your computer to your server, and that's what FTP does. So I've got some other options here as well. Coffee Cup is another free FTP service. And what this does is tying it back to what we talked about originally, because every domain name needs an IP address and it needs to be sitting on another machine, a DNS server. So when you are picking up your domain name on your server, make sure that you're picking something that makes sense. I know these days it's very hard to find really good domain names. So there's a website, domain.com. Go over to 1.1 so we can see that if, for instance, I test my website and it's maybe this is the domain name that I want to use, and if I enter in a check here, it'll check to see if this domain name is available, and it'll give me some options as well. So a lot of the websites, they do this simple, they give you the ability to check to see if the website is available, and if it's not, so test. So I'll enter the same one here. And the thing that I like about domain.com is that it actually gives you some additional suggestions to the name. So a lot of these websites that you're going to pick, initially the domain name that you're probably going to pick is not going to be available because there's millions upon millions of websites already registered online, so it is fairly difficult to find a really good domain name, and that's why I like using domain.com, because they've got this domain some suggestion, and all of these ones here, these ones are available, these ones you can purchase, and you can really do some good research here to find out domain names that you want to use. So again, the whole process is picking up a hosting account, registering a domain name, which gives you that IP address that you could connect your files to, and adding those files using an FTP program from your computer. You can bring files that you've created via your editor, you can bring those files to the server and then present them at the domain name that you've selected, and have users be able to just simply type in the domain name and see your content. So that's the whole process of web development, and that's a whole round trip of how we develop websites. So the next lesson, we're going to wrap this up and we're going to look at some of the online resources and the community that's available for web development. So that's coming up in the next lesson. There's an excellent community online for web developers. There's a ton of people on there, great communities all over the internet. So some of the more popular resources that are used by web developers are, I've listed some of them out here below. So one of them is the MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network, which has great resources for understanding more about the different web technologies. It's got some developer tools, so really great stuff here. And this is one of the great starting points for developing websites and web content. This is a great place to go to set up an account, and Mozilla is the same people that provide us with Firefox, and we can see this is just an absolutely great resource to utilize for web development. There's also the W3C, which is the main body for the internet. So originally created, so we've got the creator of the internet here, Tim Berners-Lee, and we've got just again a lot of great information here about what's happening with the internet. Everything from domain names, registering to domain names, to doing updates on HTML and what's happening within the community in general. There's another one that I like to use is codebeautify.org. So this gives us the ability to make our code nice, neat, and readable simply by doing a simple click. So if I had an HTML code here, I could put my HTML code here and I can run the HTML code. I've also got a number of different ways to make my code look a whole lot neater. So they've got all of those options there. Again, going back to W3C, we've got the ability to check and validate our HTML. So this one checks markup validity, so make sure that our markup HTML is proper. We can also check to see if our format is right for RSS. So if we're creating an RSS feed, CSS, we can find broken links on our web pages. We can see if our content is mobile okay. So again, a lot of great resources in order to make sure that our web code is properly structured. So also when you're developing websites, another useful resource is sometimes you don't have the assets in place, so you don't have your text, but you need to create your website. So this is where we use placeholder content. So a number of different resources to get lorem ipsum generators, and basically they create this text that looks like actual text, and you can use as placeholder text within your web development. So if you needed, for instance, if I needed these 3 paragraphs and I know I was waiting for that content, I could generate that here and then place that within my design and continue to design my website before I actually have my assets and content in place. So same idea is for placeholder, where if I don't have my images in place, then this gives me the opportunity to add placeholder images within my web design. And there are a number of other really great resources that can do the same thing. So the lorem ipsum or placeholder images, or you might just have some images on your computer that you can use in order for placeholder content when you're developing your website. And this is one thing that when you are developing your website, it's great to have these types of assets, because it does save you a whole lot of time, because you don't want to be developing your website and then realize that, well, I need to have an image here and then have to search for an image and go away from the coding and then going back to finding these assets. So great resources to have those placeholder content ready to go. And one of the single best resources for web developers is Stack Overflow. So this is a very well-used, well-trafficked website. We can see there's a community of over 7.1 million programmers. If you have questions, you can post questions here, and it's cross-programming languages and applications, and pretty much anything you can think of as a web developer. We've got it. There's information available at Stack Overflow. So I would always suggest that one of the starting points is to go and sign up for an account with Stack Overflow, or you don't actually need an account to use it, but it's a great place to start if you have questions for web development, and there's solutions here. You could read through source code, and pretty much anything that you can think of that you would need as a web developer is available on this website. So a lot of great resources here, and again, just a simple Google search will return back just a ton of great resources, and it's endless amounts of resources that you can use in order to fine-tune and perfect web development. So with web development, it's a great rewarding occupation. It's a great place to entertain, inform, where you can reach millions of people. You can create stuff. You can allow your creativity to be shown and demonstrated. And again, remembering that this internet, it's global, so there's tons of opportunities globally, worldwide. And in order to learn more about web development, it's time and practice. So the more you practice, the more time you put into it, the better you're going to get at it. And it is really easy to get started. So there aren't a lot of barriers to get started with web development. And you can literally start with just opening up your editor, doing a little bit of research on HTML, going over to your favorite websites, taking a look at their source code, and just seeing what it looks like, trying it out for yourself, trying out just some simple HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and get started and see what results you can create within your web applications. In this lesson, we're going to be introducing you to HTML and some of the tools that we're going to be using within this course to create some HTML pages. The basics of HTML is that it's actually the most fundamental basic building block of the web. Every web page needs HTML, and it essentially defines the content of the web page and as well as the structure of the web page. And there are other languages such as CSS and JavaScript that you might have heard of as well to develop websites. Now, CSS works with the HTML structure and helps create the appearance and the presentation of how that content gets presented. And then there's JavaScript, which provides functionality. So the next set of lessons, we're going to be focusing on HTML, what it is, and how you can start creating your own HTML pages. So the basics of every website, you can go to any website on the internet, and all of the websites are comprised of code. So essentially, the idea for HTML is that if you have some content and you want somebody else to see that content, to be able to deliver that content to somebody else, you need a way to be able to present that content, and that's what HTML does. So HTML gives you a way, a language that browsers can interpret and that can be easily transcribed across the internet and re-rendered out in the anticipated way, the way that it was meant to be designed. So this website here, we know that all of this content needed to be presented, and HTML is the way that the content gets presented. So you can look at the source code of any website, and within this course as well, just to let you know, I am going to be using Chrome as my browser. Now, it's not to say that Chrome is the best browser for surfing the internet, but when you're developing websites, Chrome does have a lot of really great features built in right out of the box. So if you don't have Chrome installed, I would suggest that you do check that out and install it, because it does have, again, really good resources coming out of the box when you are developing websites. So it's got these dev tools that are available just within the Chrome browser. So every Chrome browser will have that. And going back to web pages, so every web page is comprised of source code, and this is the source code for the website that we were just looking at. And as you can see, there's a series of opening and closing tags, and this is essentially what the HTML is. So we've got a tag that opens up, and then we've got a bunch of content in the middle, and then we've got it eventually closing. And in between here, we see that there's a bunch of different opening tags, and then they all get closed off, opening again, closed off. And this is the whole idea of HTML. We've got tags that get nested into other tags, and this is basically how we build HTML code. So the idea is that we've got a parent HTML tag, and then we've got tags in the middle of it, and those tags represent different structure within the web page. So we start out with HTML, we've got head, we've got a closing head, and then we've got body. So just like with any other way to deliver that content, we need to be able to provide structure, and both ends, so the web developer needs to be able to have a way to present that content, and the browser, which is what the web user is going to be using in order to see that content, also needs to have a uniform way to be able to read that content. And that's what HTML does. And I know initially when you look at source code, there just looks like a whole bunch of code here, but really at the end of the day, HTML is not that hard. There's not a lot of elements that comprise HTML, so there's probably only about 100 different elements within HTML, and most websites are only probably using about 10 to 15% of those elements. And you'll see that there's a lot of repetition. So we've got these LIs here, we've got divs here, and we've got the same LIs here, we've got divs again, and we can see that there really is a lot of repetition with those tags. So that makes it a lot easier to get started with HTML, and just understanding the basic tags will give you a good solid foundation and a basis to start developing structure for your web pages. Another good thing about HTML is that really the tags, there's semantic tags, a lot of them, so we see title, and it just makes sense what type of content will get presented between these tags. So this is essentially the basic introduction of HTML, and in the next lesson we're going to show you how you can start creating your own HTML code. And if you do ever want to see source code of any one website, so you can go online, search over to your favorite website, and right now I'm on a Windows machine, so I can press Control-U and see the source code, or I can right click anywhere on an empty space within Chrome browser, and I can see that I've got this option here in the pop-up menu to view page source, and by clicking that you can see that you can get access to the source code. And initially this doesn't look like it's going to be very useful, but as we progress through the course, this is going to make a lot more sense about how this HTML code is getting presented. And the other thing that I also wanted to add in, that why we're using Chrome is because it does have DevTools, and DevTools essentially give you a way to do an inspection on the source code. So we can go ahead again on a Windows machine, Control-Shift-I. They work on Macs as well, and for Macs it's going to be Command-Opt-I, so very similar commands, and you can open up those DevTools and take a closer look. So I'm going to just open that up, and just to show you that we can actually see the source code. So we're starting out within the Elements tab of our Dev Console. So this is the Dev Console, and just going to close that, minimize all of these additional screens here, and you can see that this is essentially the source code of the website in a nutshell. Here we can open and close the tags that are nested in, and we can see that all of the different tags that are available. We've also got a way to hover over different elements and just do an inspect, and we can find out more about that particular element within the DevTools. And this is why the DevTools is really useful and super useful when you are developing websites. So starting with HTML, we've got CSS over here on the right hand side, and then we also have communication with JavaScript. So as we progress within our web development expertise, then we can move along to CSS and JavaScript as well. So basically, once you get HTML down, you can create and interact with the DevTools, take a look at the source code, and you can start getting a better understanding of what this code does and how it's being presented within the web page. In the previous lesson, we looked at HTML and how it's used in order to construct websites. So this lesson I want to introduce you to and also get you started creating your own HTML code. And you're going to be amazed at how easy it is to get started with HTML. So basically we saw that the basis of HTML, every web page has it. There's a number of different types of tags that are available within HTML, and HTML essentially at the base is just a way to transfer document information from one web page, from the producer of the web page, in order for the consumer of that web page to be able to see that. And websites are essentially, the internet is a series of links. So we've got links here. Every web page will have links going to other web pages, and essentially that's what the internet is. So linking between different pages. All of these HTML pages get constructed online, and between all of these pages there's always links, and that's how the web user crawls through the different websites and gets to see additional content. So comprising the internet, everything is strung together, built as a web of web pages. And that's the basics of the internet, and HTML is at the very core, at the very heart of it, because every website has HTML. Now, initially, when we want to create HTML, we need a way to create an HTML page. And the reason I have atom.io open over here is because Atom is going to be the web editor that I'm going to use in order to create my HTML pages for this course. So I've got Atom open over here, and the good thing about Atom is it's available across platforms, it's free to use, and it's a very versatile, easy to use editor. So you don't necessarily need to have an editor like Atom. It does make things a little bit easier when you are creating websites. They've got a bunch of different add-ons that you can add, you can configure it, and it makes the code look nice, but you don't need to use it. You can use any number of other resources. So you can use everything from Microsoft Word to a Notepad or just any type of format in order to create HTML pages. Because any way that you're creating it, as long as you're creating a document that's formatted as an HTML document, this is going to be renderable within the browser, and the browser is going to know what to do with it. So let's say, for example, I've got Notepad open over here, and I'm just going to type hello world, and I'm using the H1 tags so that we can see that there is going to be some difference between the regular text hello world and H1. And of course, for the website, there's quite a bit more as well. There's basic boilerplate templates that we use so to provide even more structure. But this is just to introduce you to HTML. And in the following lesson, I will get into more details about how we structure websites. So more as what we've got over here, where we've got a head and we've got the HTML tags and everything nested in between. So we can see here that just as a simple demonstration, I've got Notepad, and you can literally open up any text editor and create HTML pages. The key really is how you're saving your files. So make sure that you've got a folder on your computer that you're ready to work with and you're ready to create your HTML pages. And when you go to save the file, make sure that for Notepad, it's got all files, or by default it goes to .txt file extension. So all you have to do right now, I just press save as, and I'm saving this file, and we're saving it as index.html. And there is a reason why typically we call them index.html, and as we progress and build out our websites, we're going to use different names for the files. But index is generally the basic starting point for the website. So when the browser goes to a website and we see that there isn't any file specified here, we know that by default the browser will take us to the index page. So essentially, when you go to a website domain, you've got a bunch of files in a folder, just as what we've got or what we're going to have over here, and we need a default starting point for all of those files, and that's where index comes in. Sometimes you're going to see default is used, but for the most part, I would say about 95% of web developers are using index, probably even more than that. So index is just the typical starting point page, and if we're creating a file within this directory, if we ever want to just go over to the directory, if we've got it on a server and we're starting it up, we need to have that starting point, and that's why it's called index.html. And of course you can call this whatever you want, but for this instance we are going to start it out as index.html, even though it's not really relevant because we're not on a server and we're going to be actually selecting that file and rendering it out in the browser anyway. But let's just go ahead and save that, and it's just good practice to get into when you are developing websites and website content. So now we can go over to that folder where we've created the file. So there's our index file, and we can go and we can open it up within our browser. So we're going to use Chrome. Let's just go ahead and double click and we see that, boom, there we go. We've created our first web page, as easy as that. Couple lines of code, and we see that it gets rendered out. And the reason that I did use the tags here around the hello.world, the reason was that I wanted to show you that the HTML tags get rendered out. So if there are no tags, the browser does its best to render out the tags as well as it can understand to render those out. But when we do use HTML tags within our file, the browser knows exactly what to do with it. It already understands that H1 tag means that we've got a heading there, so we want to have it more prevalent, we want to have it more visible. So this is the instruction from the code developer that we want to see it bigger, and then the browser is able to interpret that and understand that H1 means heading, so it makes it bigger and it styles that and renders out that content as intended by the developer. So we can do the same thing, and we can see that page source here as well. So this is the basic page source in that file, and we see that, well, really doesn't look exactly like this, and we are going to take care of that in the upcoming lesson, and I'm going to explain how all of the different structure works within HTML. There also is another option to write HTML code and even to practice HTML code. And this gives you the ability to write HTML code simply directly within your browser. So it's a website called codepen.io. There's a number of these websites that are available. And the really cool thing about these and why it's a great place to practice HTML code is that you can type your HTML code and you can see it rendered out here on the right hand side. So if I was to change my H tags, or if I was to add in those H tags around this hello world, we can see that immediately on the right hand side here, we see that the changes take place and we can see it gets rendered out. So we just changed that to an H3, made it smaller, and showed you how the H1 works. This is a website called codepen.io. It's free to use. Any of the pens that you create on the free account, they are accessible to anybody accessing CodePen. And then there's also a paid account where if you want to make some private content, you can do that as well. And the choice really is yours, how you want to practice HTML code. And of course, when it comes to actually developing your code, the best practice really is to set up an editor and start using that. So I'm going to quickly run through atom.io as well. So Atom, you can go ahead and you can download it from the website. Once you download, you can just do a regular install, and then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to open a folder, and that folder is going to be where I've got that index file that I created. So selecting the folder, and it does open up these welcome pages giving you some more instruction about how to use Atom. So I'm just going to close those off, and I'm going to open up that same index page that I created earlier within Notepad, and we're going to use that and work with that within Atom. So you can see here that this is the same file. So when I make an update here, I can go over to the index, I can refresh it, and all of that formatting is gone. So next lesson, let's dive deeper into HTML, and I'm going to show you how to create a boilerplate template in order to start creating that structure for your HTML code. That's coming up. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to dive deeper into HTML. So we saw that HTML tags are everywhere, and essentially that's what HTML is. Set of tags, instructions for how to display the web page. And we saw that most of the tags have an opening tag, and they use that same tag at the end to close that off, and then they've got some content in the middle. And that's the very basics of HTML code. We also saw that we need a way to write that code, starting point in order to create those HTML files, and there's so many different options out there, and I ran through a few of them in the last lesson. And again, within this course we are going to be using Atom. So this is Atom open over here, and of course it's your choice what you want to use as your editor. I find Atom is a really good one to use, but of course there's a lot of different comparable ones, and web developers will always have their preferred way of writing HTML code. So as long as you find something that you're comfortable with and you get used to working with it, that's all that we really need to do in order to start writing HTML code. So whether it's an editor or if you go to an online resource, you can type in your HTML code and practice your HTML code and see what all of the different tags and elements are able to create within that HTML structure. And that's really what HTML is about. You just practice it and try it out and see what all these different tags do. And then when it comes to creating your website, having that basic knowledge of having practice these different tags is enough to kind of get you started and start creating your own HTML pages. So again, we are going to be using Atom within this course, but you don't need to use Atom if you've got something better or if you've got something you're more comfortable with. So let's move along into our HTML structure. So we saw that editors, and we saw that most of the web pages would typically have a series of tags. And this is what we call a boilerplate template. And essentially a boilerplate is going to include all of the essential elements that we need, all those essential tags that we need within our web page. And you can see that the way that the HTML tags are structured, it's a very intuitive way. So we've got our HTML, we've got a head, and we've got a body, and we've got a title. So basically, the very simplest HTML web page should include all of these different types of tags. And the reason is that the reason it still works is that the browsers are smart enough to try to interpret it and say, okay, well, maybe this is what that user intended to do and how they intended to render out that code. So they do their best to try to render out that code, but it's not a good way to create your HTML code. So it works, but usually try to stick with typical HTML code in order to structure it. So the way that HTML works, so I'm going to get rid of that notepad there, and then we are going to be using our index.html file that we created earlier, and let's create that structure for our website. So the first thing that I want to do is create an opening tag. I'm going to call it HTML, and then we've got our closing tag. And notice that with HTML code, it's actually not case sensitive, so these could be uppercase, these could be lowercase. It doesn't really matter, but typically when we're developing websites, we keep it at lowercase. And the reason is that if we had it uppercase, and we've got all of the tags uppercase, it just stands out too much. It just draws way too much attention to those tags, and you don't want everything to kind of be loud and coming at you. So this is why typically most of the websites you see when you look at the source code, the tags are going to be in lowercase. But again, the case does not matter, and you could do it either way. And we can see that this website as well starts out with those HTML pages. And one other thing I did want to note as well before we continue is that you probably noticed that all the web pages here at the top have this doc type HTML, and it's kind of grayed out when we look at the source code. And what this is doing is this isn't actually showing anything on the web page itself. So this is just specifying the document type that the browser can expect that this content is going to be based around. So when we do doc type HTML, this is short for basically telling the browser, hey, you can expect HTML5 content here. You'll find that with some of the HTML code, it's actually not intended for to be seen by the user. It's more intended as additional structuring and communication that's meant to be presented to the browser. And that's one of them there, that doc type. Always try to include that within your document. Anything you can do to help the browser out to better understand the code that you're intending to render out, the better. So we're starting out with that one. That one's typically at the top. And then next we've got our opening HTML, closing HTML, and this is going to be the top main container for all of our HTML code. We're not going to have any code that's sitting outside of this. Everything is going to be contained within these two tags. And so essentially this is where we're going to start creating and adding in our tags. The next one that we want to look at is head. So we've got an opening head, and what else do we need? We've got a opened, and we need a way to close that off. And then next we've got body, and then we're going to close off body. And you can see that Adam is actually doing some work here where it's showing us it's bringing that tag in when we close it, so it's aligning it with this opening tag, and it is doing some additional work. And this is why I say that using a good editor is helpful within the web development process. It's not essential, but it does help out. And we can see here too that we can open and close nested tags. So we've got all of these tags contained within the HTML, and we can easily open and close it as we work through our projects. And this is really useful if you've got a lot of code but you're only focusing on a certain part of the code, and you've got all of these elements nested in between, then you can make really good use of that type of formatting. So next we're going to do title, and then what do we have to do with title? We have to close that off. So opening and closing, opening and closing. These tags within those tags are just meant to sit within there. And so we've got a title that's sitting within the head, and the head itself is sitting within the HTML. So this is basically 3 levels down. It's sitting within that HTML. And within the title, we're going to write some content. So this content is going to be HTML lessons. And I'm going to go ahead and save that. And what I usually like to do with title, I try to keep it on one line there because we've got our opening and closing, and we're not going to expect it. We're not expecting to have any additional content in there. So this is what I'm just doing with the title. And so basically, what we've done here is we've set up a basic HTML template. This is what we can use as a starting point to create any web page after this. It's an essential boilerplate that you can reuse over and over again. So important to get familiar with setting this up. A lot of editors will already have this pre-built, so you can just simply click a few buttons and it'll automatically render this out so you can get started quickly. And that's the whole idea with web development. The more time you can save with writing and rewriting that code, the easier it becomes and the more efficient and quicker you can write your code. So let's do a quick overview and a review of what we've got in front of us here. So we've got the doc type specifying that this is an HTML5 document meant to be communicated to the browser, not to the person viewing it, so the browser understands that it can expect this type of code. HTML, so opening and closing, so all of that, what we're doing, all of that HTML code, everything needs to sit between these HTML tags. We don't want anything hanging outside of that. And just like a person, it's got a head and it's got a body. The contents of the head are meant for meta information. So this is additional information that we want to communicate as a developer to the browser, again, so it can better render out that content. And then we've got body, and this is essentially where all of our content will sit. So this is content information, and this is what the user sees. And then we've got a title within the head, so we've got another tag nested within the head section, and title is usually something you should include, or I would say it's pretty much mandatory to include within web pages. And what a title will do is, we see this tab over here that we've got open. When we refresh it, we see that the title information takes place, adds it into here. And especially for SEO purposes, it's really important to include that, because with SEO we want to be able to distinguish all of that page content and rank better, so always include that title. And this is essentially the only part where the user sees, or the user should be able to see, what's contained within the head section. And then everything else, all of the content, sits within the body section of your web page. So next lesson, we're going to do a quick exercise, and I'm going to ask you to build out your own boilerplate template in order to create web pages. So take what you've learned from this lesson and create your own boilerplate template. Purpose of this exercise is to create a boilerplate file that you can use to create your HTML pages. So we've already gone over the different tags that are necessary in order to create that boilerplate. So let's open up our editors and create a brand new file. So within Atom, we can go and we can select new file. So create a brand new file, and then we can save that file as template. So template.html is the file that we're going to use to save that as, and now let's start creating our boilerplate. So the first thing that we wanted to do is specify our doc type, and all we need to do is do doc type HTML closing tag, and that will specify the doc type that we're intending to use for our HTML pages. Next, let's open up our HTML tags, and usually when we create the opening tag, it's always a good idea to create that closing tag. So opening, closing tag, let's create head, opening, and closing for head. And then within head, we need to add in title. So opening, title, closing, title. And then just below head, let's create body. So opening body and closing body. So now we're ready to start adding in our content. We can add in our title, and we're all ready to go to start creating HTML pages using this basic template. So this is going to be super useful because it's a file that we can use as a starting point to create our web pages, and as well it's a really good practice exercise to get familiar with HTML and the way that tags work without even adding any content, just getting familiar with opening and closing of tags within HTML. Welcome back. In this lesson, I want to answer some additional questions you may have about designing websites and how we can, when we're looking at source code of a website, so we see that within atom.io, it's got some additional information here within the HTML tags. So it's got the language equals EN, character set UTF-8. So it's got more information that's contained within here. We've got things like viewport, and then content, device width, initial scale, and all of this information. So we've got meta information here, we've got more meta information here, and we've got an attribute here. And this is, although not required for a typical website, again, it's really good information to include within your template because this helps guide the browser to better understand what to expect within the web page. So going back into our document, let's go open up our editor. And before we do that, I'm just going to quickly run through some definitions here. And we've already looked at tags. And sometimes when I'm saying tags, I've got opening and closing, I call them elements, and essentially that's what a tag is. If we've got an opening and closing tag, both of them together with the content in the middle, this is all one element. So that's the differentiation between tags and elements. We've got tags that have different various names, such as we saw the H1, we've got the HTML, we've got the head. So these are all tags. But when we've got two tags, we've got an opening and closing, all of this is one element. So that's what the difference is there. And I also just mentioned that we saw that some of these tags, they don't only have the tag, they have some additional information here. And these are attributes to the tag. So you can set up a tag and you can have a basic tag and you can provide additional information into that tag, and that's done by adding in attributes. So let's go ahead and open up our editor here, and we're going to add in all of those additional attributes. And we're going to look at doing something similar to what we've got over here where we're specifying the language. And in this case, we're going to do LANG, and we see that Atom actually gives us a whole bunch of options. So depending on the language content that the browser could be expecting within this website, we specify a language. And this also helps out search engines as well, so there's a lot of benefits to doing this. The next thing that we saw that we've got these meta tags, and this is another interesting one because we've got this meta tag, but we don't actually have a closing part of the tag. So we've got something in this case where we've got meta, and we don't have any closing meta. So we don't have meta, and then we don't have information in here or content. So this is not how meta is structured. Meta is a self-closing tag. And the difference really is that these self-closing tags, we don't include information within them. All of that information is actually contained as attribute information. So we've got a tag there, and the sole purpose of this meta tag is to let the browser know what type of character set they can expect as within the content of this website. And typically, most English language character sets, you're good if you use UTF-8. There's different character sets for different languages, and again, depending on what your content of your website, you might change this. But for the most part, UTF-8 English is where most of the websites, if you're English language, this is going to be fine for that. One other thing I did want to quickly touch upon, so we've got another meta tag here, and it's got a name, viewport, content, device width, and basically what this is doing is this is helping the browser once again understand how it should be displaying that content, so more communication between the developer of the website, how they want that content displayed. And this is fairly straightforward, where the viewport is essentially the viewable area of the web page. The content width is equal to the device width, and initial scale is 1. So if your device width, such as a mobile phone, is really small, we're still setting that initial scale to 1. So this is more for mobile devices to be able to better interpret and understand how to display that content. So if you are developing a web page that's going to have mobile content, it's always good to add this viewport part in, this viewport meta information into your website template. This is again meta tag. So metas, as we know, they're self-closing tags, and the only information that the browser needs to understand is coming from the attributes, and this doesn't make any difference on how that content is displayed unless of course you're on a mobile device, and I can't simulate that now, but if you are on a mobile device and if your viewable window is small, then it will resize that content accordingly. So for a follow-up of this lesson, try it out for yourself and create that boilerplate template, add in this meta information so that you're ready to go to create web pages from that boilerplate. So save that. You can even save it as a boilerplate so that you can always open that up and create that starting point for when you want to develop your web pages. So in the next lesson, we're jumping more into the different tags, what they do, how they look, and how they work within web design. So all of that is coming up in the next lesson. The previous lesson, we saw tags, elements, and how attributes can be used within self-closing tags in order to present information to the browser to better render out that content. So it's important to understand that these are the different variations that you could be expecting within your HTML code. And we've got those tags, the self-closing tags, and when we're looking at the whole tag and all of the contents, then that's an element. And then we use attributes to deliver additional information about that tag. And that information that we're delivering is not intended for the user to be able to consume that information, but they are intending for that user to be able to for that browser to be able to better render out that content with more information. And as we progress, you can see that within CSS and JavaScript, those attributes are going to become super important. So earlier we looked at heading tags, and these are some of the more basic elements of every web page. When you go to your favorite websites, you can see that most websites, they have text that is different sizes. We see that some of the text is larger, some of it is just regular, and the larger text, we're actually bringing more focus on that text. So when you are designing your web pages, it is important to understand headings. And headings are used in order to draw attention into the web content. So the web page surfers coming in and they see that this is bolded, so there's a lot more meaning behind that content that's sitting there. But it's also important for search engines, because search engines will read this and they'll say, okay, this there's emphasis on the content between these tags because it's an H1, we know it's important, so this is where that emphasis will come in. And I also wanted to note with the H1 tags is that we should always we use them sparingly. So we start with the H1 and we only typically use H1 once, and H2 would be less important than the H1, and we can see that the H2 typically would be nested under H1. So the H1 would be, look here, most important heading. So most important heading on our web page, and then the next one is 2, and then we've got 3, we've got 4 we can use as well, and we see that they're progressively getting smaller and smaller as I'm typing in more headings there. They've got H5, and you very, very rarely see H6. I don't think I've ever had to use H6. Most web pages, you're going to have the H1 heading. Usually most of the time, most web pages, you'll find at least that H1 heading, and we only use that one typically. And then we use H2 subsections, and then H3 is a subsection under H2, and then H4 would fall under H3. And very rarely you've got that much content that you're presenting on one web page where you would need to go to 5 or 6. But there are some cases maybe you might need to use them, and that's it. You've only got 1 to 6 to work with, because 6 is pretty much your typical size of the text anyway. It's actually smaller than your typical text, and that's and probably another reason why you're never really going to see that being used, because it's just too small. It doesn't emphasize the words important enough. And we can see that roughly around H4 is roughly the same size as the text typically would be anyway. So that's the heading tag, and used within every web page, and it gives us a way to break apart that content. So if we had just a bunch of blah 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 content and we wanted to break it apart, we wanted to have some distinction between that content, that we've just got all of this blah 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 stuff, we use headings in order to break apart that content. And as mentioned, you probably will see something more along this type of structure, and we've got maybe the H3 that could be sitting under the H2s, so we might have a number of H3s in here, and we see that it really nicely breaks apart that content and lays it out in a more readable fashion. I'm going to get rid of this excess here, and we see that the H1, most of the attention is drawn to that, the H2, and we can distinguish that these are distinct sections of our website content. Next lesson, we're going to dive deeper into some other common, typically used tags and elements within web pages, and you're going to see a lot of this stuff being used over and over again. So we'll take a closer look at that. And again, it's more to divide up that content to make it more readable to anyone coming in looking at that content. So even though we've got nothing really, no meaningful content here, we can still see a structure in it. And we're going to continue to develop that structure out in the next upcoming lesson. This lesson, we wanted to update our HTML template. So originally we had created an exercise where we created a basic HTML template, and now I want to add in that meta information in order to use that within our template, so we've always got it on the ready. So first of all, let's set up language, and the language that we want to specify is going to be English. And basically that's going to help our browser understand that this is the language that we want it to use within our page. Next, let's set up the meta information. So sometimes you'll find meta information above the title, sometimes below. So this is, again, depending on the preference, how you're setting up your web page, you may or may want to place it underneath or on top. Again, this is a personal preference. Usually I like to keep the title right at the top so I can really easily see that within the files. But again, it depends on how you want to create your structure of your code. So now let's set up character sets, so C-A-R-S-E-T, and the one that we're going to use, because we're using the English language, we've got English language characters, so we're going to use UTF-8. So that's the one that's commonly used. And also, we wanted to add in that meta viewport. So this is what's going to give our scaling for mobile devices and different size screens. So the name is viewport, and the content, and this is where we need to specify that content attribute that's going to give all of the details for scaling the width of the initial size of the screen coming in. So we do width equals device width, and comma separate that, and we want to set an initial scale, and we want to set that initial scale to be equal to 1.0. And I'm going to make this smaller because it is quite a long line of code there, and this is just typically what you could use within your template in order to build out your web pages quicker. So that was just a quick add-on to the template.html.
Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at common tags that we use within HTML. And these common tags are going to allow us to split apart and make some structure so that all of our content isn't just one big blob of content. And I also did want to note with HTML, so opening up CodePen here, we can see that even if I've got a lot of spacing within my source code, so I'm going to have just a ton of spacing here. And this is important to note that even though I've got just a ton of spacing there, we don't actually see anything changing here on the right hand side. So we don't see it changing within the display area, and even if we were to bring it in here within our HTML file, I can refresh it, and really it's not a whole bunch of change here, right? We don't see the spacing that we see within our source code. And that's because the way that HTML handles white space, it actually removes out all this excess white space, and it doesn't even count if you've got a number of different breaks here. So in the source code, when we look at the actual code that gets presented out, we can see it's much different. So if we had a whole chunk of text, so I'm going over to blind text generator, and I'm going to get a big chunk of text here. So we've got maybe something like this to work with. I'm going to get rid of all of that, and we just got this big mess of text. So how do we better present this to our web users so where we can create some structure, we can actually represent it in a more readable fashion? Because really, you come into a website and you've got a big blob of text like this, and it's just simply not readable. It's not something that you typically would want to present to web users. It's just not appealing, nothing standing out. So let's transform this using those common elements such as paragraphs, line breaks, and horizontal lines in order to break apart and create some separation to that text. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to go into this first section, and let's actually do this as an H1. So we'll separate this out right away as H1. So we've got a heading there. So coming into the web page, we already have our heading, our title, our information there, and then we've got our next section here where we've got some content. So I'm going to use paragraphs, and paragraphs are a great way to create some separation of your content. So you see that when I add in the paragraph, we have a starting point, we have an ending point, and for the user digesting this content, it's just a whole lot more easier to take a look at this and say, okay, well, you know, this is one chunk, this is kind of one thought, one paragraph. Next thing we want to do is maybe make another paragraph,
and I'm going to look at the next chunk of code, next chunk of text there. So again, we've got another paragraph, so we've got some more structure coming into our block of code or block of text. And then maybe what we want to do is add a heading here, so this would be important. This is another separation of our content, so we've got a subheading there. So differentiating it, so we've got our main heading, we've got a couple paragraphs, a subheading, and now let's actually, so I'm going to do another paragraph. And with paragraphs, we don't typically, so we see that with HTML, we're nesting tags within other tags. So even though you can nest a paragraph in another paragraph, it's not advisable, it's not good practice to nest paragraphs within other paragraphs, because the whole idea of a paragraph is this is kind of one chunk of code, and you wouldn't have a paragraph in another paragraph. So just as if you were writing a book, you wouldn't put a paragraph in another paragraph, it just doesn't make sense. You would just have two different paragraphs. So this is even creating some more separation. And now let's say, for instance, well, we've got this line here, and we want to split that up from the rest of that paragraph. So maybe this is something where we're listing out some thoughts or some additional information, and we want that line to end. We want it to be seen as maybe something else that we've got a list here, and we want to separate it out. We still want to keep it within the paragraph, but we want some separation. We want a new line. So the next thought, the next sentence starts as a new line. And this is where we use the BR tag. So this is just a line break. And again, it's helping us better present that content in a more readable fashion to the user without creating any CSS. This gives us the ability to display that content in a more readable fashion. And as you can see, it's already becoming more and more readable. So it's not just that one big blob of text. We've got some separation of all of that content. And now let's go down to where we left off here, and we've got a paragraph, and I'm just going to do another paragraph here, and I'm going to do all of this within a paragraph. And I think maybe I've got just too much text, so I'm going to get rid of some of it. And so down here we've got a really long paragraph, and we should look at maybe breaking that up, because this is not really readable. You want users to come to your website, and they want them to present, you want to present your content in a way that is enticing for them to read that. And once you get to these really big paragraphs, it doesn't look good on the web pages, and it's just not something that a user would be willing to really easily consume that. So let's add in some additional tags here, and we're going to use the horizontal line. And what the horizontal line will do, so this is similar to the line break, but it actually creates a horizontal line. So again, giving us another option in order to split off that content, create some spacing, and takes that whole block that's available, the whole width block of content that's available. So we can do maybe another a line break there, and we'll just do another HR there. So again, making our content, splitting it up, and making it more readable. And someone coming in, they could say, okay, well, maybe this was the creator of this content wanted to really highlight this, they want it to really stand out, so they've added in these line breaks here in order for it to be stand out from the rest of the content. So essentially it also draws the user's eye to it as well. So it does take a little bit of practice, a little bit of playing around with, but it's always good to get used to these tags, get familiar with them, because these are ones that are going to be used all the time. The paragraphs and the line breaks, especially the paragraphs, the headings, these are tags that you're going to find on almost every single web page. Every web page that you come to, we're going to need to present content, and that content needs to be and that's presented in a way that users will actually want to look at it and read it. So make sure that, just as if you were writing a book or anything else, that content is just not one big blob of an endless, one big blob of text, as what we started with. So for the next exercise, take a look at get some text there, take a look at the different tags and see what you can do to be able to separate out your text in a more readable fashion. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we looked at how we can make our output more readable to the person looking at the web page. And in this lesson, we're going to flip that around and we're going to look at how we can make our code more readable. So to anyone coming in and viewing our HTML code, we also want that to be readable. And also coming back to our HTML code, if we write something and a few months later we come back to it, it's always a good idea to write your code in a way that you can really easily jump back into it and start working on again if you need to. So even though if you've taken a few months and you might have forgotten what the purpose of certain areas was, there's a way to handle this and good coding practices as well. So let's open up our editor, and I'm going to actually copy in what we had here within the CodePen. And within CodePen, there's also a way to make it to tidy that text up, to format it better. So that's what I just did right there. So I'm going to just grab all of that text. It's just the tidy HTML. And this is going back into making our content more readable. So we saw that what we were working with earlier, we just made a big mess of things by pasting that in because we had a bunch of white space there. And as we saw earlier, that white space doesn't actually get rendered out to the user. So let's use that white space wisely within our source code and also apply commenting so that all of our source code is more readable. I'm going to make this smaller for now, and you can see that the code is it's fairly easy to come in here and to jump in and see where we split off the code and what we were doing. So it's not just one big blob of code. We're using the white space within our source code fairly wisely here as well. So this doesn't actually transcribe out to the user that they're not going to see that we're breaking between the H1, even though the H1 tags are representing those breaks. We're still not outputting it in a way that the user can say, okay, well, you know, this is a break here within that. It doesn't need to be represented as that, but in this type of way, we are making it easier for us to read that code. So over here, we also we can add in comments, and comments are super useful. They're not meant to be seen by the user coming in, and as we see when we type in the comment here in Atom, it automatically starts creating that text and graying it out because it understands that we're writing a comment, and that comment is only for our developer consumption and not for the user that's viewing that page. So comment. And good practice really is to maybe to add in what we were doing or the reason for our structuring of our HTML code. So if we have testing of our HTML and then down here maybe we want to add in an image. So add image here, and just communication messages to ourselves or to any other web developer that might be looking at our source code and why we maybe we have some spacing, or when we're designing our website, what we're intending to do with the website. And as you can see, there's no difference here on the output. We still have the same output. Again, this is just only in reference to what we're doing here within our source code. And we can also see the indentations here that we've been using when we're writing out our code. So we have our main parent element that contains the child elements inside of it, and we have a tabbed structure here. So we've got our head here. So our head is the parent of the two metas and the title, and we can also close that using Atom, but this also gives us the ability to really easily read and see that these ones are actually nested within the head. And this is the idea of using those tabs and nesting them in, because we can really easily take a look and say, okay, well, these are nested in here, and this could potentially even have even more nested elements and so on. So it would continue to tab them out. Same thing for the body. We can see that we've got the opening and closing of the body, which is a whole lot more visible than if we didn't have this this tabbing structure, that we would just had a whole mess of code here, HTML code. We wouldn't be able to differentiate where the opening and closing tags. And also, when you're starting out with HTML, sometimes you might forget those closing tags. So another good way to make sure that you're always adding in these closing tags and opening and closing properly. And this is another thing that Atom does pretty good, because it gives us the ability, when we click on these tags, that we see the opening, we see the closing tags that are the combination for the entire element. So when we click on it, we see the element, opening and closing, and the contents in between. Next lesson, we're going to dive back into writing some HTML code and getting more familiar with different tags that are available when we create our HTML code. And a lot of these are, it's just important to be aware that they're there. You don't need to memorize them. It's just something that, if you're aware that it's there, if you ever come across needing to structure your code in a certain way, present it in a certain way without the CSS, then these are just tags that you can use in order to present that content in a way for the web user. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, I want to quickly go over again that white space that we were looking at earlier. We saw that if we had a ton of white space, we don't actually see it being represented within our code. But what if we wanted to see this space? What if we wanted our code to output exactly as we've got it here within our HTML? So there are cases that you might need this, and if I refresh it, we can see we don't see any of that output change here. So we've changed some of that stuff up here, we don't see any change. And there is a tag that will actually allow us to use pre-formatted text. So however it is presented within our HTML, this is how it's going to be output within the viewable area as well. And we see that when I refresh it. So basically, as we see it within our source code, it gets presented out here when we use the tag PRE. So that's just for the pre-formatted text, and it creates it in basically as it's laid out within the file. The HTML white space is also represented here. So if we added in a bunch of white space there, refresh it, we can see that that gets added in. So again, there are instances when you might want to use this type of element. It might be necessary in order for you maybe to present something. You've got a bunch of white space. Maybe you're copying and pasting something, and you don't want to go through all the trouble of having to add in paragraphs and set it and all of this, and you want to simply copy and paste it in, or you bring in some content dynamically, and you want it to look exactly the way that it's set out within the file, so including all the white space without having to turn it into HTML. This is the way to do it. So always with these tags, there is a use case for them. A lot of times you might not need to use them, they might not be necessary, but in some cases it might be necessary. So again, depending on how you want to output this content, take a look at it and use the appropriate tag in order to output that content. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at some additional characters that you might want to include within your HTML, and you might not have a way to add them in just through your keyboard. So there's different ways to add in characters if you need to have them within your output. So we're going to take a look at that in the upcoming lesson. When you're developing websites, sometimes there's a case that you need to have different characters that you might not be able to find on your keyboard. And that's where we use ASC2 characters. So take, for instance, if you want copy copyright, well, there's no key on your keyboard for copyright. So how do you do that? How do you add that to your web page? And there are a lot of cases for just creating these different characters and adding them in. So it's really super easy to do with HTML, and this is all done within the source code of the HTML. So see here within the source code, when I open that up, I don't have a copyright symbol within the source code. I've got this and, copy, and the semicolon. So basically this is the character that represents copy. So when your browser is rendering out and it's looking through your HTML code, it knows when it hits this and symbol, it knows that it's looking for a character. And the type of character that's looking for is represented here between these two characters here. So the and the semicolon, it knows that you're actually looking to copy that out. So this is something that we can do within our HTML code, and we see when we put a space there and we refresh it. Actually, I need to save that. So that's gone. So it just goes back to the and copy. So let's take a look at different characters. And when you are developing websites, there's one thing that a lot of times we use a lot of web resources. So before we look at any of the ASC2 characters, and of course you wouldn't be memorizing all of these ASC2 characters, so some of the ones that you might use more often, you might memorize like copy, but you wouldn't be typically memorizing. So we always need a way to be able to reference HTML, and also with the tags. I did say that most of the tags are going to be very repetitive tags, and it is important just to be aware that there's a bunch of different tags out there. So you can see that if we go to w3.org, they have a listing of all the different tags. So they have HTML, head, title, we looked at meta, so we haven't looked at the style and link and base. So some of these are less commonly used. So we looked at, for the meta ones, we looked at the commonly used ones. These are for scripting, and then we looked at body, and so these are for different sectioning. So we had our H tags that we looked at. We looked at grouping of content, so paragraphs, HRs, BRs, the pre-formatted text, and then these are some other ways of grouping content which we are going to be looking at. And you can see there's quite a lot, and a lot of these really aren't used a lot. So there are just some common ones that are used. So it's always good to be able to have these as references. So W3.org is a great place to reference and find out more about HTML, and as well as the Mozilla Developer Network. So Mozilla.org, commonly known as the creator of Firefox, so web browser Firefox, and they have really good references here for HTML. So if you go into mozilla.org docs web HTML reference, we see that we can reference all the different HTML elements, and there's the element, there's a basic description of it, how it's used, and so on. So we see that really great reference. And really at the end of the day, there really aren't that many, although it does look like there's quite a bit, and we are going to be running through some of these in the upcoming lessons. But it's important to be able to research it, and if you do need to find that element, as long as you remember that it's existing and that you can format the text in a certain way, or you could present it in a certain way, that's all you really need in order to be able to then research it and go into one of these websites and get more information about that element. So going into this, we talked about the character references, and what we have here on w3.org is we've got a listing of all of the different types of characters that we can use. And so some of these are fairly common. So we've got the copyright, or the registered sign, we've got the copyright that we looked at, and there's a number of different ways that we can represent this sign. So we see that we had a lowercase that we used. We can also do it uppercase, and we can also use it by these characters. So I can take something like this, place it within my HTML source code, and we can see that, again, Adam is smart enough to kind of blue it out a little bit there, and we can see that it produces that same sign. So it's not that one is better than the other, it's just whatever characters, however you get used to writing these characters, it's okay. You can do it either way. You can do it as well. A lot of people will use the character set as the different characters there. So we've got the hash and then the 169. So that represents a number of different characters, and we go out here, we can refresh it. And we know that 169, so this is a hexadecimal value. So we know that 169, we can go to 170, so that's that character. And all of these numbers will represent something different, and it gets displayed differently on our web page. So it's not really necessary to be familiar with all of these, but if you do need to use them, and maybe you don't even want to use explanation or you don't want to use your quotes, you can go and you can select these characters and use them within your source code. And even when you're looking for different language characters, this is another great resource to do that, and we see that there's always several different options for those character sets. And going back down, so we've got all of the different letters there, the Greek letters, we've got a bunch of symbols here, and just really a whole percentages, so that we've got our fractions there, we've got arrows if we need them, and we can bring these in. So maybe if we want to have a left-right squiggle arrow, for whatever reason we wanted it within our web page, we can bring it in and we can represent it that way. And this is uniform across browsers, so for the most part you should be able to use all of these characters. It's always good to check about the compatibility of these characters for different browsers, but for the most part the browsers should be able to interpret this, and they already have access to this type of library built in, so they know which characters you want to output. And always, whenever you're typing stuff, make sure that you do try it out as well, just to make sure that it does show up within the browser. So I didn't actually copy that one right, but I'm just going to try to copy that one. So I'm just picking some interesting ones now, and again, it's not really for memorizing. Just be aware that if you do need to use these characters for whatever reason, the resource is there, and this is a great spot to go and pick up those characters. And there's a number of places you can search online and you can get the same codes to access these characters. And of course, working with characters, it's always fun, so check it out, try it out for yourself, see what different characters and what you can produce within your web page. Welcome to our exercise in trying to recreate some HTML code that we see within our browser. So here I've got an example of what we're looking at within our browser, and now it's up to you to take what you've learned in the previous lessons and try to recreate this within your own browser. So without looking at the source code, try to take a look at this code and write out how you think that what the actual source code behind this presentation is going to be. And then upcoming, I'm going to walk you through how we can recreate this within our own editors. So take a second now, pause the video, look at this, the way it's being laid out, so we can see that this is a heading here. I'll give you a few hints. These are a couple paragraphs here. I've got some horizontal lines. I've got a list of tags. I've got a line break there, and I've got a copyright sign there. And try to recreate this as best as possible, and pause the video and let's take a look at the solution coming up. So by now I hope you've paused the video, you've given it your best shot to try to recreate that. So let's start by just simply copying out the text here, and I'm going to use CodePen for this. So see that I've got all of this text here, and really it's just, there's not really much to this text. I've just got it set out within just a big block of text here. So let's add some formatting, and maybe we can do a split screen here, and we can see that initially coming in, I'm going to shrink this down as well so we can split the screen. I'm going to have the HTML on the right hand side here, and let's take a look at our first line there. So we've got welcome to my website, and we saw that this is a heading tag. So let's go ahead and add our H1s, wrap the H1s around that text, and we can see that it automatically does that here in the display area. So that's good. So that looks right. The next line, so we've got some spacing there. We could try doing a line break here, but when we go over to here, we see that, well, it doesn't really look quite right. We don't have that spacing below between the two lines, so we know that it's not a line break, it's actually going to be a paragraph. So let's add in a paragraph tag, and we know for paragraphs we have to close paragraphs as well. So open and close paragraphs, and this one as well looks like a paragraph, so let's give it a shot. And now we see that we're starting to look more like that. And next we see we've got a line there, a horizontal line there, and we've got list of the tags, and we see that this is without any formatting. So we know that all of this area here, this is that pre-formatted text that we had looked at earlier. So maybe we could add that in. And the pre-formatted text, we'll just take however we've got it displayed, and we see that when we're displaying it, it's not exactly right here. So let's add in a space there, and now we see that we've got it roughly looking more and more like what we're expecting. So let's go take a look at this. We're missing the horizontal lines. We see that we've got a horizontal line there between the line break. So let's add that one in. So we've got our horizontal line. We've got another horizontal line here, so we can add in an HR there. And we see that now, so we've got that same spacing there between the line break, the pre-formatted text, so that looks right. We know that if we bring it up to here, we're going to lose some of that spacing because again, it's that pre-formatted text. So we know we're creating that, adding in all of this additional white space in there. So that looks correct. And then lastly, so I did copy out that copyright symbol, and within CodePen it actually allowed me to do that. But let's do the proper character for that. So that's the and, copy, and the semicolon. And we see that now we were able to successfully recreate the source code. Let's do a quick tidy up of it. And basically, now we have recreated that source code. So this was just a quick exercise. It doesn't, as long as you got it roughly looking like what we were expecting, that's good, because it's always good to practice that HTML. And the more you try to practice it, you can also go to your favorite websites, try to recreate that HTML code. Of course, most of them will have styling, so you won't be able to get it to look exactly the way that they want it without applying the styling, but you should be able to create that basic structure of where those HTML tags are opening and closing, and maybe start getting that basic HTML structure out. So again, practice as much as possible and try it out for yourself in order to get more familiar with what those HTML tags can do. Welcome back, and in this section we're going to dive deep into more HTML markup. So just right now we're going to look at a lot of different HTML markup. So for formatting your code and your content, you can use all of this markup, so it helps you bring out different content and basically highlight different pieces of content. So again, it's still for the inline text, so applying meaning, structure, styling of the words, and just creating something different with that text. So open up your editor, and I've got just some basic random text that I've got in here. I did keep the H1 and the paragraphs there, but we're going to mainly be looking at this chunk of text here, and we're going to apply some semantic text. So just something different happening with that text. And the first one that we've got on our list there, so we've got small, we've got mark, we've got delete. So let's take a look and see how these render out within the browser. So going over to here, so let's say for instance I've got random text, but I want it to make it small. So what do you think that small actually does to the text that's included within those tags? So I've surrounded that first random text with the small tag, and when I refresh it, we see that in fact that text is made smaller. So just really simple, and it is semantic, and semantic basically the meaning of the tag carries really what it does. So going back to that, there's not really that much that you need to memorize with your HTML. A lot of it is just so intuitive. So we know that small makes it small, so what do you think that big does? And if you think that big makes it big, then you are correct. And this is just very obvious stuff that we see some smaller text there, and we've got some big text there. So on the other side we've got small, one side we've got small, one side we've got big. So we did have some other markup here. So we've got one called mark. And what do you think mark is going to do to the content that's contained within there? So mark, when I refresh it, it basically does a highlight of the text. So this is a quick way to mark or highlight the text. So maybe a better word would have been highlight, but we can use mark, and essentially that gives us a way to distinguish some of that text that we've got, just a bunch of text there. So next thing that maybe we want to take a look at, and I'm just going to add some line breaks here, so I know it's just so that we've got some distinction between what we're working on here on the left-hand side and our output here on the right-hand side. So we've got some breaks there. So we can easily pick that out. So next, let's look at DEL. So DEL, typically short for delete. And what do you think DEL will do? So we've got that random text here. When we refresh it, it does a line through. So essentially, if you're editing and if you want to delete some text, mark, delete. So it does the same thing. There's also some options here for subscript and subscript. So basically what that does is, so if you have a number and you have a smaller number, maybe this number is sub, or maybe I shouldn't use 4 because I've already used that. So we've got sub there, and refresh it. So it does that, brings it down. So if we want to do the same thing, let's do another line break there and make some space there. And we'll indent that because we've got the rest of it indented. So the opposite of sub is sup. So let's show you what sup does. So sup brings it up to the top. Sub brings it down to the bottom. And again, very intuitive stuff here. There's nothing really that should be surprising as to what this markup is doing. And it's not really essential to memorize all this markup. It's just something that we can use when we are creating our content, allowing us to create some structure. So block quote. So block quote is used fairly often. That gives us the ability to, and block quote actually has some styling with it. So it's not just a markup that's inline. We see that block quote actually really distinguishes itself out of the rest of that text. So it gives it our own section, our own line of that HTML. And we can see that when we hover over it and we do an inspect here and going back down, we can see that it takes this whole big block here. So this is one of the things that we see with some of this markup, that it carries some styling with it as well, some default styling with it as well. And this is just, again, another way to represent content. So the next few are going to be a little bit more tricky. So we've got a B, and we've got closing B. And then just underneath, I'm going to add another one that's strong. And I'm going to close that off at the same spot. And this is one that is often kind of confusing, and the reason it's confusing is because essentially it does the exact same thing. And when you look at it, you don't really see a distinction. But there really is a distinction between the two, and this distinction really comes into play when we've got someone using a screen reader. Maybe some mobile phones, they display it differently. And B is essentially bold, strong is stronger, or bold as well. And bold is, it basically allows you to emphasize some of the content, the same as strong. And strong is actually is semantic. So this is the newer way of doing the bold. So initially when they were coming up with HTML, we didn't have semantic meaning behind all of the elements. and that's where the B's were coming in and they were placed in as bold, and they weren't really they weren't semantic, they weren't done within the new way of doing it where we've got meaning behind the tags. So bold isn't really used often anymore. So it's some people will still use it because it's shorter than writing strong, but try to stick to writing strong instead of bold. And just the reasoning is that this is just the newer way of doing it, and it allows us to create that same effect and emphasize, but they're still explicit, so basically they're not semantic, and we want the semantic meaning whenever we're writing text. And this goes the same for I. So I was typically for italic content, and now it's been replaced with EM, so that's for emphasized, and it's going to look the same. So just to let you know that it looks the same, but try to use the latter ones. So we see that it looks the same, but again, there's just different meaning when we're looking at screen readers, and some of the browsers will render this out slightly differently as well. And now as well, the idea is that when you want to bold some text, you should actually be using style sheets instead of bolding it. So that's where strong actually holds different meaning than the bold, because with bold we could use that within style sheets. And within style sheets we can't create something strong and have that same meaning within a screen reader. So we've got the next one, so use to underline. We've got strike text, we've got acronym, quote, cite. So just run through these really quickly as well. So again, you don't need to really memorize all of these, but it's just good to know that they're there, and if you ever do need to write it out within your HTML, you know you've got that and you've seen what they do. So underline or U, very straightforward. U, it's not semantic as well, but it will create an underline on that text. And next we wanted to look at, so we've got strike. So strike, what do you think strike does? It's kind of semantic there. It kind of gives you an idea of what to expect. So essentially it's striking through. So it's doing the same thing that delete. So strike and delete look very, very similar. And again, remember that we're trying to use the more semantic meaning, and if we're just deleting, it's usually best to keep that within CSS when we're developing our sites. So we also have ones like acronyms. I never really see this one used a lot. So this is semantic again, and we'll just do closing slash there, refresh that. And some of them we don't actually see anything really happening, so we need to make sure that we're using in the right situations. Next one that we want to look at is quoted, and then we've got cite that we're going to look at. So quoted is just a Q, and close off that quoted. And these are all of the content that is in the middle actually gets this styling applied. So quoted simply does the quotes around it. So it's a kind of neat way, instead of using your default quotes, we get a way to quote some text. So that's also really useful. And a lot of this is very useful when you've got just when you're using this text in different ways of presenting it. We've got cite as well. So cite. And then lastly, we've got code. So if we're actually writing out some code and we want it represented within the web page, we can do that as well. So we can write out that code. So if we had some HTML or something we want to represent it different than the rest of the text, we could do that. Cite looks at similar to the italic, so it does incline it slightly a little bit. Actually, I should update this before we finish up, that acronym actually, it's another one that's been replaced. So typically you would use the abbreviated. So again, putting it into context, so if we had World Wide Web, so www, we would include something like a title, World Wide Web. So just to use it properly within the right context here, so we've got this www. We see when we use the abbreviated that we've got that short form there, so it does that kind of underline there. So I don't know if you could see that, but I'll make it a little bit bigger there. So it does that underline there, and when we hover over, it shows the title there, so the unabbreviated part. So that's typically how we would use that abbreviated version or the acronym. So the acronym now we're not using, but use that abbreviated instead. So that's a quick summary of a lot of different tags and a lot of different things that they can do. So do check these out, play around with them, try them out for yourself, and see what you can make happen within your HTML source code, and see how all the different styling that gets applied within your text content. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to look at links. So web pages aren't a whole lot of fun without links, because links give us the ability to hop from one to the other and check out different pages, stringing them all together in a series of links, giving the user the ability to navigate through different pages and connect to different content online. So links really are what the web is all about. Every web page you're going to find links. So some of the links are links within the page itself. Some of the links might be links to different channels, like so we've got YouTube links, Google links, so links going outside of the current website. So we've got things like a Facebook link and so on. So typically websites will have different links and different ways to connect to the various content. And this is one of the more important parts of web pages, is creating these links. You need links for navigation. You can also use links to represent different areas of your website. So for instance, if you wanted to link to some content, I'm going to create a whole bunch of these line breaks. And the reason I'm doing this, there actually is a reason that I'm doing this. So I wanted to add in some content, but I want it to be way down at the bottom. Down at the bottom. And let's also add in an H2 here. So maybe this is H2 and this content is way down here. So when I refresh it, we have to actually scroll to get to that content. And I'll show you what we can do with links to create bookmarks, so that we can give the user, if we've got a ton of content that we're presenting on our page, and I know this is just different, we've got a bunch of line breaks here, but let's pretend that there's maybe a ton of content in there. If we've got images, and we want the user to be able to see that there's even more content at the bottom without actually having to scroll down there. So we can use links for that as well. So all of this talk about links, let's jump into our editor and start creating some of these links. And really links are one of the fun parts of HTML, because that gives you the ability to string things together, make some connections, and start building out a website instead of just a web page. So opening up our editor, the first thing that we're going to look at is just a basic hyperlink. So if, for instance, so let's say I've got a navigation section and I've got maybe a few links here. So we've got home, and I'm going to separate them by line breaks right now, and we are going to update this. I'll talk more about the nav tag as well as we go through it. But for instance, our web page might have a number of different areas to it. So we've got a home page, we've got an about, we've got a contact area, and all of this is contained within the nav bar. So we've got a number of different items here that potentially we want to link out to. So let's add that in. So hyperlinks, so it's the anchor text, and I'll just do an A and closing A, because again, we're nesting that content in the middle, but when I refresh it, we don't have any way, it's not being actually distinguished. And because we haven't actually done anything with this link, we've specified that it's an anchor tag, but we haven't given any type of action. So if the user clicks it, we don't know we haven't told the browser what we want to happen when this user clicks it. And that's where we need to go back to what we looked at earlier with the meta tags, where we had this attribute information. And the attribute is really the key to letting the browser know, creating that communication, and letting the browser know what we want to happen with this link. And the attribute that we're going to be using is href. So href will help specify what web page we want to link out to. So for instance, for the home page, let's just link out to index.html because we did create that index.html. So when I refresh it, we see that we get this underline here. When I click it, we don't really see anything happening, but we are actually going over to the index page. So now, for instance, if I was to take this and if I save this to about.html, so now I've got an about page. I can, actually I'll add in the about as well as a link here. So href and we'll just about.html. And then close off that anchor. So now when I refresh it, and I just created on the about page, so that's why we don't see it on index. So let's just go to about page physically. So we see that we've got our about page, and then we've got a link to about, but we have our link to index as well. So we can quickly go back to our home page, our index page, and you'll see that those links change as we click them. And basically that's the browser redirecting where we're located and where we're actually looking, what page we're actually looking at. And when it comes to linking, the reason we're able to just do about.html is because this link is relative. So it's all sitting, when I open up my files here and I'm going to open up that folder tree, we can see that about is sitting there, index is sitting there. I can open up index, I can open about. They're both separate pages. And we've got that file structure, so they're just linking within one another. So let's take this one step further and let's create one for href. And I just space these out a little bit better so they're more readable. And cheat here, grabbing that about, and then I copy and paste them both so that they're both the same. So we've got that about, and maybe instead of the line break, I'll just put some pipes in there for now to separate out that content. And close off that one, and we need an href, so we're going to href this to contact HTML, but let's put contact into a separate folder. So it's going to be still within that same file, it's still going to be within our relative file, it's still going to be able to link to it, but it's not going to be sitting on our basic directory. So just going to do a quick copy and paste here, create another space there. And I'm going to clean up this one here so that it looks the same. And now I'm going to take this one and I'm going to save it as, and I'm going to create new file, new folder. So I'll just call it temp. And then within there, I'll create contact.html. So there we go. So now we've got a folder within our file structure. We've got the two files on the root. And when we go to our web pages, so we've got our index page, we've got, so let's go back to index, we've got the hyperlinks here, so we can link out to about, we can link out to home, and we can link out to contact. Now watch what happens when I link to contact. We get page not found. And that's because we haven't actually specified the correct path to get to contact. So it's not sitting on the root directory with index and about, which are sitting on the root directory. It's sitting in a folder called temp. And when you are creating your web pages, it's always a good idea to structure your web pages. So if you've got multiple pages, you're expecting a lot of pages, you don't want to clutter up this root area. You want to create a nice folder structure. So inevitably, you might need to link to different pages. You might have a bunch of pages in one folder or another. So in order to link to a folder, we just do something like this. So we write out temp, and this is similar to what we're doing just up here when we're looking for the file, because this is a local file. We're just doing the temp / and now when I save index, and if I refresh, if I go to contact, we see that we found our contact page. So it's simply sitting in that folder there. And now one of the other problems that we're facing is when I click About, it's actually looking, it thinks that About is sitting in that same folder as Temp, which it's obviously not. So we need to make some updates to our contact file, and we see that when we go back to contact, so this contact HTML file is within contact. When I click it, we're still staying in the same place, which is what we want, but we still want to be able to link to About and Home, and they're basically one directory down from contact. So in order to navigate down those two directories, we use two dots and a slash. So saving that, refreshing. Now when I go to About, it sends me to the right location. So that's what we need to do in order to get our folder structure and be able to navigate and connect to the right pages. So now when I refresh it, it doesn't matter. I can go through any one of these pages and all of the linking is done properly. In the next lesson, we're going to look deeper into linking and how we can link to all of that content that we created here at the bottom, how we can link to that bookmark, create a bookmark, link to that content, send the user down there, and how we can link to external pages. So that's coming up in the next lesson. The previous lesson, we got introduced to links, and we saw how cool links are and how they can connect different web pages together, allowing the user to go from one page to the next. But what happens if your web page actually isn't within your folder structure? So let's say, for instance, I all of a sudden, for some reason, want to link out to Google within my web page. So how do I do that within my code? Let's open that up, and I'm going to create a web page down here. I'm going to just write go Google, or maybe we'll just go to Google. So let's do it within the same way. I'm going to hide that tree because we don't need to look at that anymore. And we want to look at this go to Google, and we want to actually create a hyperlink within our source code so the user can simply click it and they can go to Google. So how do you think that we could go about doing that? And I'll give you a hint. It's very similar to what we were doing earlier, except there's a few things that you need to take into consideration. So we know that to go to Google, this will create that hyperlink there. We've got the link there. Go to Google. When we click it, nothing happens because we haven't specified where we're going. So we could go to www.google.com, do something like that, refresh it, click it, and what happened now? We ended up going to try to go to a file under our folder structure called www.google.com. And this is where protocols come in and how protocols work, because if we actually go to google.com or google.ca, it's probably going to redirect. We see that we've got some additional protocol information in front of there. So we've got https://www.google. And for us, we're at file://Google. So this is where it's important to note how we get to different web pages. And if we want to go to, if we want the browser to use this as its location of where we're sending the user, then we need to specify that. Just as we did with the different files that were located within the directory. So we had those relative file paths that we had looked at earlier, and all of these were relative to our own web page or website. This one is not in our web page, and this requires an absolute link because it's no longer within our structure, and we need to specify the protocol and then go out to the page. So watch what happens here, because we're going to also have to make another adjustment here. So we click to go to Google. Well, it took us to Google, but it bumped us out of our own web page. So this is not ideal by any means, especially if you're trying to keep traffic on your website. You don't want to be sending people off to different websites, because once they're at Google, the chances of them navigating back to your website are very slim. So there is something we can do about it, and what HTML gives us, they give us the ability to specify a target. So target is really cool because this gives us the ability to say where we want the actual browser to open up this new page, or this page, this hyperlink. So by default, it just opens up on itself, and that's what was happening now. But we want, ideally, if we're sending someone off to Google, well, we want them to open up their own tab or their own browser tab. So now when I refresh it, I click it, we see that it actually opened up a new tab there, and now people can navigate through Google and do whatever the hell they want on Google. And then when they close it down, they are brought back to our website because that tab was still open. So this is really useful when you're planning your navigation of your pages, because ideally try to keep people on your website as much as possible and use the target attribute in order to specify where you're sending people. So also keeping that in mind, we had some additional options. So we've got blank is just a new window, tab or tab. Parent opens up the parent in the frame. So if we have, for instance, and we are going to look at frames later on, so if we have our web page and we've got it wrapped within another web page, which you can do in HTML, those are called frames, and we want to break out of that frame, we want to control where the user goes from that frame, we can also do that within target. So the next lesson, we're finally going to get to this content here right at the bottom, and I'm going to show you how to create a bookmark and link to that content within your HTML code. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to look at how we can bookmark content within the web page and using hyperlinks to link to that content. So that's a pretty neat thing with HTML, is because they've got a lot of options. Pretty much for anything you need to do, you can do it right within your HTML. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger because we need to focus on several different factors within our HTML code. So we saw earlier that we created some code, and we've got some hidden stuff here right at the bottom, and you can see you've got a scroll bar there, but the user would typically need to scroll down all the way to this content. And so sometimes you've got some content, and maybe you've got different sections of your website and you've got a lot of content, but you don't want people to necessarily miss that content. This is where you can use bookmarks. So let's say something up here that, did you know there is cool stuff below? And what we can do is we can hyperlink that cool stuff there. So refresh the page. So I'm going to save that, and I just put that in about. So I'm going to take that out of about, and I'm going to go back down to here so we can work with just the index page. So we've got this phrase here, did you know there's cool stuff below? We're going to wrap a hyperlink around there, and just going to leave it blank for now, and around that cool stuff. So we've got a link here, and what we want to happen is when I click this link, I'm not taking it to another file. I want to keep it within that same file, but I want us to be able to scroll down, or the browser to scroll the user down to this additional content. And the way to do this is using the ID attribute. So let's just call this cool stuff down here at the bottom. So you could literally name this whatever you want, and creating these additional attributes. So within elements of HTML, you can add in attributes, and remember again, these attributes, it's not for the user to be able to see that I've got this given in an ID of cool stuff, but it's more for the browser to be able to understand that this section of content now we're referring to as cool stuff. So we see here that whenever we hover over it, whenever we inspect it here, we've got the H2 and we've got cool stuff. So that just basically means that the browser now has an ID for this section of content, and since we've given an ID and we've identified it, we can now refer to it within our HTML, and if we refer to it, that means we can link to it. So let's try that out here, and we've got this ID called cool stuff, and we're going to do href cool stuff, refresh it, and we'll see if this works. Because now we've got a link to the cool stuff, but something still went wrong, because just like when we tried it with Google, it's still trying to find a file called cool stuff. Because remember, not all files would need to have these extensions, HTML, so really there's no way that the browser can know that what we're thinking of doing. And this is where we need to be more specific with what we're actually trying to access. And by adding in that hash symbol, and I'm going to refresh it, and now whenever I click that, it brings us to that correct section of our code. So clicking it, and we've effectively created a bookmark. So going through our code, we needed a way to identify the section that we were thinking we wanted to link to, and then over here we needed to be able to specify that we want to link to that section, but we needed a way to distinguish it as an ID and not an actual file. And we were able to do this by adding that hash and then still specifying the name. So the name can literally be anything that we want, and this is the way that we can create bookmarks. And bookmarks are super useful because this gives us the ability to kind of link between different areas. So if I had this one and if I called it top, and I've got way down at, so I've got the user way down at the bottom, I want to go back up. Let's create a hyperlink around there. So href, and how did we do that again? We need to specify top, close that off, and then the content that we want as part of the link would add in that href. So let's try this out again now. So we've got cool stuff down here at the bottom, and I'm going to make it big again so that we've got quite a bit of scrolling. So to save our users the trouble of scrolling, we've linked back up to the top. So now we see that when the user clicks that, I'm going to close that part there, we can go down to the bottom, we can go back to the top, and we have more control of where our user ends up simply by adding in and updating our HTML code. Now in the next lesson, we're going to show you one more way of linking. So typically, sometimes you might want to link to an email address, and I'm going to show you how to do that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to finish off our linking by tying up our loose end of how do we link to an email address. So sometimes the case is you've created a website and you want people to get a hold of you. So maybe we'll go into the contact there and email me now. So we've got this some text here. We've got email me now. Let's go over to the content. We've got email me now. Let's create a hyperlink around it because we want the user to be able to click it, and we want some type of link. We want to be able to guide the user what we want to happen when they click this link. So let's refresh it. We've got a hyperlink now. So we could, for instance, create an email address. So my email address at gmail.com. It probably is somebody's email address, so maybe we'll just update this to example blah blah. So just do a really long email address. So what do you think is going to happen now if I click it and we try to go to this page? So what do you think is going to happen? Do you think the browser's smart enough to know it's an email address, or what do you think is going to happen? And we're still on that same issue that we saw earlier with Google and with the bookmarking, where by default it just thinks it's another file located on our server, and it doesn't really understand that this is an email address. So much like what we had to do with the different with the ID, where we need to specify, give the browser a little bit more clue of what we want to do, we can add in mail to at my email address. And now when I click it, it's actually going to try to send an email, a default email to that email address using the whatever email client is set up on the computer system that you're on. So for instance, in my case, it will try to open up Outlook, but I don't have a default client set up. So if I did have a default client set up, it would open up Outlook and it would pop up an email and it would configure that email address in the send column. But because I don't have it set up, it's not actually, doesn't really know what to do. So the browser by default will try to send an email if there's an email client configured on the user's computer. So this is something to keep in mind as well when you are using the Mail To, that this isn't always 100%. It does work really well on mobile devices because most mobile browsers will have a default email client set up. So they'll have, usually people will have an app for an email and it will be set up to their email address. So on mobile devices, this works really well. On desktops, not everybody will have that set up, the client set up. So it's not always 100%. And there are better ways to get users to send emails or to connect with you. But this is a default for HTML. So if you need to use it, just keep in mind that it might not be available to everyone that's using it, and there might be a better way to present this. So this is why sometimes you do see these, sometimes you don't. But if you are using mobile devices, and if a lot of your clients, your users are looking at mobile devices, this might be a good way to do that, to connect to and automatically set up that email connection. In this exercise, we're going to create a navigation bar in order to link out to the different pages within our website, as well as linking out to maybe a Facebook or a YouTube channel, so out to our social media account. So first of all, let's create those hyperlinks. So starting out with maybe a list of where we want to link out. So we'll link out to our home page. We might also have a portfolio, so we might want to link out to that, an About Me page, contact page. So those are typically where we would want to link out to. And then lastly, maybe we want to link out to our Facebook account. So all of these, the top 4 are going to be linked within our website, and then the last one is going to be linked out to an external site. So let's add in all of that the text, the HTML, in order to create these links. So href, and we're going to link out to index.html as our home page. So this is our starting page, and this is where we want to link out to. And close off that anchor text. And I'm going to use pipes in order to separate it. So it's just that character on your keyboard. You need to usually shift up for that one, and it's just slightly above the enter key. Next, we want to link out to our portfolio. And we're going to create, maybe we'll create a file called HTML, portfolio HTML. And close that one off. And again, we're going to add in that pipe. So it's also important to note too that you can use double quotes, you can use single quotes as well within the structure of your attribute. So both of them will work. Typically, I usually use double quotes, but again, you could use double or single depending on what your preference is. And notice as well that we don't have to have that same content here. We can call it something different if the need is there. Next, let's create out that about page. So we're linking out to about.html and close that off. So lastly, let's link out to the contact page. So contact.html. And notice that we're not adding in any of the targets yet, because we don't need to be specific for targets, but for Facebook, we are actually going to need to specify the target of the page we want to link out to. So remember again that this is an external link, so we have to include that full URL path to the site of where we want to link out to, and then this would be linking out to wherever we want the link to land. And we need to add in a target as well. So the target that we want it to specify is going to be blank. So that's just that underscore blank. That's the target page that we want to go to, or that's where we want our browser to go to. And social. And close that off. So now we've created a brand new file called nav.html, and we've gone through and we've created out essentially a navigation bar that we can use within our website. So let's take a look and see what this looks like within the browser. Opening that up, we see that we've got essentially a really nice, neat looking, I should add in an extra space there so to keep it consistent, and refresh that. So there we've got our essential navigation bar ready to go for our website. And we can see that this will actually go to our index page. We don't have a portfolio page yet, which we need to create, contact page. And sometimes it is a good idea to make sure that you do click through all of the different pages in order to make sure that things are functioning as you intended them to.
Welcome back. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and on a website, pictures are a really great way to engage users and provide them some visually appealing content to look at. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to bring images into. Welcome back. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and on a website, pictures are a really great way to engage users and provide them some visually appealing content to look at. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to bring images into your HTML code. And I've got a couple examples here of websites. So these are some more placeholder websites, and they give us the ability to just get some image content in order to use while we're developing our web pages. If we don't have any images readily available on our computer, then we can always use this placeholder content. So the image tag is really easy and straightforward to add in to our web page. So we've got our web page that we've been developing over here, and now over to that index page, that home page. So I do have it really big here, so I'll zoom it down a little bit more, and maybe right at the bottom, or we've got our cool stuff here, so maybe just somewhere around here we want to have an image. So let's add in that image, so img tag. And an image tag is a really interesting tag because we wouldn't have something where we've got our image information and whatever, and then we'd have a closing img. So this just wouldn't make any sense, because where we would hold our image information, what happens if we add an additional text? So if we had a link here to our image, what would happen? It just doesn't make any sense. So let's take, for instance, I'm going to get cat picture here. And so I'm just going to grab, so I'm going to get that image address, and I'll open it up and we'll place it in here. So let's say, for instance, we've got our cat image there, and I can actually do it differently than that. So I can set the size that I want to output. And I believe it's like that. So we'll just do cat. So this actually wouldn't work because it doesn't really do anything. It's just regular text. So that's why this is not correct, and we need to use attributes once again for image. So images need to provide a source for the image. So it's src. So that's the short form for source, and we place the URL of the image. So now I can go out to the web page, I can refresh it, and we can see that we've successfully brought an image into our web page. And I didn't link out properly to that, so let me take a closer look at this. I open up in the browser, it was actually cats, not cat was the path. So if I want an image that's 400 by 400, and if it's a cat, I need to type in cats, and that way I can pull in an image of a cat and make a really nice cat website if I want to make a cat website. So we've got a number of different cats, and every time I'm refreshing it, it's showing me different images. And that's because I'm using that placeholder image. So if you actually had this image downloaded to your computer, then you can simply link out to it. Downloaded it to my local drive, I can open up my editor here, I can toggle the tree, and I can see I've got a cat there. So I can actually just link out to this file if I wanted to. So I could just link out to the image file. So let's just copy that out here, and let's link out to cat,
because this is going to be a local file, so I don't need to specify that full path. I don't need that full path, just as what we're doing up here, the relative paths, because this is simply sitting on my root directory. So if I want to see cat, I just need to link out to that source. So if I refresh it, and this one now is going to always stay the same because this is an actual file that's sitting on my system. Now with the images, we do have some options for attributes. So we saw that earlier here that we've got some additional attributes here. So we've got this one called ALT. So that's short for alt. And what alt does is, let me show you what alt does. It gives you the ability for an attribute to specify what that image is. And there's a few uses and for a few reasons why you might want to do this. So for instance, I wrote out that I've got a cat picture there, and when I go out over to here, I can see that really there's nothing different that's changed. But if the user that's coming in is using a screen reader, then they're going to be able to see what this image is and what's intended within this image from that alt tag. That's why it's super important that you always include alt tags into your images. And another thing that is really important is if I refresh it, and if there's no image available, we see that the browser actually outputs within the image there, creates this kind of image icon and writes the text from the alt tag there. So again, it helps the browser better interpret what this image is supposed to be, and if the image isn't showing up for whatever reason, you've linked out to the wrong image or it's been removed off your server, then you can still have some kind of representation for the user to be able to take a closer look and see what was meant to be contained in there. So really good practice to get into to add alt tags into your images. So the next thing that we do have as well, so we've got a width and a height. So these are more attributes that you see typically within images. You'll see a width and a height being controlled, and this is really, a lot of this is going away when it comes to styling, because best practice is to keep it within styling, but it is just worth a mention that we do have the ability to set a width of an image. And going in this way, when we go back to the image, so that's actually not the right one, but we see that when I go back down to 100%, we see that this image quick correction there, that shouldn't be a colon, that should be an equal sign. So when I go and I look at this image, now it's really small, it's only 100%. And notice the really interesting thing here that keeping in mind as well when you're doing styling, that when we set a width, that if we don't set a height, then it automatically reproportions the size of that image. So now if we set a height, then we can force it to be 200 pixels if we want, and that's going to mess around with our dimensions of our cat. This makes him a whole lot taller and thinner, and it forces us to use those dimensions. That's something to keep in mind even when you're doing CSS, that by default, if you only provide one of these attributes in styling, or whether it's an attribute, it will automatically keep the dimensions the same way. So we noticed that that image was 400 by 400. So when I keep that image at 400, it remains 400 wide by 400 height. And then just going back to how we're linking to the images, if it's an external image, make sure you include that full path to that image, so wherever it's located. And the full path is the same thing that if I go and if I add it in the browser, it will bring me to that image itself. And then this local path here, so this is the same thing that if I want to actually browse to this image, I can go within my computer, because this is where it's located on my computer. It's located in this folder /cat.jpg. So that's the way to link to images, and it's as easy as that to bring images into your web pages. In this lesson, we're going to add in 4 images into our portfolio page of our website. So the exercise is just to practice creating those images and setting them up within your HTML code. And if you're looking for images, there's lorem pixel, so they've got some dummy images there, placeholder images, and there's also placehold it. And the really cool thing about placehold it is it's really easy to adjust the size of the images that you need. So you can really literally just go out to here and you can have the size of the image. And the other part of this exercise as well is we want to add in hyperlinks onto the images. So just as we've done earlier where we created hyperlinks and they link out to pages, we want to create some hyperlinks to link out to some of the images within our portfolio. So let's open up our editor and start adding in some images. So I've got that placeholder text there, so I'm going to just comment this out. And we're going to save this as portfolio.html. And so now we've got a path there that we can use images, and of course you can download those images as well onto your computer, and then you can link to them. Just remember, if you are uploading them to your server, you've got to upload them as well. So first of all, let's use the image tag, and we need to specify the source of where that image is located. So we've got this source over here, so maybe for the first one we'll keep it at that source, and then we can copy and paste. We want to have 4 images, and we may want to have varying images. And remember, we already have one image that we've downloaded, so let's just link over to that image. I'm going to show the toggle, the tree there. So we've got that cat JPEG. So let's link over to cat.jpg, and maybe we'll make this one a little bit bigger and this one a little bit taller, so it doesn't all fit in nice and neatly. And we're going to adjust the size of it using attributes and then also add in our hyperlinks. So let's go take a look and see what this looks like within the browser. So we can see what the images look like, and now we need to add in those hyperlinks. So we want to resize these images and get them to work as if they were kind of like thumbnails, and we want the user to be able to click these images and see the images at full size using hyperlinks. So let's open up our editor and let's build out those hyperlinks. So adding in those hrefs there, so the anchor text, and we're going to just simply link out to the image itself. And we do the same thing for that cat JPEG, and we link out to the cat JPEG. And what we're going to do now is we need to link out to a separate tab within the browser. So we're going to use target.html and copy those out just to save some time here. And so we've got target blank on all of them. Let's update those URLs to match with the images. I'm just going to move these to a new line so that we can better see the code. And then now what I wanted to do is I want to make an adjustment on the width. So let's take a look and see what this looks like right now. When I go out to the page, now I've added in the hyperlink, so there isn't much difference in the way it's being output right now, but when we click on it, we can see that we do have some action there, and we're being brought over to wherever that file is located. So whether it's located online or whether it's located locally, all of our hyperlinks are able to link out to the images that we've specified within our portfolio. Next, I wanted to adjust the size of the images. So let's set a width of the images to 100 pics so we can copy and paste those in. So now all of our images are going to be 100 pics in width. So essentially they can work as thumbnails and give the user the ability, if they do want to see the larger size, they can always click it and see that larger size of the image itself. And now lastly, let's create some separation, because we do have essentially those two. We've got the 4 images, and maybe we want to separate them out into 2 separate distinct rows. So I'm going to just use paragraphs in order to accomplish that. So opening paragraph, and then where I want to end that paragraph. So in this particular one, I'm going to have the 2 images. So opening and closing the paragraph tags, and let's save that, and open that up within our browser. So we've got a nice, neatly formatted layout now with the 4 images for our portfolio, and of course we can add in a whole bunch more images now that we've resized it to be a width of 100 pics. So we can have a portfolio with a ton of images, and if we actually want to make it bigger, we can maybe go to 200 pics, depending again on our design and our preferences for this project. So maybe we want to make it a little bit bigger, and I'll zoom it back to 100% and have our portfolio displayed like this. And of course now we have the option to add in even more images and output them for the user to be able to consume and see within our portfolio. Welcome back, and in this lesson we are going to look at lists. So lists provide us a way to better organize our content both within our source code as well as what we're presenting to our users that are browsing our website. So let's open up our editor and create a list. So if we had in our About section here, I'm going to get rid of quite a lot of this excess content. About us, and for instance if we had our About website, so we've got maybe a number of different things here. So we've got a paragraph here, and we enjoy coding, and whatever else we might have within this paragraph. So this is a great way to separate out content, but what if we wanted to actually list out what we actually enjoy? So our favorite things to do are, and let's just do a line break there, and we could do it listing them out within the line break. So this is under that About page. So refresh that, save that, refresh that. So we could do something like we've got line break, and then we've got, so favorite things to do, computers, and then do another line break. So maybe we like swimming, and maybe we like photography. And we could list out just different things that we enjoy within our website. So maybe we also like talking, and so on. So we could create a list like this. But it doesn't really look like a list. So the user coming in, well, you know, this is technically a list. We could style it within our HTML code. We could add the bullet points. We could add some dashes there and try to format it a little bit more so it looks a little bit more like a list. But within our source code, it actually doesn't really represent as a list. For the user, it doesn't really represent as a list. And this is where using actual lists within HTML is super useful, because they do have the ability to represent all this information in a nice formatted way. So the idea here for lists, so we could start this and we could create an unordered list. So that's UL is for unordered list, and opening and closing tags, so it should be a closing tag there. And this gives us the ability to distinguish that now this is going to be a list of content. This is all grouped together. So right away, it actually applies some styling where it moved it over and it applied some type of styling there. But these are all different items within the list, so we need to represent those. And using the line breaks is not a great way to go about doing this. And this is where list items come into place. So list items, opening and closing list items. I'm just going to create this on a new line. I'm going to copy out these tags, and I'm going to create them all as list items, and then update all the line breaks as list items as well. So now within our HTML code, we have a nice representation. When we're looking through our code, we can say, okay, this is definitely a list. We see all the content is nice and neatly grouped together here. And also the really cool thing is it's nice and neatly grouped together over here as well. So it creates these bullet points, and it makes it really easy if we add in more stuff into our list. So if we like hiking, we can really easily add that into the list and have that represented there. So maybe we just keep the formatting there the same, so uppercase. So this is a quick way to create a list in HTML. We see that we've got these bullet points, and we're able to present the content both within our code nice and neatly, as well as nice and neatly within our browser. So with lists, we do have a few more options within the lists, and as we know, there's not always the typical list. There might be different types of lists that we might want to represent. So let's take a look at how we can change this around. So what if we wanted to actually count the number of items here in the list. So we've got five items there. It's not really evident, but we want to list it in a particular order. And that's where we could change the unordered list, the UL, to an ordered list. So that's OL. And the really cool thing about it is that the list items work the same. So to change an unordered list to an ordered list, really easy to do. Just change that parent tag to represent the type of list that you want representing your data. So we changed that unordered list to an ordered list. And there's actually even more you can do with lists. You can actually specify, say for instance, I don't want to start at number 1, I want to start at number 5. I can do that within an ordered list. So I can specify, I can start at number 5, go back out and refresh it. So now that starts at 5, 6, 7, 8, and increments that way. I can also change the type. So for instance, maybe I don't like the numbers like that, and I want to have, for instance, letters. So I can specify that the type is going to be letters. And remember, again, we're starting at 5, so it starts at the 5th letter, E, F, G, H, I. Maybe I want uppercase, so I can change that to uppercase, and it starts E, F, G, H, I. And then, of course, if we change the start letter, it starts at whatever our first letter is. So the 15th letter, which would be O, that's where it would start. We also have even another option. We can do type of I. So if we were using Roman numerals, so that's starting at Roman numeral X5 or XV, which is 15. So starting 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and so on. Maybe I could bring this down a little bit as well. We also have an option to do uppercase Roman numerals. So a lot of different variety there on what you can do with your lists. Next lesson, we're going to look at the description lists. So these are another type of list and another way to group that content together. So if unordered lists or ordered lists didn't match what you needed to do with your content, we're going to look at those descriptive lists. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Before I finish off, I do also want to show that we can control what the list looks like using style and style. So this is CSS. So this is maybe jumping a little bit too far ahead, but we do have the ability to specify the list style type. And so this is within CSS. So by default, it's a disk, but we can change that as well if we want. So we can actually change, using styling, we can change an ordered list into an unordered list by specifying that the style type is a disk. So we do have some options for that as well. And we don't actually necessarily need to even go out and change our tags. We can do it within styling as well. So I just want to make that quick note that there's quite a lot of options, especially when you bring in styling. There's just a lot of things that you can do within your HTML. Within this lesson, I want to introduce you to another type of list, and these are descriptive lists. So this gives us the ability to create multiple more description within our lists. So essentially, descriptive list is DL. So we had OL, UL, and we've also got DL. So closing off that DL. And descriptive lists don't actually work with list items. So they actually use a descriptive tag and then the descriptive, so they use DD, as well for the listed items. So those are what describes each term. So essentially the idea would be that you would have different terms. So DT is for a term. So if we had computers and DT, and underneath that we might list out all the different things. So we do web design, DD, and under there we also do SEO, and then we also have another one, so DT, so a title there for coding, and DT. And then next we got some more descriptive terms there underneath the title. So we would have maybe some HTML. And then let's do one more. So we got CSS. So this will give us a good sampling of how that content gets represented. So we see that essentially it brings in the lists and it allows us to list out items underneath those different sections. So even though this is still one main list, one main descriptive list, we do see that we've got differentiation between those lists. So we can maybe bring those in as well. So within our code, it gets represented in a better format. So we see that we've got the main title there, and then we've got more descriptive items there within that list. And just another way to represent that content. So not that one is better than another, it just depends on what type of content you're representing. So the next lesson, so this actually looks like kind of a list within a list. And in the next lesson, we're going to look at how we can create lists within lists. So you can actually nest a list within another list. So if you had more information that you want to provide, we can actually do that within the ordered lists as well. So let's take a look at that in the upcoming lesson. In this lesson, we're going to look at how to place lists inside of other lists. So sometimes the case may be that you're creating a list and you actually want to list out some more items. So kind of like what we did with these description lists, where we've got some items underneath some other titles and we've got some more descriptive items here. Let's take a look and see how we can do that up here as well within the ordered lists. And this also works in unordered lists, so you can mix and match them and really do as you need to do with those lists. So looking at the list, so we could use this computers kind of as a heading for our new list, and let's create another unordered list there because this one's an ordered list. So let's get rid of this styling here, and we're going to add in another unordered list. And what do we need within a list? We need list items. So notice that we're indenting over so it's more readable. So we can do literally the same thing that we did for the description list. So under computers, we might have a bunch of services that we are offering for a web site. So computers, we can do web design. We can also do hosting and list items. And we can even be more specific here as well. So if we had a number of items here, so I'll just do one more. And another list item, so this one's going to be SEO. And then let's say, for instance, under SEO, we want to create another list. So maybe we've got a few services that we offer for our SEO services. So let's do unordered list. And what do we need for unordered list? We need list types. So we've got SEM services, and I'm actually kind of running out of ideas here for services. So ranking, well, that probably doesn't really fit in, but so this is just to kind of get a better sampling of what type of data. Remember always to close off those tags. So we've opened up unordered list, closed off unordered list. Make sure that they're all opening and closing. And now let's go take a look and see what this looks like in our website. So essentially nested lists. So we've got our main list here, and then underneath that main list we created a sublist there, and under that sublist we created another sublist. So splitting between ordered lists, unordered lists, ordered lists, and of course we can do this as we need to. So we can change ordered lists to unordered lists, and again, depending on how we want to represent that content is how we could set that up within our HTML code. And this basically gives us the ability to see that content really nice and neatly laid out within our source code, as well as nice and neatly represented for any user that's coming in that wants to take a closer look at what at our content and being able to differentiate that maybe the computers is different from the swimming and the web design is different from the SEO and so on. Welcome back. In this exercise, we're going to be creating a list of services that we're offering on our website. So let's open up our editor, and we're going to work within that about.html file that we've already created within our website. And first of all, let's think of what type of list maybe we want to offer, what type of services we want to offer. And the first thing, just decide what type of list. So we've got ordered lists, unordered lists, we've got the descriptive lists. And for this one, maybe the best one that we could use would be a descriptive list, because we want to have a nice neat list of different services. So this is going to be a DL for descriptive list. So open that and then close that up. And then within here, we're going to list out the different titles that we have. So DT is going to be maybe our first service that we're going to offer. And maybe this could be photography. And close off that title there. And then now we can go into more details about what's going to be contained within this list. So for instance, if we do photography, so maybe we do weddings. And again, it's just more detail about the different services. So more detail in regards to that title there. So we can also do birthdays, and then close that off, end that part of the list, and we'll start a brand new one here for digital services as well. So we might do something with web design. It doesn't have to be restricted to just a little bit of text. We might have web design, we come to you and help create websites. So we might have even more detail within those lists. Again, depending on what you want to do. So SEO, we market your website. And then we'll just close that off. So let's go out to our browser, take a look and see what that looks like. So refreshing it. So now we've got a nice list, nice neatly presented list of services that we might be offering within our website. Let's just go up to here and we'll just do H2 services offered and close off that H2. So that gives us a title there for that list. Going back out, we can see that these are the services that are being offered within this company. Welcome back, and in this lesson we are going to look at tables. So tables are a great way to represent a lot of information. So we previously looked at lists, and they're pretty good at representing content, but what if we wanted to actually have rows and columns of content, and we've got maybe a score chart, or we want to keep a lot of information that we want to represent, and we want to have it nicely formatted and laid out. So we can do that using tables. And tables are really easy to add within HTML. So let me show you, I'm opening up CodePen, and I'll just show you how we can design a quick table, including some rows and columns, in order to better represent our content. So tables give us the ability to do, maybe if we want to have a score or something like that, we can do a table. So a table starts with a table element, or table tags, opening and closing, and then within those table tags we need to specify every table has rows, every table has columns, so we need a way to represent that within our HTML code. So opening, closing, we've got a row, and then in order to represent those columns, we don't necessarily need to specify columns because the row in itself will create a brand new row. So let's do something where I'm going to quickly add into the CSS where I've got table. So this will give us the ability to actually see the table. So border, one pick, solid, black. And now you don't need to do this for a table, but this actually just lets us see the table as we're building it out. So that's why I've added that in. And we see that we've got this kind of little black square because we've set up a table. We've got a table row, and maybe we want to add in another table row, so I'm just copying that out, and another table row. So we've got multiple rows, and we see it gets a little bit bigger, but we're still missing a really crucial part of a table because we've got our rows, but we don't have any data in there. So maybe if we want to have teams, and we want to have dates, and we want to have totals. So okay, we can represent that, but it still doesn't look like a table. So we're missing something really crucial, and those are the actual cells. So those are represented by TDs. So I'll show you how this is going to start looking once we bring this out into the table, and I close that off. So now we see that we've got this team, and we can have multiple cells here at the top. So maybe what we want to do is move all of these here at the top, and we can do the dates, and we can do totals like that. And again, depends on what you want it to track. And we see, I'm just going to do a quick update to the cells since now we've added in the TDs. So we can see that we've got the table, and we've got the cells there, and now we've got rows, so we can actually copy and paste this, copy and paste it, and this actually gives us a table. So now we know that we've got all of that same data, so within here we can be more specific, so we can see, say, maybe the team information. So next one would also be the team information. So we've got team, red, blue, we've got dates, so just do March 10th, and April 20th. So now we've got some dates, and then maybe we want to do the score totals. So this could be 55, and this could be 80. And so this starts giving us more and more representation of our content in a better way that we can actually start to make more sense of this type of content just by setting it up within a table and using that table element. And of course, the one thing that we're looking at here is that we're not really distinguishing between that head information and the body information. And of course, we can do that within CSS, but we also do have within tables, we have the ability to specify a head. So we can specify head information in tables. So instead of doing TD, I can change these to TH, and that will be that these are more specific for table headings. And I'm clicking a little bit too fast here, but so I'm just trying to update these to TH. And we can see that they automatically get bolded because we know that these are now headings that we want to go by. So we've got the team, dates, totals, and it gives us a way to distinguish some of that content. So not only are we distinguishing it there within the CSS, but the browser is actually adding in that bolding into that styling as well. So that's a really cool thing about tables, is that we do have quite a bit of control on how we can structure that table. So the other thing too that we might want to do is really split up the table and adding in the ability to set up like a whole table head section and a whole table body section. So we have that option as well. Essentially that just basically gives us the ability to split apart our table. So this is more semantic meaning, so we've got our T head there because this is all head content. and closing off that T head. It just makes it more readable and easier to understand. There's nothing really that changes with the styling. The table still gets output the same way, but when we're reading through that source code, we can better understand that that's what was meant, and then the rest of this is meant to be the table body. And this is just useful for screen readers so that they can get a better sense of what type of content they can expect. So this is T body, so we don't have any head information. And even if we use the TH there, this is understood that that's the body. So maybe that we could use the THs here to represent the teams, to isolate them a little bit more. But again, depending on how we want to represent that content is what we would use in order to set up that table structure. So in the next lesson, we're going to look deeper into tables. So sometimes there's a case where we might want to combine multiple rows or multiple columns together, and this is also all possible within just the HTML. So not even using any of the CSS, we can do this all visually within the structure of our table element. So take a closer look at that in the upcoming lesson. In this lesson, we're going to show you how you can combine multiple columns. So let's say, for instance, it's going to go down here at the bottom, and I wanted to add in another row, and this row is maybe a summary or a total row, so we still need to create the TD and close off TD, and then here we just have a total. But we only needed to really maybe only have one cell there. So when I add that in, and let's just save that. I'm going to zoom out there. We see that we do get this cell, but it only aligns there with that first column. And this is what we were talking about earlier with columns and rows. So tables are a bunch of rows, bunch of columns, but we need a way to actually say to the browser that we want this total to go all the way across. We don't want it just to stop at that first cell. And that's where we use call span. And call span gives us the ability to specify how many columns the cell is going to span. So if we want to span 3, we could go all the way across. If we want to span 2, we could just specify 2, and we could even do one up here. So this could potentially say the total, and maybe the other one could say the number. And so this one would maybe say, I should do the total of that, so 135. So a number of different ways to represent that, or maybe we want the total to be the big one, and we want the 135 to sit in with the score. So either way, we can represent that information using call span. So use call span to divide up your cells and make it, that gives you a way to differentiate and span across multiple cells. So there's another one as well that we need to look at, and that would be the row span. The row span is the same idea as the call span, but it allows you to span multiple rows. So let's say, for instance, I wanted to combine these two dates for whatever reason, and I want it to span, so I want to do row span equals 2, and that would give me the ability, so it's actually getting fairly complex there, so it does take a little bit of planning here. So I can bump that one out and save it, and that gives me the ability to row span across those two cells and take up the middle cells and still keep the other ones in line. Because the way that row span works, the same way as the call span, whenever we want to span rows, because we're on the second cell here, that it's automatically going to span the second cell across multiple rows. So always think of in a grid where we've got columns and we've got rows, and when we're updating the call span, it updates the number of columns that it reserves. So columns is a lot easier than within the row, but the row span also needs a way to be able to distinguish that this one is taking up multiple rows because it's part of the column and so on. So this is where we get this ability to kind of grab in that total date space within that column, allowing us to span multiple rows. And of course, it does take a little bit of practice here to work with these tables and build it out, especially if you're going beyond just a basic grid of columns and rows. If you're trying to span across multiple rows, it does take a little bit of time and practice to get those rows and columns looking the way that it's desired to look. I want to show you in this lesson how we can bring in our code from CodePen into our browser or our editor, because as we see here, there's no head, body, or anything like that, and we've got some CSS, so some styling. And how can we bring this into our editor? Now, the way that CodePen works is this is only body information, and it automatically attaches that HTML to the CSS and to the JavaScript. So you don't have to do any additional linking. And that's where we're able to do it, this type of structure. So let's show you how you can bring this in, opening up our editor. And let's say, for instance, we want to bring it into this index page here. So we'll do it, maybe we'll just do it below this paragraph here, and we'll add in our table here. So bringing in that table, going in and refreshing it, so there's our table, but we're not able to see the columns and the lines from the table. And the way to do that is to use HTML. So of course this is CSS, this is styling, and with styling we saw earlier that we can add styling as an attribute within the cell by doing style. We saw that earlier on the lists as well. So we have a few options. With styling, we can also bring it in within the style tag. So that's what I'm going to do in this case. So if I open and close, add in that style tag, and now if I go back out to my page and refresh it, it applies that styling information. So that's just a matter of bringing in that style tag into your HTML, and then you can apply styling directly on the page. If you are using that styling across multiple sites, then you need to link to a CSS file, a style sheet, and we could do that within the head section as well. And if I wanted to link out to this, which is usually good practice if you have multiple web pages, I just copy that styling information, and I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this on my root. I'm just going to call it style.css. And now let's just get rid of that style there, and we're going to link out to the style sheet. So this is the same thing as meta information, and it's just information that's used by the browser in order to create this linking to that style sheet. So I'm going to use rel to specify what type of content we're linking to, and the content is going to be actually style sheet. So we're linking out to a style sheet, and much like what we saw with the hyperlinks, we need to specify a URL for it, and this is located within my same folder structure, so I can simply just close that off. So this is another tag that we can use as a linking tag, and now the really cool thing about it is that I have access to that same file. If I make any updates to here, if I make, instead of border black, I want it border red, it's tied to that style sheet, and whatever updates I make into the style sheet, they're also going to be affecting any of our HTML pages that are linking out to that. So that's just a quick tip on styling and how to bring that code from CodePen into your editor and make use of it within your editor. Welcome back. In this exercise, we're going to create a table in order to represent the hours that our company is going to be open. So let's go ahead, open up our editor and create that table. So the table, initially, we're going to open and close the table tags. And for the table, since we're representing the days of the week, we're going to need a few rows and at least 7 columns. So let's open up those rows first. So the first row is going to include title and heading information, so maybe it'll list out the days of the week. And then the next row will be for the hours that were open. And we might need a third row, so let's add that third row in just to close that off. Next, we're going to open up the first first column, and we're going to call that one Monday. And of course we can do table head as well, because this is typically, this would be used for heading there. So we use TH instead of the TD. And then we'll do Tuesday. And create some spacing there, and I'm going to just copy and paste that one down till we get to 7. Add in Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then last Sunday. So now we need to specify the hours that we're open. Let's go take a quick look within our browser. So we've got the list of all of the days that we're open, and go back to our editor. So this row, we want to have the hours that we're open, and these are just going to be regular cells. So on Monday, maybe we open up at 9 a.m. and we're open till 5 p.m. And we can do the same thing for and then now for Saturday and Sunday, let's just write that we're closed on those days, and let's do it across both of them. So we'll use the call span equals 2 so that we can go closed across both of them. Let's refresh it. So now we've got closed across both of them. And I know we should add in the spacing around those as well. Because we don't have any styling, that's where we're not able to see the borders there. And we can shrink that down to more like 100%. So let's add in some styling attributes into here in order to get our table to look nice and neat. So we'll do style attribute. We're going to do border 1 pic solid black. And now when I go out here and I refresh it, I can see the border around the table. And maybe we want to add in some padding as well to these. I'm going to add in another style attribute here, and I'm going to do style. I'm going to do width. And I'm going to use a percentage width, so I'm going to use 12% width. And also add in a border. So 1 pix solid, and this time we're going to use more of a gray color. So refresh that, and we'll see what that looks like just quickly. So now we've got that spacing around there. So let's open that up again, and I'm going to just simply copy this out to the other styles. So of course it's easier if you're using CSS, but in this exercise I just want to keep it all in line. So we can copy and paste it out, all of that styling. And now when I refresh it, so we've got a nice, more neat and uniformed way to present that data, so that's a lot easier to see. And then also I'm going to add in some additional styling down here for each one of these cells. So I don't need to specify the width because I've already specified the width. So when you set a width for a column, if you set the top column, the ones below it will just simply take that column width, because we're not able to specify different widths, so they're just going to override each other. So we don't need to be really specific on that part of our design. And I'm just going to keep those borders there, so just simply copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. And the order of the attributes, it doesn't actually matter, so you can put call span before, you could put style before. It's all up to you how you want to represent that content. So now we've finished off our table. We've got essentially what we've got for our hours of operation, and we should maybe even include something at the top where we've got hours of operation. So maybe this can be sitting within another row here at the top. And this one we'll just do all the way across. So this will be th call span equals, and we had 7 columns, so we go all the way across the top. and we'll do an H3, hours of operation, and close off that H3, and then close off that heading. So now when we refresh it, so we've got hours of operation, and we've got a nicely, neatly formatted table in order to represent the hours that our business is actually open. And for the last row, we might want to add in some remarks here. So this will be TD, and we'll do call span. We'll do this one all the way across as well. Maybe we can add in a style for this one. So do background color, and we'll make a background color there for it. And these are just some, this is just some CSS styling in order to bring out some more effect into our content, and then close off that cell. And now I'm just going to add in closed on holidays. So now when I refresh it, so I've got my table there, I've got closed on holidays written down there at the bottom, because we should add that in so people aren't expecting that we're open on the different holidays that are available. And then we've got our regular hours of operation that we've got visually easy for someone to come in and read using a table in HTML. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at HTML forms. And forms within HTML are probably one of the more complex elements within HTML, just because the sheer number of options that you have and the sheer variety of different forms that you might want to be able to create online. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you some of the different options that you have within forms, and then we're going to be building out a contact form. So a contact form is something that we typically would find within our web page. So we'd have something where we've got a username and a password. So let's go ahead and set that up. So I've also linked out to the style sheet, and within the style sheet I've included the form within my borders here. I'm going to change this back to black, so that this way when we start creating out the form tags, just like the table tags, so that we can actually see some of that content that we're creating out within our HTML. So let's start by creating form. So form is the typical tag, and that's the parent. So all of the content nested between there is going to be part of that form. And we see that initially the form just creates a black line. There's really nothing in there. So we need to start by creating some inputs. So let's start with a username, and the tag that we use for the input is input, so very semantic, and password, and this is also an input. So these are all inputs, and inputs are really a way for the user that's coming into the web page to give them ability to interact and input some content that actually gets received by the server, and then ultimately maybe by the owner of the website, and so on. So we see that we create these inputs, and by default they're just regular text inputs. So good practice is always also to specify the type of input. So we saw that in our example, there's a lot of different types. So depending again on what type of content you're expecting, you might want to specify the type that's relevant to that type of content. So for instance, if we were expecting just regular text content in that form, we could specify that this would be text content and nothing changes. We also have type, and we can specify that maybe if we wanted a password, we can specify password information. And now watch what happens here. It's actually the browser is smart enough to know that we're typing in information here, and it's a password type, so we need to be able to hide that information from the user when they're typing that in. So maybe if somebody's looking over their shoulder or whatever, we don't want that password to be really easily seen on the screen, and this is where we use the type of password to hide the characters that are being added into that input field. Now you could keep it as just a regular text type, and that would just basically mean that anyone could see the type of content that's being put in there. So this is again up to the discretion of you as you're developing your web page. So one other thing here so we've got a username, we've got a password, but what else do we need within this form in order to receive that data? So we need the users to enter in their information, but we also typically need a way for them, something for them to be able to send that information. And there's several options for that. We can use input for this as well. So the input type as submit, and now watch what happens when we've got a submit type. We can refresh it and we've got submit there. And then when we click it, we're actually submitting the form. We're not specifying where we're submitting it, so it's just submitting it to itself. We don't have any names for these fields when we're submitting it, so we're not really getting a whole lot of information. And another thing you probably just noticed when it's got on the regular 100% view, it didn't really look great because we don't have any spacing, we don't have any way that we're separating out this content as we're presenting it. We're just doing regular content, so we could add in line breaks. So it's a pretty decent solution, but I mean it's not really ideal. And as we shrink it down, we still have those line breaks. So we are going to look at ways that we can label it as well coming up. One thing I did want to add as well, so we've got an input type of submit, but let's say for instance we don't want submit as the value on the button. We want something else where contact me or login. Maybe login would make more sense. So login. So this gives us the ability, by updating those attributes again that we had looked at earlier, that gives us the ability to change what the button output, what's contained on the button. And this is still understood as a submit button, and submit has default characteristics within HTML that HTML knows that a submit button is used to submit that form that the button is nested within. So that's where it's automatically trying to submit that content. So next lesson, we're going to look at even more what we can do with forms, because right now when we're submitting it, all we see is we get this question mark in the URL when we submit it, but we don't have any of this information that we've added into the form. So next lesson, show you how to add some information, and we can even have some preset values here for username and password. So all of that is coming up in the next lesson. Previous lesson we saw how to create a basic form, but we're not still picking up any of that information from the form. So if we're doing a typical HTML form, we need a way to identify this information, because within the browser we don't really have any way. We've got different types here, but we can't distinguish that if we had multiple types of text, which one is which. So this is where we need to add in more attributes within the form. And the one that we need to add in is name. So name will give us a distinction between the different input types and allow us to pick out that information as it gets submitted and retrieve it on the other end. And much like what we did with that input value there, where we could preset the value for the form, we can also preset values for, if we want to have a username, we could preset a value there as well, and then that automatically pre-populates that. Now watch what happens when I submit when I press the login button, and notice that even when I refresh the page, because we're setting the value on within the HTML, whenever the page is loading, it's automatically pre-populating that value, much as it's doing with the login button. So when I click it, now we see that we're going to the URL contact.html question mark, we've got username, and we've got the details that we've passed into this input as Lawrence, and then we've got the password, but the password's blank. So if I added in 1234, we can see that now we can get access to that contact information, and we can see it within the request, the URL there. And this basically is what can be used on the server end in order to pick up that information. So if we're picking it up and sending it to a file instead of an HTML file, maybe a backend file that could read this request information, it could pick this information up and make use of it within the code. So that's why it's important to always include the name in order to better in order for the server to have something to grasp onto and be able to pick up and use that as the data that's being submitted into our form. So we also said that there's a lot of different input types, and as you can see here, we've got text, we've got radio, submit, password, checkbox, button. So there really are just a lot of different ones, and with HTML5 we got even more options. So let's start looking through these. And again, it's not important to really remember that there's all these different types, but it's just important to be aware that there are different types, and depending on what you're trying to do with your form, how you're trying to design your form, there might be one option that might be better than another. So let's say, for instance, you had, do you agree to T and C, and we had an input. So we wanted to have either an input of a true or a false. We could do that with type, or maybe this is better to be, are you male or female? So we want to restrict what the possible responses could be. So the type that we're going to use is going to be a radio button, and we're going to use a name for it and give it a name of gender. And we can close that off, and I'm going to put this on another line, and I'm going to copy this out. And notice that one thing that I'm doing here is I'm keeping that gender the same, because we only want to pass that one value for gender, because this is going to be either they're one or the other. They can't be both. We don't want them selecting both, and that's why the name of the input is going to be the same. And this is going to give us the ability to tie both of these together and only allow the user to select one or the other. So we'll do a value, and so first value we'll do is male, because again we want to predefine those values, so we don't want someone coming in there and creating a value that we're not expecting. We want full control over the values that we're presenting. So now we've got, are you male or female, and these are the radio buttons, and notice when I click the other radio button, it clicks off of the first one. And we can also add in other, maybe another one that says other. And now when we refresh it, so we've got 3 now. So the user has the ability to choose between any one of these 3, and maybe a better one is just gender there. So we'll just do a gender type there. And we'll do the line break after that one, so that we don't have that on the same line. Now notice that when we make that selection, we see that the value that we selected is there, and it's available within that request string, so it's passing it just like it did the other details from the form. One thing that is missing, that the user doesn't really know which these are referring to, so this is where we're going to add in some values here so that the user can actually be able to tell what the values of these buttons are. And just space that out, and maybe we can do a line break there. So that would specify that gender, and then all of these are the different genders that we have available to us or have available for the user to select from. There's one other thing that I did want to add in. We can, so notice whenever we load the page, there's nothing that's been checked off. If we do want to check it off, we can do checked. And if we add in that checked attribute, it automatically checks off one of those for us. So the next one that we want to look at is what we kind of briefly touched on earlier, where we had, do you agree to terms and conditions? And this one as well, we want to pick up either a yes or a no. So just going to do a line break here. And we're going to represent that as a checkbox, because this doesn't necessarily, it could be a radio button, we could do yes or no, but we can also add it in as a checkbox, which might make more sense within this instance, because we either want it represented or not represented. So let's add that in as a checkbox. So we'll do the same thing as we did before, where we do input type equals checkbox. And we need to specify a name for the checkbox, so name, and we'll just do the name as TC. And we need to also specify a value here. So let's have a value of yes. And so if there's no value of yes within the checkbox, then we know that the checkbox hasn't been checked when we're receiving that data. So see here that maybe this doesn't belong there, and refresh it. So do agree to the terms and conditions. We can check it or we can uncheck it, and those are our options. And just like what we did with the radio button, if we want it already checked off as the user loads the page, we can have it pre-checked already within the page as the page is loading. Next lesson, we're going to continue with even more types of inputs that are available within HTML. So we can take a closer look at those and continue to build out our form. So that's coming up in the next set of lessons. In this lesson, we're going to continue to look at more options of input types, and with HTML5, we got even more additional really great types of inputs to use to really be more specific on the content that we're expecting from our users. So let's take a closer look at those, open those up within CodePen, and we're going to create some inputs here. So let's go ahead and create an input and type. So this type, so we're going to focus on the types, and that's why we're going to do it in CodePen, so I can quickly show you all the different types. So see that when we go to type color, it gives us this kind of color box here, and we get a color box pop-up. So this allows us to be able to pick a color with the type. So that's a really neat one that came in with HTML5, and previously we'd have to do quite a bit of constructing with JavaScript, but now we can just simply specify type as color, and we get this pop-up box, and we have the ability to select different colors as the input types. So that was a really great addition in HTML5. The next one that we're going to look at, so we saw color, and we can also look at date. So date was another really great one with HTML5 because it allows us to have this date picker. And previously, again, there's quite a bit of work with JavaScript that you'd have to do to configure this, but right now with a date picker that's already built into the browser, it's just amazing how easy it can be to add in and ask users for dates. Another one that we can use is email. So email is going to be, it's going to look a lot, or it's going to actually look exactly like the text. And the only difference here is going to be on the submission process. So you see that whenever we hover over it, by default, the browser knows that we need to include that @ symbol in the email address. So we see right away that there is an issue with that. And I do need to wrap this with a form in order to create that submission of the data. And I want to show you actually what happens when we try to submit it. So we'll do type submit. So let's type in some content there, and it's not actually formatted as an email, and this is all coming from the browser. There's no JavaScript running here, and previously, again, this was something that web developers would need to take care of with JavaScript. But we see we're not able to submit this form because this doesn't conform to what a typical email address looks like. And this is all coming from the browser, but once we do conform it properly, then we see that we are able to submit that form. So really great addition, that email. There's a couple other ones that are, again, really great additions from HTML5, and these are all available. Most of the browsers are going to support these. So the next one we want to look at is number. So it really doesn't look like anything different, but when I try to type in some characters in there, it won't let me. and I also get this chevron where I can go up and down, and I can have different number values there, increment them and decrease them. So great addition again from HTML5. So there's a few other ones as well. So there's one that works similar to email, which is URL. So again, looks just like a regular text input, but when I try to submit it, it's not going to allow me to submit it because it's actually looking for a URL formatted input. We also have some more. We've got telephone, so TL. So if you want to format it as a telephone number, so again, it's not really as smart as the other ones, but it just gives us a way to semantically distinguish that we're looking for a telephone number instead of actually just regular input text. So there's quite a few of these. There's also one that's similar to date, which is date, time, and locale. So this gives us the ability to do time. It works similar to the date input there. Another really cool one and this is all HTML5. So another really cool input is range. So this automatically formats it into this slider here, so we can set a range. With the range, so some of these we can add additional customized attributes. So with the range, we might have a starting point where we want to start at 10, and maybe we want to have a max value equal to 50. So we can set that as well within the range. It doesn't look any different on the slider, but it will restrict the values that can be input within this input field. So another one where we can use minimum and maximum is number. We can see that once we add that in, we can't go below 10 and we can't go above 50. So as you can see with HTML, we have a lot of control on how our form is actually going to be represented, how it's going to look, and just by controlling the type of input, we have quite a bit of control over that. So the next lesson, we're going to look at beyond inputs. There's different ways that we can add data into our form. So we're going to take a look at those in the upcoming lesson. The previous lesson, we've looked at all kinds of different input types. There's probably one more that we should cover off before we move on to the next section of different types of elements, and that's a file input. So let's say, for instance, we want to provide the user the ability to upload a file on our server. So this would be file, and we see that when we add that file in, we get this option to choose a file, no chosen file. So when the user chooses a file, we can select which file we want to upload. So this gives us the ability to add that into our form if we so need that. So the next part is we want to go back to look at what different types of inputs we have. So we've got ability to do drop-down menus, text areas, and so on. So let's go back into our contact form, because a lot of times with these contact forms, our input forms, I know we've called it login, but maybe we could just call it contact. So go back to contact. I know you wouldn't have a password there and so on. So some of this might not make sense. We could remove that, but we would have typically an area for a text area. So instead of maybe just going to duplicate it, and we'll have another form. So this will be our contact form. So here we're going to have at the top we'll have a subject. So this is why the reason for contacting us. So subject for contacting us, and we don't now set a default value there. And sometimes even for the subject, we might want to have a drop down as well, because we want to really restrict what the user is able to submit to us. So I'm going to bring that back just down to regular submit. So let's give the user the ability to have a drop down where they've got more than one item that they can present to us. So typical contact form, we might not want to give them the option to be able to add in a subject. And this is where we would use the select option, so select element from HTML, and we'll give it a name here. So we'll give it subject and close that off. And then within the select, we need to list out different options. So option, and each option should have a value associated with it. So maybe they want it to contact support. And these don't necessarily need to be the same values. So this is the value that's going to get passed, and this is what the value that the user sees when they make that selection. And that's why option has more than one spot. So it's an opening and closing tag as opposed to just a self-closing tag, because with options you do want to have that ability that you want. So this would just go to info. So maybe if we had a support department and info department, and we want to say hello, and lastly we're going to do maybe billing or something. So we've got a billing area, billing. And so sometimes they might be the same, sometimes they might be different, again depending on how you're building out your form. Sales, buy something, and so on. So what this basically does, and I've got to close off that select, I think I've got rid of that when I was deleting. So we got to make sure that with the select, so that those options get nested within the select. Show you what that looks like now. So now we have the option to make our selection from the drop-down list, which is a great option, especially for those contact forms. Another thing that we might want to have here is a text area. So text area will give us the ability to allow in a whole bunch of content here. So text area, and we'll just close that off. So again, this is opening and closing tag, and then this is the text that the user adds. So instead of setting a value there, when I refresh it, we already have that predefined value there. We're going to also add in these line breaks so we can have some better distinction between these sections. So we see that we've got text that the user adds, and the user can add a bunch of text and content, and they can expand that box if they need to. One other thing with text area, we've got ability to add special attributes. So we've got the ability to add rows and columns. So if we want to make it 5 rows by default, and let's do columns. So columns is generally going to be more, so maybe columns would be 50. So we're going to have a really long form input field there, form, and it's just the default whatever it gets sized to when the page loads. So we see that we don't actually have the ability to shrink it down less than that, but we do have the ability to increase the size of it. And that's how text area works, where we're able to add in text areas. And maybe one other one that we might want to use typically within a form, so maybe we've got a button here, and we can do type of button. So this will just be a regular button. So if we want to have a button that wasn't a submit button, we could do it within this type of format. So refreshing it, we've just got our click me button, and it's not necessarily that it's a submit button. Again, depending on what you needed for your form, you could add in content as needed. Now that we've added in the different types of elements we can add for forms, next let's look at forms and how we're submitting that data and our options for submitting the data. Previously, we saw how we could create forms, but we typically need to specify where we want this form to submit, because right now by default they're just only submitting to the page that we've got it on. We haven't specified where we want to submit this content to, and we can do that within the form. So if we've got two forms here, we might not want them to submit to the same place. Like this one might submit to the login, and it would be backend code, so login.php, and then this one would submit to contact.php. So maybe they would be going to two separate areas, and again we can control that within the attributes of the HTML. Now the other thing that I did want to add in as well is that we can specify a method. So previously we saw that when we click the form that it automatically just shows the content within the request variable. So that's the method is get. So we see that when we fill out some content here and we submit it, if we have a name for, I gotta add in a name for that text area. So I'm gonna add in a name for there, refresh it, and now when I submit it, we see we're passing over that message information in the string. So this is probably okay for if the is being just simply submitted and it's not sensitive information. But up here we have a password we're submitting, we have a username. So we have some information that's a lot more sensitive. So there is a better way to pass that data, and that's using the post method. And post is more secure than get, and post actually won't show anything there within that those request strings. So if I just change this one to post, and if I refresh it, I got to get rid of this information here. And if I go over to here and if I submit it, we see that we don't get anything within that string there at the top when we use post. So post is more secure, it's encoded, and it allows us to send more secure data over to the server end from our forms within our HTML. And this is all even more control that you can have within your HTML when you're structuring your forms. So another thing that we were looking at earlier is that we've got our forms. I'm going to make this smaller. And we might want to do something where we're actually, instead of just putting a text here, we might want to label it. So something like this where we've got username and password and gender. Let's apply some labels to this. And the reason for labeling, that basically it gives us more structure for our code. So we would just wrap everything together under the label. So this is one way of doing it, and when I refresh it, so that will still give me that same structure, so give me a new line there for the username. We can also be more specific with the label. We can specify that this label is for, but this is where we need to add in an ID. So it's looking for whatever that ID is, and this is maybe a different way to present that content. Let's just copy that one out and do ID instead here. So now I've got a label and nothing really looks that different. We lost that colon there. We could add that back in. And essentially this gives us a way to connect that label information to the form contents and makes it more readable when we're looking at our HTML code as well. So maybe this can just be PW and my ID would be PW. And we just do password there. So keeping it the same, it's going to look the same when I refresh it, but it's giving us more structure here within our HTML. So that's just another option here when we are creating our HTML forms, that we have more ability to group some content together and to better present it within our source code, and as well present it for our users to be able to better consume that within the browser. Welcome back. In this exercise, we're going to build a contact form from scratch. So let's think about what we want to include within a typical contact form. So this would be on our website, and how we want users to be able to send us a message and contact us regarding whatever they want to do, whether they want to purchase services from us or they had some information or questions that they had about our services that they want to find out more about. So what are the topics that we need to cover in order to create a nice contact form? So we see that we would take in the name, we need the email address to be able to respond back to them, we need the subject, so that could be a drop-down list, so why they're contacting us, a message area for them to include more details about why they're contacting us, and then lastly, we're going to need a submit button. So let's open up our editor and create that contact form within a brand new field here, brand new file. So form, open and close. And the first thing that we want to do is set up input, and let's do type So this is just going to be a regular text type and give it a name. So we needed to, so going by what we need here, we need a name to get some more information to contact them back. So this could give us the ability to say, thank you for contacting us, so and so and so on. So this is just a name. So I'm going to call it uname for username. Next, we're going to create an input. This type is going to be email. And the name for this is going to be email. Next input that we need to have is going to be a drop-down list. So a select list in order for be able to select. So select, and we'll give it this one a name. So this is going to be subject, or it could be also department, depending on the size of our business, where we might want to send this to. So this would be maybe something different than what we would have. It's going to indent these as well. So this could be something different. So the option and value, so the value could be different than what we're displaying for the user. So first of all, let's just do sales and purchase. So this could be purchase or return. Next one, let's do option, and this one value is going to be, so this would be just a general message, so general, others, and by default maybe we can check this off, so let's set that one as checked. Let's do another one up here above, so and maybe this could be marketing. And we'll just keep this one as marketing within that option for the user as well. So there, now we've got all of our different departments. And let's save this one as, save it as contact.html. And we'll save this one on the root. And let's take a look at it within the browser. So there we go. We've got our fields here, and we need to give them labels so the user can better understand. So let's finish building out. So we've got that name, email, subject for the drop-down list. We need the message area, and then we also need to add in a button. So let's open that up and add that in. So next we need to have a text area. And we'll give this one a name of message. And we can also specify the size for text area as well. In this case, I think we're default over to the style attribute. So this is using the CSS. So set a width for this one of 400 pixels. We can also specify the height as well. So maybe we want to have a height of 200 pixels. And we can close off that text area. So one thing important to note about text area, so if you have any spacing in here, you want to try to avoid this, because by default, I'll show you what happens when you go out to the page itself. So we're going to go and we view it within the browser. We have that default space there because we've left the space there. So always really important to make sure that you don't have any spacing there, because that will add in that as default characters into your form. And now lastly, we're going to need a button in order to submit. So just do input type, and this is going to be a submit button. And this is going to allow us to submit the form. Submit request. So we can have some customized value within the submit button as well. Let's go back and take a quick peek at this. So now we've got our submit request. So one thing that's missing right now is we don't actually have any information here. The user has no idea what these fields are for, and we need to restructure it so we can create some spacing between the way the form is being laid out. So let's take a closer look at that and add that spacing in within our HTML code. So opening that up, there's one other one that I want to actually go over, and which is called placeholder. So this is another way to add in some more details about what type of information we might be expecting within the field. So we could do placeholder your name, placeholder your email. And there is a downside to doing this. So we see that it does this kind of grayed out, and when we start typing, that disappears. Placeholder doesn't actually work in all the older browsers, so you got to be very careful when you use placeholder. So even though it looks like a really nice solution to make your form nice and neat, it isn't always the best option in case you want to, in case the user's coming in with an older browser. Apply some styling to that and add in the different fields that we're looking for. So we need to add in IDs to these fields. So I'm going to just copy and paste that out and change those to ID. This will give us the ability to do labels, and we'll do the label for. This label is going to be for a uname, your name, and close off the label. Just simply maybe copy and paste this out to save some time. So copy and paste, and I want to have labels for each one of these fields, and then I'll just update those, add in the IDs as well. So we need to have an ID, so we're just going to keep it the same as the names. So ID, and update it over here, and update the text that we've got output here. So email, this one, the same thing we're going to do. So name and ID, so we can identify it for the label. And this one's going to be department. And subject, so whatever the subject is. And this last one here for message. So let's do an ID for message. Message. And we'll just put details. So let's go take a look at our form now, see what it looks like within the browser. So it looks quite a bit neater, but we've still got some issues here that we should take care of because it's not really nice and neatly aligned. So ideally what we want is we want all of these lines to take up the full block. Add in those line breaks in order to break apart our different sections that we're looking at. So we've got subject there, select, so at the end of that one, and then we've got the details, so also at the end of there. Let's add one in. So now let's go back out and refresh it, see what our form looks like. So much better. Now we can see that we've got more of a typical type form layout, and it's ready to be used for the user. So we just got to make sure too that so this is going to be asking for email, and we also want to maybe have a name here. So we want the user to always add in a name. So there's a way to do that within the form as well, and we can use required. So this is new with HTML5, and this can actually make a field be required. So if I try to submit it, it will ask me to please fill out this form if there's no details in there. And then when I do have something in there, then I'm actually able to submit that form and send that request. So that's just a quick tip there, how to make your fields actually mandatory within your form. And also just looking at this details, so it's probably better to create a line break here as well. Just so the formatting, so we've got details up here, and then we've got a nice neatly boxed contact form ready to go.
Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at HTML5 semantic elements. Now, these elements allow us to create more structure and more meaningful structure within our HTML code. So let's go ahead and open up our editor. And we saw that originally we were creating some code here within our HTML. Let's apply those semantic elements to really structure this out and make it essentially more readable within our code here. So we've got one here at the top. So typically this could be a header. So opening and closing header. We've already got nav. So our navigation bar is under the nav element. And these are going to function just as ways of grouping that content together. They're going to function as block elements. So essentially that just means that they're going to take up that entire available space that's available for those elements. So I'm just going to go back to the index.html. I gotta go one more back, or I can just click the home here. So let's add into the styling so that we can see where the header is, see where nav is sitting. So we can see some black lines around there. So we can better distinguish these different sections within our HTML. So we see that we've got our head area there, we've got our navigation area, and then we've got a content section here. So this could just typically just be known as section. And notice one other thing here, that we go all the way to the end. So it goes all the way past where the content ends, and it goes all the way that's available for for that row of content. So all the way over to, and this is what we mean by block, that essentially it just reserves that whole blocked content area. And we can see here that this is a great way to structure our web page. So maybe all of this stuff here is going to still be within that section, that content section. So I got to close off the section I opened it. Sometimes people will use article as well. So this is, again, depending on how you want to create your web page, you might want to use different elements there to section it off and so on. So I'm going to get rid of all of those line breaks because we don't need those anymore. So maybe at the bottom we want to just typically apply a footer. And when we say semantic, we just mean that those words carry more meaning. So even though these are all doing the same thing, we might want to, we do this because this gives us the ability to carry more information within our content. So I'm just going to get rid of that paragraph there, and I can get rid of this stuff here. And now I can go back out and refresh it. So now we've got a footer section, so I'm going to add in more CSS. And the only thing I'm doing in the CSS is I'm giving us a way to kind of see what the content is split up and where it's different, so how it's broken down to structure the website. So a number of different options here, and typically these are the ones that are used most commonly. And it's not to say that if you've got header up here and a header down here that your section can't have a header as well and a footer. So again, depending on how you want to structure and build your website, if you've got a really complex website, you might want to use headers and footers within the section as well. You can use headers and footers within the headers and footers. So it's just to apply meaning to the way that the code is being laid out. And that's all we're really doing when we're applying these elements. It's just to present it in a better, more readable way within the source code. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at HTML iframes. Now, iframes give us the ability to bring in other pages into our HTML code. So let's open up our editor, and actually we're going to open up CodePen, and I'm going to show you how that works within CodePen. So let's say, for instance, I want to bring in another website into my web page. So I've got my web page, and I'm going to just create some HTML there. So I've got my web page there. So this is just so we've got some basic content to start out with. And now I want to go through and I want to add in, I want to bring in the content of this web page
into my CodePen example. And I can do this using iframes. So HTML iframes, so opening, closing tags. And this is another really strange one because typically you would expect this to be a self-closing tag because all that information is really actually sitting within the attributes. So we can just type in test there and we don't actually see anything. So this is a really weird, strange tag in HTML because it would typically be expected that it would not have an opening and closing tag because all that information, again, is sitting within the attributes. Much like we saw with bringing in the style sheets or linking out to an image, we use src, so source, in order to specify the page we're bringing in. So we can bring in external pages, we can bring in internal pages, we can do whatever we want, and we can bring them really easily into our content here within our website. We can also specify that we might want to have a different height, and I'm not sure why it's not working here. So let's do a height of 300 and we'll do a width of 100. And I suspect there's probably something that's blocking bringing this in. So let's take this back out and we'll bring it into our about or about me page. And we'll just bring it in under the navigation menu. So going back out to our about me page, we can see that that one worked. So we're able to bring in the web page. We can specify the width. So maybe we want to do 700, refresh it. And essentially it makes it look like that web page is actually part of the content of our current web page. Even though this is linking out to an external site, we're still getting all that content and it's just framed in. And this is where we were mentioned earlier with the hyperlinks, that if you're in a frame, you actually have the ability to control to break out of that frame. So there's quite a few options there as well within the frame. And then of course with styling you can update and you could remove out border. So if you want to have a border around it or you want to completely remove out your border, you can do that as well. So we could set the border to 0 pixels. And that would bring in, allow us to have no border. Or if we wanted a red border, so let's update this a little bit. We'll do red and we'll do solid border. So that gives us the ability to have that red solid border. So we do have a lot of control on how it gets displayed using the iframe. And using the iframes, way to bring that content in. It is important to note that search engines generally don't like it when you frame in that content, so it's not going to count that content as part of the page when it's indexing the page content. So just keep that in mind when you are working with frames, that there are some disadvantages, especially when it comes to search, because these are two separate web pages. And then of course if you're linking out to a page, you don't actually necessarily have any control over the content you're linking out to. You can also link to pages that are directly on your site as well. So this is just linking out to that index page. And now if I go out to about, so we're linking out, so we're a frame within a frame within a frame. I can go to contact here and notice that this navigation is contained within the frame because we're not actually specifying on any of those links to break out of the frame. So it will stay into the frame until we actually specify we want to break out of it. So this is just really interesting that we can go frame within frame within frame and so on. And then as soon as we change that parent, it changes all of that content that's being iframed.
Welcome back. In the previous exercises, we've created quite a bit of HTML code. And this exercise is to wrap everything up together, put it all together, and create a website out of all the code that we've been working with through the previous lessons. So let's open up our editor and take a quick look at what we have to work with. So we've got a contact form, we've got an about me, we've also got a home page with some content on it, and the home page is nicely structured, it's linked to the CSS. So we're going to use this as our model
to bring in and create the rest of our form. And we've also actually created a navigation bar, so we need to make an update to that. So let's just string all of this together and make this into an actual functioning website. So going into our tree view there, we see we've got all of these different files that are available to us, and as mentioned, the index is probably the most advanced one, so we'll use this one as our default. Going over to our nav, so let's go back over to index, and the idea here is just to simply to build out a really nice, neat, functioning format here. So welcome to my website, did you know? So we've got some stuff there, and we've got a table, so we could probably just remove out that table. And we've got a bunch of contact, footer, and let's go out and take a quick peek at this now and see what this looks like. Shrink that down to 100%. Also, I'm going to get rid of some of the styling that we have within the CSS, because we don't necessarily need to have all of these sections with all of this styling. And let's refresh that now again. So there we've got our website. We've got links to the different parts of our website. We've got content links within the site. So everything is ready to go. Now we need to update the rest of our pages in order to match this. So we've got a portfolio, so we've got nothing else there. Going back to our index page, which for some reason showed up really big. So let's zoom it into about 200% so we can take a closer look. So let's next work on portfolio and get that up to date. So portfolio, when we can use what we set up here within the index page to kind of really get a good sense of how we can build out our website. I'm going to get rid of this excess spacing and these indents here, so just to clean it up even more. And I want to use this as my basic template. So I've got portfolio, I've got some content within portfolio that I don't want to lose. So let's clean this up. Maybe we can actually set this up as our template for our web page. And just going up to here, so we've got all of the same information, so I can get rid of that. And this is going to be our basic template, so I'm going to remove out the title there. The head area is just going to contain information. We want to keep navigation there, and I can get rid of this section. So this is basically where content goes here. And then close that off. So this is our content area. We want to have that same footer area. So my company. And we're going to use that copyright symbol. 2017, my company, and so let's take a look at the template, and now we can just simply copy and paste this. So just copy and paste it, and we're going to go over to portfolio, copy and paste it, and now that we've got an area to place our content, we can just simply copy that out and paste the content where we left our comment area. Going back to portfolio, so now we've got home, we've got portfolio. So that one's not zoomed in, so some of our pages are zoomed in and some are not zoomed in. And we should update the missing tags here, so we had a space here for heading. So this is my work portfolio, and title should also reflect the content of the page, portfolio examples. So now when I go and if I refresh it, so we got portfolio examples, this is my work portfolio. I can go to home, I can go to portfolio, and now let's update about. So we did have some content there in about. So now let's go back to our template. We can copy, paste that, open up about, and we can simply place it at the top and then bring that content in. So we'll get rid of what we had earlier and just strip it out so that all we have is the content left. And then we can simply copy and paste that content in. So now I can grab that content, place it in where I have content goes here, save that, go back out to about, and so now we've got matching style for the other pages. So we need to still add in that heading area. that we've left spacing for within the template. About us, find out more, and about the company. So now when I go out, refresh it, so now it's in line again with the way that we've designed the other pages, so portfolio, home, about. So now let's update our last page so that our contact page is up to date as well. So opening that contact page. And the content page, so this is different. Originally we started when we were creating a temporary folder here for contact, but it really doesn't make sense that's sitting within this temp folder. So we're going to bring this one back to the root. So these are going to be our main pages of our website. So we're going to use this one, contact, and simply copy and paste our contact form information right within where our content goes. And this time we'll just update our heading, contact us, and this can say contact company. Going back out, refreshing it, so now we can go to contact. And we can see that now we've got fully, so taking everything, putting it all together, we've got a fully functioning website ready to go, and we can update it and customize it as needed. And of course, take some time, check out the HTML, play around with it, and customize it, make some changes, and see what you can do with the source code. And the secret to getting familiar with HTML is to practice, practice, practice. And you don't have to memorize all of the tags, just be familiar with them, that they are out there, and the more that you use them, the more familiar you get with them, the more it's going to come as second nature when you're trying to design your website, and you're going to know exactly which tags to use and where to use them. In this lesson, we're going to be introducing you to what CSS is and how it works within web design. So CSS, first of all, it's short for Cascading Style Sheets. And CSS, much like HTML and JavaScript, gets run within the browser. So basically, the only tool that you need in order to see what CSS, what the output of your CSS is that you need a browser in order to do this. Now, with CSS, you can't do CSS, can't apply CSS without having HTML code. So CSS is actually dependent on those HTML elements because that gives you context of where you're placing that styling and how it's going to be presented to the web user. As well as JavaScript. JavaScript is also relying on that HTML code. So really HTML is the core language of the internet, and you can have web pages without CSS, without JavaScript, but there aren't very many without CSS. I would say I haven't seen any that don't use CSS. Most common modern websites are using CSS because applying styling to your web pages, to your HTML, really does create a really nice effect. So CSS essentially allows us to create a nice look and feel for websites. Now let me show you some examples of websites that are using CSS. So this website is using CSS for setting up and styling the navigation bar. It's using CSS for some of the content here, so maybe changing it to uppercase as well. And also down here where it's positioning images, sizing of images, making these rounded corners. So CSS is everywhere on this web page. And there's another one that we're going to look at as well. So again, the same thing where CSS is used very commonly here, where you can see that whenever the text is centered, the text is aligned here. We've got numerous boxes here. So more than likely that this website as well is using quite a bit of CSS for styling. So let's take a look at these websites and see what they look like actually without the CSS. And in order to take a look, we're going to just go into our Chrome, so into the DevTools of Chrome, because we are using a Chrome browser. Now on a Windows machine, in order to open DevTools, that's Control-Shift-I. On a Mac, it's going to be Command-Opt-I. So it's very similar, and opening up those DevTools, we see that we get instant inspection of the HTML code, And then beside it, we've got a box here for style. And this is actually showing all of the style that's being applied to the various elements on the page. And that's why DevTools is super useful, because it does give us this ability to really easily see what's happening within the code. Make a quick adjustment to the DevTools, and I'm going to bring it down at the bottom so we can see the page within its full width. And I'm going to bring this up a little bit and make the HTML smaller, make the style bigger, because we are looking at style within this page. So in order to see what this page is going to look like without CSS, I'm going to remove the style sheet. So it's got a style sheet that's being attached here. It's actually got a style tag here. So I'm going to simply just delete that out. And now we can see, and I'm going to delete this one out as well. And because this is just working locally, it's not actually changing the source file. It's just removing it from the browser's rendering of that HTML page. So if you're wondering how I was able to remove out and delete out files, it's not actually deleted. It's just because when the browser renders out the contents of the web page, and especially within Chrome, when you open up the DevTools, you can do quite a lot here within the HTML. So all I did is I just selected the element and pressed delete, and that was enough to simply remove out those styling within the page. And you can see this page is very, very different without styling. So you see right away, immediately, there's so much happening with that styling, and it does not look the same at all. So if I go and if I refresh it, then we see that it looks like a completely different page with the styling. And this really illustrates the power of CSS and what you can do with CSS and how much your website can actually change. So you can literally have several websites that have the same HTML code, and they can look completely different just by applying CSS. And just to give you a second illustration, there's another website over here, and again, the same thing. We see a lot of CSS in this page. So I'm going to open up the DevTools, and I'm going to do the same thing. So this one up here looks like it's got a link to a CSS file, and I'm just going to remove that out. And we see that everything changed. Even the text was being changed to uppercase over here, so that's gone. The navigation bar is gone. Only we're left with the HTML code, which leaves us the different links for the navigation, just the text. So the images are resized differently, and we don't see that structure, so it doesn't really look like a website, or it doesn't look like the website that we'd be expecting for modern website design. So this is, again, a good illustration of what CSS can do, because it can really change the look and feel of your website. Even if you go into the website and updating different colors, so you could literally have endless different variations of how that code gets output within your HTML. So we see that we've got a background color, so I can remove that, I can update that, make it look different, and there's just so many options that provided within CSS, so even the padding there. And we are going to talk more about what these CSS properties do and how to apply them to your HTML. So this was just to illustrate that we can really change the way that the website looks and feels with and without CSS. And then when we do apply the CSS, there are a lot of options for what we can do. So in the next lesson, we're going to jump right in and we're going to start writing some CSS code. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how we can add CSS to our HTML web page. And essentially with CSS, the idea is that we use our CSS and we select the HTML element in order to get the properties and the values that are contained within the styling. So we define and we make our selection, and then we add in the properties and values. And there's a number of ways to add CSS to HTML elements, and here we've just opened up just a basic HTML page. There's no CSS attached to it, and I'm going to show you how we can add CSS to this web page. So if we just open this page up right now, this is just plain HTML. There's no CSS, and let's open up our editor and I'll show you how you can quickly add some CSS. So first of all, we have an option to add the style attribute. And the style attribute is available to be added on any element. So any HTML tag, we can add in the style element, and this gives us the ability to apply some styling into our HTML page. So even when it comes to images, we can apply it in images. So any HTML tag, we can pretty much add in style to. So any one of these visible tags. So here I'm going to add it to the H1 and do a really basic one, color. So what color does is it actually changes the color of the font. So let's open up our browser. I'm going to refresh the page and take a look at what's going to happen over here on that welcome, that H1 tag. So it's going to turn it to red. So that styling property is getting applied to that particular element. And going back to what we looked at earlier, so the idea with CSS is to select the element that you want to apply the value to, the property, and then apply the property and the value to the selected element. So what we've done here is we've gone through our HTML code, we've made a selection of the element that we want to apply those properties to, and we've added in a style attribute. Now doing it this way works, but there's some disadvantages to adding it as an attribute within your HTML tag. And the real disadvantage here is that it gets actually mixed in with the HTML coding, and sometimes it's not easy to be able to just see if all of a sudden you need to change the H1. You have to go down through the page, you have to look through the HTML code and find and identify those elements. And if you want to change a bunch of elements, so if I want to change all of my hyperlinks, it's not really easy to do applying it within the attribute of the tag. Another way to add styling to our HTML. So the second way is to use the style tag, and that's just opening and closing. So just like any other HTML tag, we've got an opening and closing style, and then we make our selection of the elements that we want to apply the styling to. So if, say for instance, we want to apply styling to all of the anchor tags, I can really easily do that by making the selection, going back to what we were looking at earlier. So we make our selection, we use the selector in order to select the element in the HTML, and we can do it by tag. We can also do it by ID, and we can also do it by class, which we're going to cover coming up as well. So for now, we're going to select the tag. So the tag is A, and for all of the hyperlinks, let's add a color of green. So let's go back out to our web page and refresh it, and we see now all of our hyperlinks on this web page are now turned to green. So they went from blue to green. And this is a better way to apply styling because this keeps it all within one central place. So if I want to apply that styling to that H1, I could simply remove it out of there, and it's going to be the same property and the same value there, and I can just simply place it in there, and maybe let's do an update to it. We'll turn it to purple, go back out and refresh it, and we see that now we've got access to that H1 tag. We've got all of anchor tags, all of them are getting that styling applied to it. And there is actually another way to add styling to your HTML, and that's to create an actual separate file that contains the styling. So let's go ahead and create a new file, and I'm going to simply copy out the content from here, and I'm going to paste it within this file, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save this file as CSS. I've already have one called style, so that's why I'm going to call it CSS, or I'll just call it the new CSS. So now I've got a file within that same directory called new CSS, and we see that CSS file, so this is going to contain CSS code, and we don't need the style tags because it's a CSS file, and when we bring it in as a CSS file, when we bring it in as a style sheet, the browser is going to know that this is just CSS, and it's going to know to interpret it as that. So typically you're going to see the links out to the style sheet within the head section, and you'll see something like this where we do the link tag, and we use the link tag, and we can and it's REL, so that's out to the type of link that we can be expecting, and this is going to be style sheet. And then we also need to specify where the style sheet is located. It's done in the same way as anchor text, where we use href, and then we just need to provide the path to where that file is located. So now I've provided the link to that path, and when I refresh it, nothing changes because we're still linking to that style sheet. And now whenever I go over to here, so let's make some changes, and let's do yellow, and we'll do blue, and go back out and refresh it, and we can see that because that style sheet now is being linked out to, and it holds all of the values, the styling values for our HTML code as we link to it, we're able to apply that styling from the CSS file onto our page. And the really good thing about doing it this way is that if I had multiple web pages, they could all link to that one style sheet. And if I want to change the anchor color on all of my anchors within my entire website, then I could simply just change that color within that one line of code, and it would reflect across all of my web pages that are linking to that as a style sheet. And there's one other thing that I did want to mention, and that's order when that content gets presented. So we see that we've got a style sheet up here, and you're probably wondering, well, what happens if I do style like this and I add in a style tag, and we'll just do the H1 again, and for this time I want to set the color as black. And now if we go out to the page, we refresh it, it is black. And I'll just show you one other thing as well. So if I move where I've got my link, so if I move it down below that style tag, I go out and I refresh it, what color do you think this is going to change to? It's going to be red, or let's go look at our style sheet, or sorry, so do you think it's going to be blue, or do you think it's going to be black? And if you said blue, you're correct, because the way that styling works is depending on what style is the last style set for that particular element, that's the style that's going to be applied to it. So if we have multiple styles, and if we're applying multiple styles to our page, it's going to take that last command. So if I had something in here where I did style and I set the color to green here, what color do you think that heading is going to be? And if you said green, you're correct, because this is going to be at the last point where we're actually setting color. So over here we're setting it to black, within that CSS file we're setting it to blue, and then lastly we're setting it to green. So you can set multiple style values across that same element, and it's just going to take that last one that we've selected. And you could also set multiple styles on multiple, so one element could be selected in multiple ways, and this leaves it open to, again, showing that last value that's been entered in for the property for that particular element. So if I had another way that I was linking out to this H1 tag, and if I added in another color, then it would just take that one. So depending on the order that it's presented within the code. And for the most part, you don't see a lot of styling done within the attributes, just because it's more difficult to add and update and change. And when you do link to style sheets, you typically see the style sheet above the style tag, because the style tag would only be relevant to this particular HTML page, so it wouldn't be relevant across all of my web pages that are linking to the style sheet. So if I had something within my style sheet and I wanted to overwrite it, I can add in the styling value just underneath the style sheet. And that gives me more flexibility in really customizing the page and not having to recreate a brand new style sheet just because I want to change the color on one element. In this lesson, we're going to look more at selecting our elements and then applying values to it. So we've got our selector. So essentially our selector is how we're hooking into our HTML code, what we're using to be able to access and identify the element. We want to apply the declaration so the property and the value, to our element. And property is, there's a number of different CSS properties that are available, and then they all have values that can be attached to those. So those are the two parts to any CSS styling, is that we've got a property and a value, and then underneath everything we need to make our selection of the element. We're also going to briefly start looking at Chrome and the CSS inspector within Chrome. So we saw that earlier, that we could open up the web dev tools and we can select different elements. So just doing an inspect there, and we can see that this particular element has green applied to it, it's got blue and black, and those are already crossed out because this was that first one that we had coming in. This was the first style that we had coming in. So I can uncheck that and uncheck that one, and I can change the color, and I can apply different colors, and I can do this all on the fly right within the browser and try out different colors, see how they look within the page. And it doesn't necessarily need to be a file that's sitting on your computer, because remember that this is all being rendered out by the browser. So I can go over to any website that I want and I can make some updates to it. I can do inspect here. I can go all the way out. So if I want to maybe go out to the body, we see the body background color, it's black. I can change the background color. So if we wanted red, I could set it as red, and I don't think that that's really showing very much. So maybe just be a little bit more specific there. And we see all of this information. So this is all styling having to do with our content. So maybe I can inspect this part here. We see that this is just HTML. So I can add in and update some of the styling that's available within this page. And again, this can be done for any page, because when the browser loads that web page, it builds out all of this information, and this is only available while the page isn't refreshed. So up until the point when you refresh it, and then it defaults back to whatever settings are within the source code. So it's not actually changing the source code when you're playing around with these, it's just updating it what's currently visible and currently being rendered out by the browser. Let's take a closer look at some CSS code, and we see that it's roughly around the same thing for all of our CSS. We see that we have our selection of our tags. So there's a number of them here. We've got the declaration here, so this is the property that we want to access, and then this is the value that we want to apply to that property. And whenever you're coming into your CSS, you could always take a look and you can make that selection, and then within that, once you've made that selection, you can apply that styling. So if I want to change color to red here, we can see that I changed color to red. I'm not sure which one I ended up getting, but within the source code, we see that it's applying under header, it's doing style color red. And the reason that this didn't change, because it already has that blue value that's being applied to it. So applying style to the header is the same thing as if we did it within the source code, because remember again that the order that that styling is being presented is how it actually gets output within the visible area. So at this point, we're coming in, it's reading the code, it's saying, okay, the head style color is red, but then that H1 was still blue, so it didn't really matter that we had set it to red, we still saw that it was blue because by default it's blue, and until we get to the point where we actually remove out that blue value within the CSS file that's coming from the CSS file, until we actually remove that out, then we actually see the red at that point. And so this can be done as well here. So if I wanted to apply some styling to this one as well, so I could select that element. I've got that element selected, and I can do color, and let's do yellow now. And we see that now I applied the yellow color to that particular element, and we see it's being written within the source code. And when I refresh the page, it's gone. It's back to the normal defaults that are loaded by default within the source code. And this is how you can experiment and play around and try out different styling just on the fly, see how it looks. directly within your browser. So this is all again directly within the Chrome browser, no changes to the actual source code, and that's why we can go to any web page and we can apply that styling to it. So if I wanted to do color, and I'm going to just stick with color for now, and I want to do color red. So let's do color. So the property is color. And let's do red as the value. And we can see that now the background, body, all of that font, it all goes red. And then of course we can uncheck that and bring it back to the default black. It's all about making the right selection, selecting the element you want to work with, selecting the property that you want to use, adding in the value, and we can see a really good sampling here within our browser, directly within the browser, where we can see all of the selection of the element that we want to use. So this one's being applied to body. We've got the font family, which is the property that they want it to access and set up a value, and then this is the value. We've got font size, line height, color, and we are going to look in more detail as we go through the following lessons. But this is just a quick summary of how to start looking at web pages and web code using CSS. Also, to take away from this lesson, that the format for making our CSS selections is always going to be the same. We select the element we want to use within our web page, whatever element that might be, and then we apply the styling to that element, making the selection of the element and applying styling to it. So the next lesson, we're going to look in more detail how we can add in different containers within our source code to use for styling, for applying styling. So if, for instance, we want to apply styling, or maybe we want to highlight some text somewhere within this particular element, we need a way to differentiate this part of the content from the rest of the content. And that's where divs and spans come into play, because they give us the ability within our HTML to add in these ways to group that content and then also be able to select it from our CSS. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at some HTML containers. So we're going to dive back into our HTML code, and I'm going to show you how to use divs and spans in order to make better selections of the content so that we can apply styling to those particular elements within our selection. Because remember, with CSS, we need to make a selection of those elements. So let's go open up our web page that we were working on earlier. So this is just a dummy HTML page, and if we're looking at this content, I'm actually going to get rid of the styling that we've applied, and because we've linked out to the style sheet, we can just simply work with the style sheet, so we don't have to worry about opening up our HTML page if we're able to actually select the elements that we want to apply styling to. So let's go down the page, and we see that we've got some content here, and let's say, for instance, I want to highlight some words on this page. So I've got enjoying there, and I can go to inspect that, so I can do the inspection of it, and we see that there really isn't a good way to identify that particular word. It's just part of some more words within the page, and I don't have a way to identify that particular word within the content. It's just within a paragraph, and then this paragraph is just a paragraph that goes on, and it's probably roughly around the 5th word after the anchor text. So how do we identify this word? And with CSS, there are a lot of ways to make selections of the content, but sometimes it's a lot more difficult. It's a lot more hassle than it's worth. So you could really easily just apply a span, and that way you can actually pick out the words that you want to use and apply styling to it. So say, for example, we're trying to look at that word enjoying. So let's go into our source code. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so that it fits better on the page. And we see that we've got enjoying over here. And there's no real easy way to pick that out. And this is where we would use the span tag. So span gives us the ability to isolate out that particular part of the text and we don't actually, the user actually doesn't see anything different. So we can make an inspect of it, and now we see that we've got a span tag around it, and having that differentiation, bringing it out from the rest of the content, now this gives us something that we can grasp a hold of when we're making our selection within our CSS. And also, if we're looking for something like, if we look at some of these tags, and I know we've used paragraphs before, but if we want to isolate out a whole block area, so block area of HTML means it's going to go all the way to the end. So instead of using a paragraph there, I'm going to update this to a div. And I'll show you what a div does, because a div has some default properties to it. So a div looks much like a paragraph. It does have some additional padding around there, and it takes up that full block. So unlike a paragraph that has the margins at the top and the bottom, it doesn't have those, but it does take up that full block. And when I mean full block, let me show you within the CSS. So let's make a selection. So now we have a way to select out that tag, because it's the only div that we've added into the page. So I'm going to select it out as a div, and I'm going to do background color. So background color is the property that is going to change the background color of that element, saving that, and we see that it takes up that entire width, that entire block, and which is different than the span. So comma separating it allows me to select multiple selectors and apply that same property to it. So we see that the span itself starts and ends wherever the content starts and ends, or wherever we've set up the start and end of the span, and it doesn't define and take up that full block of code, whereas the div takes up the full block. It takes up all of the spacing all the way to the end. So that's the difference between divs and spans, and it also is how you would differentiate content within your HTML. So it gets you decide which one you want to use within your code. So for this instance, I simply want to select enjoying, and maybe I do want to highlight this one as well. So in this case, we're pretty much done with what we're doing, because we've made our selections. We've selected what we want to select within our HTML, and we've identified it and given it a property and that we want to apply styling to, and then that property has a value. So that's been provided, and now when I refresh the page, we see that it gets highlighted there. And so now I can use this over and over again. So I can use spans here, and I've got the bottom there, so span, so closing span, and when I refresh it, if I go down, I see bottoms selected as well. And this is just a great way to part that content and be able to isolate the content that we want to apply styling to. So essentially, select the content, select your content, select the property that you want to use, and then add in the value that you want to use. The next lesson, we're going to look deeper into the selection process, because there's even more options than what we've just been doing. We've just simply been selecting those tags and applying styling. So we've been using the tags as the selectors. And sometimes you want to be more specific. So we might not want all of the spans to get highlighted. We might not want all of the divs to get highlighted, because this is going to restrict us from actually using these tags, because every time that we use them, we're going to have that highlight, that background color. So we might not want that, and we want a way to be able to better identify and make that selection in our HTML code. So that's coming up in the next lesson. I'll show you how to do that. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to dive deeper into selectors. So as we saw earlier, in order to apply styling, we have to make a selection of our HTML element that we want to apply that styling to, and we saw how we could use spans and divs in order to better pick out that HTML content so that we can apply styling to it. Now, we also saw that if we simply just apply it to the tag name, we really limit ourselves to any one particular tag. And so this makes it difficult that if I wanted to use span and then I want to use span again, well, I only want to apply it to one of those spans. So there's a number of ways to handle this. And one of them is to give that particular element an ID. And an ID attribute within the page means that that particular element is unique. You can only have one ID value for that whole entire page. So I've got ID top here, and I wouldn't be using ID top on any other elements. So that's really specific within our HTML code, and that's why using IDs is one of the best specific ways in order to really isolate out that element that we want to pick it out from the rest of the elements. So instead of just divs and spans, I want to apply it to ID. And there has to be a way to actually differentiate this from tags that have ID. So a tag that would be ID is different than ID that has ID of top. So we need a way to identify top and know that this is actually an ID. And this is where the hashes come in. In CSS, we use hash to specify that after the hash, whatever characters are after the hash means that this is the name of the element ID that we're looking for. So we've got one called top, and we know that top now is, we're looking for an ID with the name top, and then that ID, we've made our selection, so that's our selector there, and then we're applying the background property of background color property with the value of yellow. So let's go out and refresh this, and we see that if I do a code inspection here, I know it's getting a little bit crunched here, so I'm going to try to move that down, but we see that once we make that selection, we've got that element with the ID top. Whenever we go over top of this, we see we're selecting that entire element. And now when I go into the styling, we see that top, all of top, the contents of top get a background of yellow. And you're probably looking at this and saying, okay, well, everything seems to be as a box. So even though our text ends over here, we've got additional content, and if I make it smaller or if I resize it, we see that this box, it's always staying as a box. It means basically that it doesn't matter how we resize it, it's always going to be a rectangular shape. So there's always going to be the four sides. There's the top, there's the left, there's the right, and there's the bottom to every element. And that's important to note, because when it comes to some of the other properties and values that we're going to be applying, this is going to be an important part of how we're applying and important part of how we're identifying what part of the element we want to apply these properties to. So basically every element is a box format. So even if I click on these and if I do an inspect, we see that box around there. Inspect, we see the box around there. If I move out of that anchor, if I go to the nav, again, this is going to be a box. The body, again, it's a box. So it's always that rectangular shape, rectangular box. This one as well, same thing. We can see that this is H1 with a box around it. We can shrink this down, and I can show you that if I go to the section itself is a box as well. So the way that Chrome is doing this, whenever I'm hovering over it, it's highlighting it. So if I'm just highlighting that one part, we see how the browser is identifying those elements within the page, and we see all of the properties that are coming along with it. So that's one way to identify it. But let's say, for instance, I've got several spans and I want to apply the property, but I don't want to apply it to all of them. So I've got one span over here, and I'm going to just add this in randomly here and add this in randomly as well. So I've got multiple spans, and I can only, so IDs would only work on one. So how would I identify all of these spans? And I don't want to just use span because I don't want to apply that background color yellow to all of them. I only want to select a few that have that background color. And this is where classes come in. And classes give us another way to apply an attribute, much like we did with ID, but classes can be used, reused, and we can apply multiple classes to every element. And this gives us the flexibility that we need in order to identify particular elements. So we can call it highlight, and I'm going to give it another one that maybe just call it box or something like that, or I'm going to call it red. So that's one class, and I'm going to apply a class over here. And classes work across different elements as well. So if I had my nav there, I can apply a class of highlight and red. So maybe this one will be highlight and blue. This one will just be red, and we'll just do one more class for, I believe we had one more span there. So this one will maybe just be blue. And then now let's go out into our CSS, and we're going to build out all of these elements. So we had one class that was red, and we're going to just apply the color red to it. We had one class that was blue, and classes are identified by using the period and then the name of the class. So different than the ID, where we had something like that, where we had the hash and then the ID. So the classes get identified by using the period and then the class name. And then lastly, we had highlight. So now we can identify and do something different with them. And this is a great example of how you can really start to use classes to really customize the look and feel of the different elements. So see here we've got red and blue. So we know every time we want something in red or something in blue, we can simply apply those classes to those elements. And again, we can apply multiple classes to each element. And so highlight, let's do background color for highlight. So background color, and we'll do it as yellow. So let's refresh the page, and remember we're going to be updating all of these spans that we applied the class to. I make it smaller so we can see all of them, and refreshing it, and we see that some of them words are blue there. We see we've got just the highlight there, we've got the highlight and red, and over here at the bottom we have the highlight and red as well, or this one's just red. And the problem is that I already have that property there for span, so let me get rid of that. And so this is a better illustration. So we've got one that's just blue, one that's red and highlighted, one that's just red, and then we've got that entire nav bar that's getting the highlight color to it and being applied blue. In the next lesson, we're going to look deeper into how colors work within CSS. So we saw that we were able to do red, blue, yellow, but what happens if we're looking for a color that isn't easily identified as a name value? Actually, there's quite a lot of options when you are selecting colors. There's hex, there's RGB, RGBA, and we're going to look at the details of those coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back. This lesson is all about colors. So earlier we saw how we were able to do color red, and that would change the font color to red. We could change the background to yellow, to blue. And now these are really easy basic color names that we can use in order to identify the color that we want to apply to that particular element. But it can actually be a lot more. There's a lot more options than just putting those named values of colors in order to identify the color that we're looking at. For instance, if we wanted red but not really red and we want to have a different shade of red, let's go open our browser, and we're going to simply go over to Google. If you do a Google search, and if you search for CSS color picker, Google will show you this really cool color picker here. And we can see that as I drag this slider along, I've got a number of different changing values, and I've got corresponding values for hex, for RGB, for HSV, HSL, CM, YK, and they're all just different ways to identify that particular color that I'm looking at. So that I can drag it around, and I've got tons of different values, and you can see that really there's a lot of options here that we have available to us when we're looking for different colors that are available. And you can use hex colors, you can use RGB, you can use any one of these color values in order to indicate the color that you want to apply within your HTML. So say for instance I want it to use, so let's say that we want to use this purplish color, but we didn't want to go full out to purple. We wanted to go somewhere in the middle here. Let me just grab that and go into the CSS. So instead of red, I can say this is going to be my new red. I can go out to the page, I can refresh it, and we see that it gets this purplish color there. So it's actually using the color that we've selected, and maybe better to update that one. And we can see that we've got this purplish color here now across the top. So it's updated that background there, and we can literally select any one of these color values. So let's go try that RGB. So that's red, green, blue, and that's the different shading that's being applied to it. So we can just as easily apply that value and go out to our page and refresh it, and we see it's the same color. It's the same, that same deep purple color that this hex value was. And that's what I mean by you can apply any one of them and you can get really customized to the color value. So the range for hex is all the way from black. So black is 000000, and white is going to be FF. So that's essentially your range of colors that you have available to you within HTML, within CSS. So I can use any one of these colors and anything in between. So hexadecimal values, they increment. We see it's incrementing bit by bit, and as we go along we get different hexadecimal values. And the same thing for RGB. So RGB is probably a little bit easier to understand if you're used to just regular numbers, numeric values. So you can apply a value from 0 all the way up to 255. So let me show you what if we have an RGB color and we want to apply red. We see that RGB 255 red is a red color, really bright red color, and 0, 0, so that means 0 for green, 0 for blue. If I change this around and if I change green to 255, which is the max value, you can't go 256, that doesn't exist, so it will just default to 255. We see that that is really, really green. And then the last one, if I change this to 255, it goes really, really blue. And we can see that corresponding there within the hex as well. So the last value, the full value, goes from 00 to FF. So that's equivalent to 0 to 255. And the same thing here if I change that hex. So if I change it to FF0000, we see that we get the red color. If I do 00FF, we get green. And if I do 00FF, I get blue. So same, they work in the same, the values are going to be the same, but it's just represented differently. So there's one other thing that I did also want to note as well, is that there's also short forms for these hex values. So if all the hex values are the same, instead of typing FFFFF, you can simplify it and just do the 3 Fs. So that's going to be the same as all 6 Fs, and it's the same thing for any one of those corresponding ones. So if I had a black color and if I wanted to make it fairly dark, so 111, the 3 ones are equivalent. So I'm not sure, I think it's this one here that we had as red. So that is simply equivalent to saying 6 ones in a row. So it's the same color. That's just a short format for writing that. And I did say that there's actually one other format that we can use for colors, or one other format that's commonly used for colors, and that's RGBA. So this is red, green, blue, alpha. And alpha is a value from 0 to 1, and what alpha does is it makes it more see-through. So let's go back into our editor, and maybe we're going to change this to alpha. So that will decrease, so do RGBA instead of that, and we see that we can start out with the value of 0. So let me show you what that looks like. So basically, with 0, it's completely see-through. With 1, it's completely solid, and anything in between there, so if we do a 0.5, it's going to be semi-transparent, and all the way down back to, so the more the smaller of a value, the more transparent it becomes. The larger a value, the less transparent it is. So if we had any content that was underneath here, we could actually see through this particular element's background color, and we could see underneath it using RGBA. Now, one thing I did want to note with RGBA, it doesn't always work on every browser. So most of the modern browsers will accept RGBA. So this is something you've got to be careful of when you are using RGBA, that not all browsers do support it. Most of them do, but not all of them support it. So just use some caution when you're applying these alphas, that you need to be aware that it's not going to always be transparent on every single browser. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be going over named colors. So named colors are the ones that are most intuitive. If you go into your source code and if you've got a color like blue here, we know that the color is going to be blue. So they're based around English language names for colors, and there's a whole lot of them. I believe there's probably about 150 or 160, so some sites will list more, but it's roughly around that number. And there's a really good resource over here on Mozilla, and they have a full listing of all of the different colors. And as you can see here, there's the color, there's the keyword, so this is the named value for the color, and then we've got the RGB and hex values here in this column. And you can see all of these different colors. So if I wanted to use something like this, maybe let's try dark orchid. Go over to our application, and instead of having a background color of that RGB color, we can go back to our page and refresh it. Refresh it again, and we can see that we get that dark orchid color now is being specified as our highlight color within our web page. And we could do the same thing here as well. So if we wanted deep pink, and as you can see, there's so many different variations of colors, and you can just simply type them in and refresh the page, and there you go. So now you've got deep pink as your highlight color. So in most cases, the color names are going to be more intuitive, and you can use these as well within your colors. You're going to see that these are actually becoming more and more popular. They've got different levels as well. So we've got the level 3, we've got the level 1, so we've got some revisions and different color changes. So these were the initial named colors, and then there was a revision, so there was more added in, and so on, and then it added in all of these. So it's alphabetically. You can see that there's a big whole listing here of all of the different named colors within the source code. So you can use these, and you can use the hex values or the RGB cut values, whatever you're more comfortable with, in order to apply colors to your elements within your HTML using CSS. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be going over named colors. So named colors are the ones that are most intuitive. If you go into your source code and if you've got a color like blue here, we know that the color is going to be blue. So they're based around English language names for colors, and there's a whole lot of them. I believe there's probably about 150 or 160, so some sites will list more, but it's roughly around that number. And there's a really good resource over here on Mozilla, and they have a full listing of all of the different colors. And as you can see here, there's the color, there's the keyword, so this is the named value for the color, and then we've got the RGB and hex values here in this column. And you can see all of these different colors. So if I wanted to use something like this, maybe let's try dark orchid. Go over to our application, and instead of having a background color of that RGB color, we can go back to our page and refresh it. Refresh it again, and we can see that we get that dark orchid color now is being specified as our highlight color within our web page. And we could do the same thing here as well. So if we wanted deep pink, and as you can see, there's so many different variations of colors, and you can just simply type them in and refresh the page, and there you go. So now you've got deep pink as your highlight color. So in most cases, the color names are going to be more intuitive, and you can use these as well within your colors. You're going to see that these are actually becoming more and more popular. They've got different levels as well. So we've got the level 3, we've got the level 1, so we've got some revisions and different color changes. So these were the initial named colors, and then there was a revision, so there was more added in and so on, and then it added in all of these. So it's alphabetically, you can see that there's a big whole listing here of all of the different named colors within the source code. So you can use these and you can use the hex values or the RGB cut values, whatever you're more comfortable with, in order to apply colors to your elements within your HTML using CSS. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to be talking about backgrounds. Previously we saw how easy it was to update a background color of an element, and we can select any element, update a background color using hex values, using the name values, or RGB values. So whatever values we want, we can really easily update the value of our element background colors. So for this lesson, let's open up our editors, and we're going to update the background of the entire body. And you can do this within the same format. So the same way that you're doing updates to the elements, you can just apply background color to the background of the body. So background color, and let's turn it red for now. So go back out and refresh it, and we can see that we can change that entire background color to be red. Now, another option that we have with backgrounds is we can add in images. So all we need to do is link to the path of the image. So this one here, URL, and we link to the image that's locally available within our system. So I'm going to comment this out for now, and I'll add in a background image. So this is background image, and here we just need to specify a URL. So the URL, and remember that you need to make sure that if you are using a value, an image that isn't sitting on your system, you need to provide that full path, and you need to provide the path to it. So if it's not on the root folder, and we know that this image here, cat, is on our root folder, so this is going to be a really easy one just to add in as a background image. So we're going to go back out and refresh it, and there we go. So we see that we've got this cat. It's added in as our background image to our entire body of our content. Now, there are a lot of options as well to control how this image is being laid out in the background. So for instance, we can specify if we want it to repeat or not, and there's a property for that which is called background repeat, and this is where we specify if it's repeating, and we see we've got the options here. So Adam's providing us that there's a no repeat. So if we save that and refresh it, it doesn't repeat. And remember, this image over here is part of our source code, so I can actually simply remove that out for now, so that to avoid confusion. So repeat, it only has it. No repeat has no repeats on it. We also had an option to repeat, and this is the default. We have an option to repeat across the x-axis. So when we refresh that, it's only going across the x-axis. So how many images can fit across there, it's going to repeat it on the x-axis. Similarly, we have an option to repeat on the y-axis. So that's this way, that's the vertical, and that other one was the horizontal option. And we also saw that we had several other options here as well. So we had round and space. Round and space are actually new to CSS3, and they're predominantly used for PNGs, so those are the clear images. You see that even if I'm adding it or if I'm removing it, there is a slight difference. So it is trying to essentially cut and focus in right on the center part of the image. And this is more typically, as mentioned, used in PNGs, where you would have to try to focus more directly into the content of the available PNG and ignore the transparent part of it. So this is, again, this is CSS3, and you're not going to really see a lot of that. So by default, let's just go back to the full repeat, and we'll leave that as our repeat. And then, again, this is the default, so you don't actually need to specify this. It is by default, repeat is already available within your background properties. You can also specify a background size, and this will specify how much size the image is going to actually take up. So you can do it by pixels. So if you want to do 100 pics by 100 pics, and we're going to update this to no repeat. And we can see that we can specify that that image gets sized to a particular size, and again, this is still the background. We can also do a background cover. So I'm going to go down a little bit here, and I'm going to add into the HTML. So I'm going to add in within the head section here, I'm going to give it an ID so that I can identify it. Go into my CSS, access that particular head section, and we're going to add a background cover, a background image. So we'll copy our background image down to there. We're going to copy this one as well. And we need to, and for background size, what I want it to do is do cover. So for now, let's just remove this, and I'll show you what this looks like without it, and then I'll show you with it what it looks like with it. Refresh our page, and now we've added in that background over here, and we see that it's really small because we're not specifying the amount of height and width. So I'm going to add these in quickly, and we are going to cover it later on as well, because we need to be more specific on the amount of height that we want. And we see that the image actually doesn't really cover very well in there, and that's where we could use background size, and we can specify cover. And what cover will do is, I'm going to make it bigger, refresh it, and we see what cover does is it actually tries to resize it to cover that element's entire spacing. So we click on it, all of our elements again they're in a boxed format. So when we select it, we see that this particular element, even though before the sizing it was only coming up to no repeat and it was only showing it once here, it was using the actual image's size, and when we change it to cover, then it covers that entire element width. Even though we haven't specified the width, we know that the container width is the entire width of the page, and that's where we're able to select out and update the full entire cover size of that image. Another option we have is we can specify the position of the background image. So let's comment that one out, and we've got background position. And for position, we can do left, center, right, bottom, top. So this is going to be how it's going to relate to the rest of the element size. So see, when we go center, by default it was going to the left. Center automatically centers it, and it keeps the same proportions, whereas cover was trying to enlarge it and to cover up the entire available space within that element. And going back up to the body, so what I wanted to do is just get the body value there, and we're going to let it repeat. So we're going to have the cat there for the body as well. So when I refresh it, I've got the cat there and the cat size. And one of the really cool things about CSS is you can actually control the positioning. So you see some really nice effects taking place if we do background attachment, and we can fix the position of the attachment. So watch what happens now when I scroll down the page. The background image stays the same. It stays in position, and even though we're scrolling, we see that it's staying within position. So even if I attach it over here, it's going to apply some really nice and interesting effects to our page. So we can see that as we scroll, we see that image as well, that's not moving. And that image is still taking up the space, so it makes this really nice parallax type effect where our content is scrolling different than our image that's in a fixed position within an attached position. So just by adding these background images and various elements, you can create some really nice and interesting effects within your web page. So the next lesson, we're going to summarize all of the different properties that we've gone through in this lesson, and I'm going to show you how to do it all within one line, within one statement. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back, and with background images there's an option to do a shorthand method for background, and that will save you several lines of code. You can do it all within one declaration. So let's go jump into our header here, and we saw that we had our background image, we had our repeat, we had our attachment, center, fixed, and we had all of this information here. So let's condense this. And there's another option as well. So if we have background color, and I want to just add this in quickly, so we did have red before, so maybe just keep it as red. So basically what happens is if this image can't load, it just defaults to the background color that we've specified there. So this is also set a lot of times within your CSS, that you have these defaults just to ensure that things, even though if your image has a problem loading, that something comes up there in its place. So now let's condense all of these lines, all of these 5 lines into one line. So background, and this is again, this is a new property where we're able to do it within the one declaration. It's the shorthand method for backgrounds, and where we have a specific order. So we can do a color, red, we can do the URL. So we're just basically taking these property values here and we're just putting them in order within our shorthand background format. Next, we're going to do fixed. And it does need to be in a specific order. So just always make sure that you're mindful of the order that you're representing this code in. And I'm going to get rid of the commenting out over here, and I'm going to comment out all of this. And you're going to see that what is going to happen is that the shorthand is going to allow us to save a whole bunch of lines of code. So now when we go out and we refresh it, so there's our background image of our cat, and as we scroll up, it's still, everything is still there. So the background is red, we've got no repeat, we've got fixed and centered. And maybe update this to be black. Refresh. So we've got all of our background properties all written within one statement using the shorthand method. Welcome back, and in this lesson we are going to be looking at borders. So all of our elements, we can see that if they don't have any borders, they don't have any background colors, it's actually hard to differentiate where they stop and where they start. So now that I've updated this, and I'm going to get rid of some of these that we used in the previous lesson, go back over here and refresh it. We don't really know where our header starts and it ends because it's all white. It's mixing in with the background and the rest of the body content. So simply, unless we have a background color, we don't know where this element starts or ends. We can click inspect, so that will give us a better idea. And we see that it's about 200 pixels or so that the header is. So we do have some indication, but we don't actually see a border around it. And the border property is what actually is going to allow us to be able to bring it out and differentiate it from the rest of the background. So borders are, we can be really specific with our borders, and we can also have a shorthand format for borders. So let's first do a border color. So border color, and we saw that we used colors before, and there's an unlimited number of colors there. And next, we need to specify the width of a border. So we know that our border is going to need to be a certain width. So let's do border width. And we can specify a pick width, or we could do thin or thick. So let's do 2 pixels. And now when I refresh it, we still don't see anything there because we're missing one last property, and that's border style. So we need to specify what style of border we're expecting. And you can see there's quite a lot. There's inset, dashed, double, grooved, hidden, dotted, none, outset, ridge, And most common one is going to be solid that's used. So solid again is the most common one, but let's try something a little bit different here where we've got dashed, and really truly you don't see dashed used very often, but basically this is what dash does, is that it allows us to have this dashed border effect around our content. We're also able to do border, we can do border, specify specific border properties depending on if we want to specify for left, right, top, and bottom. So we can really isolate out those border properties. So we can do border top, and we can be specific there. So we can do something like border top and specify color. So if we want the top border to be red, we could do it that way, and we see that it turns red. And so this is available as well for right. So now the right border is red. We can do left, bottom, and so on. So we can be very specific what values we want to apply to it. We can even do border left style. So that's another option that we have. And then here we can specify different styles. So let's just do solid. So this is more of the common one that you might see. So we can do a solid red line there for that border, and so on. And if we remove out all of the rest of the border properties there, all we do is we get a simple line there. So and that's often used as well for borders in order to really kind of break apart sections and different elements, to isolate them and to highlight different areas. So there are a lot of options when it comes to borders, and just like backgrounds, there's actually a shorthand format for borders. So say for instance we want to apply all of these three, so we're looking for color, width, and style. We're able to apply that to left, to right, to top, and bottom. So there is a shorthand format which we can apply to all of the borders, where we can do something like dashed black and 2 pixels. So now I can comment out all of this that I have down here, and I'm going to comment the border left as well out. So now when I refresh it, we get the same effect. So it saved us essentially, that one declaration saved us 3 lines of code. And we can also be really specific with the shorthand, where if we wanted to have this particularly for the bottom, and we want to do solid, or let's try blue this time. So border bottom solid blue, we can refresh it, and you can see that you get this really nice neat effect there. If you want to change the order of how they're presented, so if you're wondering, typically with CSS we read from the top down, so we can see that if we place the border statement, we actually overwrite the border bottom. So if you do want to use these more specifics within the border properties, then make sure that you're ordering it properly within your HTML or your CSS styling. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at the outline property for borders. So last lesson, we saw that we can really easily produce these borders, and we saw that we've got a lot of options for how we want these borders output. So another option for essentially borders, but it's actually outside of the border, so it's called outline. And we can be specific with that outline as well, or we could just use the shorthand. So for this one, I'm going to use shorthand, and I'm going to do red, solid, and we'll just do 5 pixels or something like that. So go out and refresh it, and we see that the outline actually sits just outside of the border, and it gives us another option to create really nicely styled borders. Another thing important to note, that outline, so because we went 5 pixels here, we're overlapping this particular element. So this outline property sits outside of the current element sizing. So if we've got 200 pixels by whatever number of pixels we've got here, the border sits right on the edge there, right on the outside part, and then the outline again is outside of that bordered area, so outside of the element. So always keep that in mind when you're using that. You might need to make some adjustments to other elements because you don't want to have this overlapping. And I'm going to show you how to do that, how to move elements up and down, add in padding and margins in the upcoming lessons. So it's important to note as well that with outline, there's the shorthand method, and you have literally the same options that you had within your border. So you see that we can go yellow, we can do solid, and we had all of the same options for how we wanted it, the style, so we could do dashed as well and so on. And then we also had that same option for size, just as we did within the border properties. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to look at margins. So previously we saw that when we added this outline border, it's actually overlapping our other elements, and well, it doesn't look good. We need to add some spacing, and this is where margins come in. They give you the ability to move content around and apply a buffer area between different elements. So if, for instance, I know that I need some margin space at the bottom, I can do margin bottom, and then all I need to do is specify how much space I need. So let's say, for instance, 10 pixels, refresh it. We see that it moves this element down and gives us a margin spacing to allow us to accommodate that outline that we had added in within the previous lesson. And we see that they're fairly useful when we're applying margins. We can specify margin bottom, we can specify margin top, so we can have different margin sizes for them. If we want to have a margin of 50 at the top, it's essentially just going to bump our element down and give us that 50 pixels here at the top. So they're also, just like we saw with borders and we saw with backgrounds, there's a shorthand format for margins. And essentially it's going to work in a clockwise fashion. So if I was to do margin 10 pixels, and I'm going to get rid of both of these, or maybe we can just comment those out so we can reference them within the source code. So if I go and if I refresh it, we see that margin 10 pixels actually adds 10 pixels margin all the way around. And this is where we need to get more specific within our CSS. If we want to add margin of 10 pixels for the top and bottom, but left and right we wanted something else, we can really easily do this within the shorthand. So let's say, for instance, on left and right we want to do 30 pixels. So that gives us that 30 pixels buffer. So again, what if we wanted to do top and bottom different values, but we want to keep left and right the same? So let's say, for instance, the top we want it to have 10, and maybe on the bottom, for whatever reason, we want to have 20 pixels. So we can do this within the shorthand format, going back and refreshing it. So now the top has 10, left and right has 30, and the bottom has 20 pixels. So now, lastly, what if we wanted to have a different left and right value? And that's where we could add in that fourth parameter in there, and we're going to do 50 pixels, and the 50 pixels is added to the left-hand side. So basically, the way to look at this and to remember the order of the shorthand is that top is first, then so top and bottom, so everything is first. So that if we only have one value, then it applies the value to everything. If we have two values, it applies it first, top and bottom, second is left and right, and then once we add in our third property, we're going to apply a different value for the bottom and a different value for the top. So the first one is going to be the top, the third one is going to be the bottom, and then the left and right are going to still take that second value. So it's working in a clockwise fashion once we have four. So we go top, right, bottom, left, and that gives us the ability to apply different margins across the different sides of the particular element. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at the other side. So margin is on the outside of the border, and the other side is there's content on the inside of the border. And what if we wanted to add some spacing? We don't necessarily need to add another element and place that, nest it within this one. We can actually add padding. So that's coming up in the next lesson.
Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we looked at margins. In this lesson, we're going to look on the inside, and we're going to take a look at padding within CSS. So we saw that we were able to specify how much spacing or how much buffer area we want on the outside of the element. So now let's add in that spacing around the inside of the element. So let's say, for instance, you've got some text here, just as we do, and it's touching the border, and really this doesn't really look good. When you're coming in and reading it, you don't want your border, especially if it's the same color, touching on your text. So this is where you need to add in padding. So I can do padding, and the same way that we were doing margins, so padding is just going to work the opposite. It's just going to be on the inside. So I can shift my content over slightly, and I can have my padding to the left. Another thing that I want to also add in, I'm going to do background. And we're going to do a background color so that we can actually see where our element is and so on. So we see that once we're adding in that padding, it's being applied to everything that's inside there. And so now we've specified it, we've made it red. We can slightly see that what happens with the border, it's actually sitting on the inside of the element with the background, and we see that the outline is on the outside of that yellow. Because we've got that dashed, we see that it's sitting on the inside. So let's take a closer look at padding, and we can do padding. So if we wanted padding on the top, for whatever reason we wanted 30 pixels on the top, we go and we refresh it. It moves all of the content within the element down by 30 pixels. And one thing to note as well is it's actually adjusting the height of the element. So now that we've moved it down 30 pixels, the content, our height is still 200, so now it's 200 plus 30. So always keep that in mind when you are adding in different spacing, different buffer areas. So just like with margins, padding has the same option where we can do the shorthand method, and this is, again, usually more common. So if we do 30 pixels, and I'm going to just take these ones and bring it over to here, it out so it's not interfering with our code, because now we're doing the shorthand method, so refreshing it. So basically added 30 pixels all around. So now if we wanted 10 pixels left and right, 30 pixels top and bottom, we could do it that way. And exactly the same way that we did our margins, we can be very specific on how much padding we want on our element. So there we go. So now we've got different padding for each side of our element. So the next lesson, we're going to look at the box model. So we've gone through the border, we've gone through the element, we've gone through margins and padding and so on. So next lesson is the box model. And all of these together, this is what's actually referred to as the box model. Welcome back, and in this lesson we are going to be looking at the box model. So actually we already have taken a look at that as we've been applying our styling code, and we've got margins, we've got padding, borders, and all of this is actually part of the box model. So what the box model is it's essentially a box that wraps around the element. So it includes all of this margins, padding, and borders within the actual element properties. So we have created that, and I'm going to show you a really great way to take a closer look at the box model of any element on any web page. And we are using Chrome for the lessons, and one of the reasons that I like using Chrome is that we have what's called the dev tools. So on a Windows machine, you can press Control-Shift-I to open up DevTools. On a Mac, it's Command-Opт-I. And basically, so when you press that, you see that you've got this developer console that opens up. We've got elements, console, sources, network, performance, memory, application. So there's a whole bunch of information that's contained within here, and all of this information can really help you work with
your application as you're building it out. And that's why it's called DevTools, because for developers, this is a really great resource. You can also do things like you can see how your web page will look on an iPhone 5. You can see what it's going to look like on an iPhone 6, on an iPad, and so on. We'll zoom it back into 100%. So we've got a whole bunch of options here within the DevTools, and I know we probably made it a little bit too big. So I'm going to resize this down, and we see that initially we start off at the Elements tab, and we see we've got all of the elements listed on this page, and now we can actually find out more information about those elements. So when I inspect an element, I get all of its information. So right now we're inspecting the element here that's been selected, and we can see that at the top here as well. As I hover over, we get this little pop-up showing us the size of the element and some information. So this is an H2. We see that the font size has been set. We can update this, and this is only going to be relevant while we've got the browser open, and we can see that we can make an adjustment to it. We can change the line height. We can update the margins and everything. We can update the font weight as well. We can change the color of it. So if we wanted it to be red, we can change it to red. And this is only available right now within the session. So we're not actually changing the source code on Google. We're only accessing the current DevTools, which gives us the ability to access the DOM, which essentially is what and how the web page is built out within the browser. So all of these are broken down into elements. Every element within our HTML is broken down separately, and we see how it's nesting order as well here and within the source code. And this is where you could traverse through there and take a closer look at your source code or source code of any web page. The reason that we're looking at this is because we also have an option within styling, and then this is where we've got the box model that we had specified earlier. And this is the really neat thing about Chrome, is that it's got this box model sitting here ready to go, and we can grab it and we can inspect any element with this box model. So we see that we've got our content, we've got our padding around it, we've got our borders, so there's no border size specified, and we've got our margin sizes. So let's open up our editor and we'll take a closer look at that particular element that we were applying all of those colors to. So we see that the header element, we've got a bottom border of blue, so that's still there. I'm going to make it smaller so we can see some of the content as well as the DevTools. We see we've got the outline border, we can hide that, we can show that, the background color, red, uncheck, check those, and we see we've got all of those margin values. And this is where it gets interesting with the box model, because we were actually through the previous lessons setting different values for the margin, and there we go. We can see the margin at the top is 10, the right 30, bottom 20, left 50. Border, so we've got a border size, and notice that it's actually 1.997, so it's really exact with its calculations, although we had set it as 2 pixels. We've got our padding of 30 top, 20 bottom, and so on, and then we've got our content size, so we've got the size of the content times the width of the content, and all of this coincides with all of the settings that we've set up here within our CSS. So that's how you can take a quick look at your box model, and if you need to make some adjustments, or if you've got a certain styling, a setup that you want to copy over, you can take a quick glance at your box model just to make sure that you've got all of your properties set properly and as expected. And if you do want to shift them over, then you can just make note of that within the box model and make the adjustments accordingly. Because as mentioned before, it is sometimes hard to be able to differentiate all of these elements and how they're falling in. So we see that we can get a rough idea of what's happening with this element, what size it is, and if we want to resize it, we can always update it within our source code. And the other option as well is we can update some of the options here. So we can have background color, and we can do border if we want. And we can also add in padding here, and so on. So we can literally use our dev tools in order to get more familiar and more see what our options are within our application, as we can play around with the dev tools and literally make it respond however we need it to respond to. A lot of developers will actually use the dev tools in order to build out and try out different looks and feels and make adjustments to their application, use it within real time, and see what the changes are and what the differences are. So I do encourage you, if you're not using Chrome, to check it out. The other browsers as well have the dev tools. So it's not only Chrome, other browsers have them as well. But I think by far Chrome is probably one of the best dev tools. It's got everything right out of the box there that you have access to. So there's quite a lot of options right out of the box with Chrome's dev tools. And that's why it's one of the favorites for web developers. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at the height and width of elements. And with CSS styling, we're able to change those dimensions and accommodate our styling objectives by applying height and width. So we saw that earlier we had applied a height to our CSS, and this gave us the ability to have a really nice fat header there. So another thing that we can do within our CSS is we can apply a width. And this is, again, so super useful, especially when you've got contents. So I'm just adding in another element here, and I'm going to put it, call it container. So basically, we see that our website is just completely taking the full width. And you see a lot of websites that you go to that they've got this buffer area here at the side. So they've got basically a contained area where they've got their content. And of course, now that we've got our dev tools open, let's go take a look at their body. And then we've got this container class. So they're setting a max width, they're margining, they're doing an auto margin, and they're setting the width of 90%. So basically, this container is going to have a max width of 870. And if the page size is smaller than 870, the width is going to be 90%. So let's take a look at this and apply something similar within our CSS. So now that we've created this container class, let's access it within our CSS. And we're going to set a width. And the nice thing about width is you can use percentage, which makes it a whole lot more fluid. So if you want to have a fluid website, and what that basically means is that if you want your website to be able to adjust inside here but still keep the proportions, then that's where you use that percentage sign. Otherwise, you can set a fixed width, and if we do something like width and we want to have maybe 1080 pix as a max width, we see that this limits the amount of spacing and size that we're allocating to our particular container element. So our website will never be more than this width, and one of the problems is when we resize it, it doesn't accommodate for that resizing, and that's where we need to flip it back to a max width. So refresh, max width, and we see that this resizes a whole lot better. We still keep the same look and feel, even though we're resizing our content. And once we hit a lower size, then we're seeing that we're taking 90%. So we know that the max width can only be 1080, and if it's less than that, then it's just going to be taking up 90%. So that's what our settings are essentially saying within this output. The other thing too that I also did want to mention, again, it's that order. So we want to make sure that our max width order is placed max width on top, and then the width is actually going to overwrite that max width. So reading from the top down, make sure that you do keep that order specific within your CSS. And the same thing for height. We can specify height as a fluid a percentage value, or we can use it as a set pixel value. Welcome to our box model challenge. So the challenge within this lesson is to identify the different CSS properties that are being applied to our particular element. So we see here that we do have our source code listed. We've got a div, we've got a class of container, and then inside of that div we have another div with a class of box, and then we've got some text in the middle there that just says box. So you can go over to any web page that you want and you can get all of this information. So the source code is always available, that HTML is always available, as well as the CSS. And if you're using Chrome's DevTools, you can get even more information. So going over to that particular element, we see once we've selected the container, we see that essentially we've got its width, we've got its margin, and we see that the margin is 117 by 117. So when I make it larger, this also changes. But notice that the actual width that we have available to us is not changing. So we know that we can identify there are several properties that have been added into this particular element. So looking at that container element, we see that we've got a margin of auto. So that's doing that, adding in that margin on the left and right. And we also saw that there was no margin at the top or bottom. So generally that's indicative of margin auto, and we can see that once I check it or uncheck it, that we're able to identify that as margin auto. The next thing that we know we can see within our DevTools is that we've got a preset width. So this particular element has a preset width of 500 pixels. And we can't actually see that when we're selecting the element inside, because we've got two elements, and the parent element, the container one, doesn't have any additional properties. So there's no border and there's nothing else added into it. So if we wanted to add in a border, I can show you how to do that. And we could do something like border, and this would help us identify that particular property. So I'm just going to open it up over here. You can get this screen by selecting New Style Rule and clicking the Inspector Style Sheet. So this is just a temporary style. So when I open that up, I've got my selected container, and we can see that I can add in some styling in here. So if I do a one-pick solid black border, we can see that this gives us that entire outline of that main parent container. So we also see that we've got additional information that's contained within that inner container. So for the outside one, we see that it had a width of 500 pixels, and that was only evident when we were looking at the box model, and we also saw that it was centered from left to right. And we've added in this border so that we can identify it. So this is something that we added in after. So let's go ahead and select the box. So the box, again, there's a lot of information that we can see immediately when we select it within our DevTools. We see we've got a margin, border, padding, we've got a preset width of it. So let's add in all of these elements and all of these properties here. Another thing that we can see as well, we've got some text in here, and this text is centered. So now we've got a really good idea of the values we need to set for those particular properties. So we know that the padding, it's all the way around 20, so that we know that we can use that shorter format for padding. So we've got a padding of 20 pixels. We also know that we've got a border, and the border color is red, and we see that within the properties here in the DevTools that it's 1 pick. So we know that we can set the border 1 pick solid red, and then on the outside of the box model we've got a margin of 10 all the way around, and we know that this is the shorthand format, so we've got 10 picks all the way around. So these three we can really easily identify. We also know that there's a background color here, so the background color is green. And we also, looking at the box model as well, we see that it's got this preset width and height, so we can set width and height. And then going on to the background color, we know that the background color is green. And lastly, we see that the text is aligned, center aligned, so that would be the last property that we need to specify there. So try it out for yourself and see if you can recreate what we have here outlined within this lesson. So try it out for yourself. I'm going to include the source code as well as the solution, but first of all, just try it out without the solution and see if you can create all those properties just by using your code inspector here within DevTools in order to recreate what we have here visually within this lesson.
In this lesson, I want to do a quick addition to margins. So we saw that when we created our fixed width and we reshrink it and so on, that when we make it really big, we've got a max width of 1080 and our web page is no longer centered when we added in that container. So the fix for this is really easy and straightforward, and this has to do with margins. So we can actually set our margin, and we set it to auto. And basically what the auto margin does is that it proportions the left and right sides of our particular content and spaces it evenly. So left and right becomes spaced evenly, and we see that when I go down into that particular container, we see that we've got an auto margin. So all of these margins, the top, right, bottom, left, are set to auto, and we see that by default it's spacing out, it's taking in the entire available width of container, which is probably about 1600, just over 1600 pixels, and it's seeing that our content has a max of 1080, padding, borders, so we haven't set any of those, but we've got about 300 pixels on each side as a margin. So that's the left and right that it's setting, and that's where it's able to easily center content. So you can use that margin trick in order to center out content of your web page, and in this case we centered out that entire container class that allows us to control how wide our web page is and where the content is actually falling on our web page. So even when we make it bigger, we can see that having it nice and centered outside of the original content is great, and it looks really nice. It allows us to set a fixed width for that inner content within our HTML structure. Welcome back, and in this lesson and this set of lessons we're going to be looking at different text and fonts with CSS. Now text and font, they're actually going to be different properties. So text is going to be dealing with more of where that text gets positioned and how the text looks, and the font itself is going to be dealing with the actual output of those characters. There's a slight difference. I know that they do sound the same, but when we get into the coding, you're going to see that there definitely is a difference. We're also going to look at Google Fonts. So Google Fonts gives us the ability to bring fonts into our web applications and how we can select different fonts. And then lastly, we're going to look at line height, because all these 5 are related. So let's open up our editor and take a look at our code, and we see that all of our fonts are the same. So by updating our fonts, we do have the ability to update the way our fonts look and feel. So for instance, if let's just take this element down here, and we're going to use DevTools, and I'm actually going to dock this over here on the right hand side, so we can see our code here on the left, and we can see our property tag here on the right hand side. So this is where if we wanted to make an update here, we can update the way that this particular font is available. So let's do font. First of all, let's just set our font, and we'll select our font family. And we see we've got a lot of the default fonts. So there's cursive, fantasy, inherent, initial, serif. So these are the commonly used fonts. And we see when we update the font, then our font looks completely different. So we've got this particular element has now been updated, and we also have options for font size. So this is another commonly used one. So we can either use these default sizes where we can let them larger, smaller, and so on,
or we can set a font size. So let's just we'll set a font size for this one, and we'll size it out at 16 pixels. Or maybe we should make it even bigger so it just stands out. So we'll do that again, font size, and we'll set that to 30 pixels instead. So we see that it gets way, way bigger. There's also the ability to set style for your fonts. So just like if you were writing a Word document, you've got a lot of different options for style, and you can do italic fonts, so that kind of slants them over to the right hand side. And another one that's commonly used as well is the font weight. So you can actually apply different weights to the font. So that's font weight. And we've got some default options here, so we can go bolder. That makes it a little bit thicker as well. So we see that the font automatically gets slightly thicker. And there are a lot of options when it comes to fonts. So there's quite a bit of information here that's contained. So if you are looking for font families, so these are the generic names of the font families, and there are a lot of different fonts that you can use. So this gives you a quick example. So the Mozilla Developer Network gives you an example of what those fonts look. So we've got a typical one here, generic, serif, and there's the one that we had selected, so the fantasy. So that one really does stand out. And it's got more information on the font family names and so on, so you can get really specific with what type of font you want outputting within your application. So another thing to note as well is that there is a shorthand format for fonts as well. So just like we saw with other properties, we can do a shorthand format for fonts. So I'm going to open up the editor and I'm going to do the shorthand in here. So let's just update our top element. So we had top over here, and we want to change it to font. And here is where we've added in the family name, and we've done italic and bold. So we can do all of the same stuff over here as well. So first we'll just start out with italic. So you can set these properties separately just as we did earlier, or you could keep them all within the shorthand. So we also had bold. We had a size of 30 pixels, and our font family was fantasy. And now let's go back out, we'll refresh the page, and we see that by enabling it here, within that shorthand format, we got what we were doing within all of those lines. So that gave us the ability to really do a lot less writing, a lot less lines of code there, and really summarize the effect that we were looking for within our styling. Welcome back, and in the previous lesson we looked at fonts. In this lesson, let's take a closer look at the text property. So the text property actually gives us where we want to align the text, allows us to do decorations, and essentially gives us information that we want to set about that particular element. So over here, let's go take a look at this one, and we'll inspect this one. So basically we've just got a regular div here, and if we wanted to align the content of this div, and we wanted to do something like text align, so we've got a number of options here. So text align, and we've got options to center it, we can justify it left, right, so we've got a whole bunch of text there, we can justify it, or there's a number of different options there. So let's first of all, let's just center that text. And we can see how really easy it is to center text and content. Another thing that we might want to look at, and I'm going to select this element here because this is our anchor text. So by default, we already have an underline there. So if we want to get rid of the underline, we can update the text decoration, we can update the text decoration color, and so on. So if we want to get rid of the underline, we just do text decoration none. Within our CSS, if we don't want any text decoration for any of our hyperlinks, we can just set all of the hyperlinks to have text decoration and none, and then if we want them again, we could add them in. So that's a default with hyperlinks, that it automatically adds in this text decoration. A new one with CSS3 is shadow. So let's go back over to this particular element. I'm going to hit inspect. So this is the one that we had centered earlier. So text shadow. And shadow requires a few values here within the shadow property. So there was a color that we can set. So let's set something like this blue color. And we can also specify where the shadow is going to fall. So we can do how many pixels away to the left and to the right, and we can see that we've got our shadow showing up there. So maybe a darker color. So we see that this one here is the shadow, and we see that it's showing up, and we have options to adjust it. So we can go 15, we can go 30, and if we want to move it down, we can do 55, so we can have it show up there. So this particular one here is actually just the shadow of this particular element. And we also have a shadow editor here within DevTools, so we can actually adjust where it's falling, and just as we can work with it, we can really style, and we can move that around and really customize where our shadow is ending up. So this is another really great feature about DevTools is, as you can see here on the left hand side, as I make my adjustments, the shadow itself is adjusting as well. And it's updating the way that it looks within that display area. So built-in tool directly within DevTools in order to update your text shadows. And then once you have it the way that you want it, you can simply copy this out and copy this particular property out and then make use of it within your source code as well. This is another great example of how DevTools is really helping us to actually design our content. And then of course we can always adjust it down here as well within the filters. We update it over here, we can see that that content that's getting rendered out. And we also even see the rendered fonts. So by default it's Times New Roman. And again, this is what the default font that's available, and we get a whole lot of information really within the DevTools as to what is available within our HTML and how it's outputting that within the browser. In the previous lesson, we left off and we showed how we can assign text properties, so we could align it and get values. So if you wanted to use your DevTools and use that shadow generator, and you want to actually get whatever values were generated, you can click here within the elements here and edit attribute, and from here you can actually pick up the attribute information. So if, for instance, I did want to apply this particular style to this div, I can go back into my CSS and add that value in here, and then I just need to give the div a name so I can identify it. So let's go take a look in our HTML, and I believe that we just want to make sure I'm grabbing the right one. So this one didn't have any ID or class to it, so we'll just call it test text. And save that, go back into here and add it in as a class, test text, clean up the CSS, save it, refresh the page, and that gives us that property added in using our CSS, and this was something that we edited within the shadow editor tool. We can also, with speaking of tools that are available within DevTools, we can also pick color values here. So it's got this color value picker. If we wanted to have the same color, we could use the picker. We could copy the color to the clipboard, and we've got a number of options. So we've got our RGBA, we've got our HSLA, so that's another way to add color values. We've got our hex that we looked at earlier, and so on. So a lot of different options with the different colors. And if we're actually using a color palette, then we can select from various color palettes that we can add in. So the page palettes, and this gives us an overview of all the different colors that were being used on the page. So another really great reason to be using DevTools, and it's really easy to access these editors simply by doing a click, and you can take a closer look and update those values. So another thing that we wanted to look at in this lesson is Google Fonts. And Google Fonts is a resource online that's provided by Google that gives you the ability to select from, I believe, over 200 different fonts online, and you can really easily bring them into your web projects. So I'm going to show you how to do that in the upcoming lesson. Lesson, we're going to bring Google Fonts into our web project. So opening up our browser, we can go over to a website. It's fonts.google.com, and this is actually where they have over 821 different font families. So you can search the different font families, you can see the different featured font families, and essentially the directory of the font families, so you can see which ones are popular, which ones are trending, alphabetical, the date added. So if you're looking for something new, you can select it this way as well. You can see the different styles that are available and adjust that. So a lot of options here, and then there's also the different categories. So say for instance, I like to maybe I want to add this font into all of my web project. All I do is simply click, and it's added into my selected fonts, and I could select as many as I want. And then when I'm ready to add it into my web page, I just simply click the link, and it provides me that option, so I can customize it as well, and I can simply embed it into my style sheet. And there's two different ways to do that. So you can bring it in as a regular style sheet into your HTML document, and really this way works, but it's not the best way, and it's not the most flexible way to bring fonts into your applications, because most of the time you're going to have all of your HTML pages connecting to one CSS file, and that's where you're going to be able to control all of your CSS from that one file. Linking every single HTML page to the font you want to use is not ideal, and that's where we use import. So import gives us the ability to go over to our CSS file, and we place this right at the top. So basically it's allowing us to import that styling information into our project, and now we have access to access that font, and we can access that font family by setting that font family property. And now let's go back, we'll refresh our page. So now that we've added in all of the styling information to our content, we'll refresh it, and we can see that now that styling information is updated within our CSS. So all of the style information, and I should change this to be a lighter color, and maybe we can add some padding around there as well, because that one is definitely very hard to see. So that was our, just going over, so we had highlight blue, and maybe we can update this to nav. So that's a class of nav, and we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of some of these classes that we've added in here, and we'll add some padding here. So 10 pixels of padding. We'll also update the color. So the color, maybe we want to do it white if our text is black, and our background color. So this one we'll do a darker color. And for now, maybe let's just keep it as black. So we refresh, and we can see that our text is coming up white. And in this case, we need to really specify this text as well. So these are all hyperlinks. That's why the text part over here that's not hyperlinked is coming up white, and I am going to show you how to adjust this in the next lesson. But for now, let's just take a closer look at our text here, and everything has been changed with Google Fonts. And using Google Fonts, it makes it really super easy to make those updates. So if, for instance, I want to use this font now, I can simply grab that, I can go over to here, and I can select that particular font family that I want it to use. So this one is, I'm going to remove that one and just simply import the one that I want to use. So going again back up to the top, and you can import multiple font families there. So if I wanted to use this one, for instance, within my container area, so I can do it within that type of format. And now, again, reading from the top, so it doesn't matter that body has this particular font family, the container is going to have this one, and it's going to override it. So when we refresh it, we see that now we're using that newly added font, and it's applied to all of our elements within our HTML that are nested within that parent element of container. Welcome back, and in this section I wanted to look more into line height. So previously we've looked at fonts. We saw that there's Google Fonts and all these different built-in default font families that are available. So there's a lot of options for picking out the font that we want to use within our web project. So now let's look at line height. So going over to our web project, and I'm going to actually just add in some additional content. Paste some lorem ipsu text. So this is just default placeholder text. And I'm going to just beautify this as well. And save it, and now let's go back out to our page, refresh it. So now we've got some content in here. So this is, now we've got something to work with. And for instance, in this case, maybe we want to adjust the line height for whatever reason of that first one. So let's do class of L height or something like that. Grab that, pick that up back within our CSS. So L height, and we want to adjust our line height. So with line height, basically this gives us the ability to change the height of the line. So by default it's in line with whatever the height of the font is, or the text. And if I change the line height, so that gives us additional spacing between the different lines within our HTML. So we see here that we've got this line height set. When I remove it, all of that spacing, extra spacing disappears. So there are cases where you might want to set the line height to be smaller than the text, the font size, so that really crunches it together, and we see that there's that overlap within the text size. So this is not that default spacing between all the different lines. So that's another option that you can use when you're setting up your CSS, is you can set your line height, and basically giving you all of these options here to set the percentage of spacing within the line height. You can't, one thing to keep in mind as well, that you can't do a negative number. So I can't do something like -10. That just doesn't work. I can go all the way down to 0. So basically no spacing between the different lines. They're basically one on top of the other, and it's just kind of this jumbled mess of characters and letters. So not really good idea or good practice. And then of course you can change the line height to whatever height that you want. Welcome back, and I also wanted to go over letter spacing within this section. So we've got text and fonts, we saw line height, we saw font selection. So let's open up our editor here. I'm going to get rid of all that line height, refresh it there, and if we wanted to actually have different spacing between the letters, we can also specify that as well. So the CSS gives us quite a lot of options and flexibility. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this particular element, and I'm going to do line, or it's actually letter spacing, and we've got normal, inherent, and we can also set that spacing value. So see, if I do 20 pixels, then it leaves 20 pixels of spacing between letter, making it really hard to read. I can adjust this, I can change it to 10 or whatever value I want to use in particular in order to output that content. If I go even higher, it looks even worse, a lot more unreadable. If I do maybe 10 or 5, then it kind of differentiates it from the rest of the text, giving us the ability to really work with this line spacing. And the letter spacing is interesting because we're allowed to do negative letter spacing. So unlike the line height where we can't go negative, letter spacing we can go negative, and we see that we can go negative, which spaces out the letters in a really unique, interesting way. I can go larger numbers of negative letter spacing, and what's happening now is it's kind of going off the screen there. So you got to be really careful when you're playing around with these different values. We also have our element editor here within DevTools, so we can add text shadows. So again, we already saw that tool. We have our adding colors, adding background colors, and so on. So this is again another option here. So this one we already saw as well, where we can update the color of the fonts, color of the text, and so on. So I'm going to actually get rid of this backwards letter spacing, and because that one doesn't, maybe I'll just adjust it to be 13. So there's a lot of really cool things you can do just with CSS, and just by adding a few properties to your CSS, making it look completely different than the rest of the text. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at hyperlinks. So earlier in the previous lessons, when I updated the background and updated the color of the contents of this element, we saw that these hyperlinks didn't actually update. So we could go to them individually, and we could set a color to them individually, and so on, and then also remove that underline. But if we want to apply it to all the CSS, we can do that as well, but we need to specify those. So they don't count as regular text because they're hyperlinks, so they've got their own set of default colors and properties that are attached to them. And that's why we have to select every individual element, or we have to overwrite all of the properties that are associated to them. So these are specific, they already have properties. A hyperlink already has different properties than the regular text, and that's why when we updated the text color, we didn't see any update to that particular element. And if we do specify, then select the element and specifically select that and update the color, that's how we can update those colors. But we can also do it as a group. So we can update all of our hyperlinks and all of our colors for them as well. Just like other elements within our CSS, we can use our anchor, and let's set a color. So we'll set a color of red to all the hyperlinks. We refresh it, so we get that red color to all of them. So we can do it as a group or as a particular tag value, and that overwrites those defaults. And actually with links, there's actually different states that they can be in. So we've got links that if you click it, it's already a visited link. When we hover over it, we might want to change the color as well. So there's 4 different states essentially to links, and we can specify colors for those different states. So if, for instance, we want to specify that a link is red, we see that the ones that we've already clicked, they're not going to be red because they've already been visited. So they have a different state already attached to them. So basically that's the first state. Next one is visited, and these by default they're showing up purple. The links by default are showing up red. So maybe I want to do something like green. So everything that we've already visited will show up green, and this is just more detailed information that you can set up for users if you want to really customize those links. Another thing with links is you have an option to state when you hover over them what happens, what color it is. So sometimes you might see that people change the background color. So when they're hovered over, maybe we want to go white, and we want to change the color to black. So there's complete contrast. So we know that when we're hovering over them, the user knows that these are typically clickable links. There's also on that part when it's active, which is actually really hard to see. because when you're active on the link, then literally you're clicking on it and making it active. So maybe this one is a better one, a better candidate for red, and this one can just be, we'll do a hexadecimal short color there. So let's take a look at this now. So active is when I actually click on it. So if you saw briefly when I click on it, it did go red, but that was just slightly, you could see that red part there. But the hover part, so it's going white, putting the text black, and so on. And this is usually, a lot of times now, it's very common to remove underlines for hyperlinks. So that one was text decoration. And usually you see these as none, and then users will customize how they want their links to look. For the navigation menu, you definitely don't want those underlines on the hyperlinks. So even if you want them for your HTML for the rest of the page, really remove them off of the hyperlinks, and that's where you could do something like nav A. So all of the A's within the nav class get the hyperlinks removed, or the underlines removed, but all of the rest of your links will have those hyperlinks. And that's again how you can customize the way that your content gets output and displayed. In this lesson, we are going to be looking at tables and how we can apply styling to our tables. So in this lesson, we are going to be opening up and working with About HTML, because this one in particular, we have a table already in there, and we've got some inline styling. So we used the style attribute to apply styling to it. So let's add that in and open up that file. So this one is About. And we've already linked to the style sheet, and in this case we've got our table and we've already got some styles set up. So best practices with CSS is to simply remove it out of here and bring it into our CSS style sheet. And I'm going to actually just split the view here as well. And then over here, we're going to have our CSS. So I'm going to make this bigger, and maybe the split of the view. We're going to split it left and right and get rid of that one. So now we've got the HTML here on the right-hand side, and we can make our adjustments to our styling. So first of all, let's add some styling for all the tables that we're going to be using across our web page. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a specific one, and I want to add in this border and so on. So let's basically add that border back in there. So really, when I refresh the page, it's going to look the same. We just simply added and took that border and added it in here, and we can see that it's still looking like it's still within the source code, but it's actually being pulled in from our CSS. And just to demonstrate that as well, so maybe we want to make it blue and save About. Go back into our About page, refresh it, and now we can see that this properties of this table have changed. So our border, and the border actually should be blue. I just realized I'm not linking to the new CSS file. So let's go back out and refresh the page again, and we can see that now we've got the new border, and we also got all of those new fonts that we had added in earlier. So we see that now we've got this border set, and within the elements as well, within the table contents, we got to get rid of this inline styling for these table rows as well. Let's take care of the TH tag, and we see we've got just a ton of styling that's being applied there. So TH, and we're going to simply, what we're doing, we're simply copying and placing all of these properties into here. Just going to new line them so that they're nice and neat, and then basically get rid of all that inline styling that we had set up here. So I'm just deleting that out, and you can see that when you separate out your CSS from your HTML code, it automatically looks a whole lot nice and neater. Next thing that we want to do too is set for TD. So all of the elements with the TD tag are going to then get this, and simply we're going to remove those off. And the call span is going to stay as a property. And then lastly, we've got the border being applied there as well. So this one, because this style here is going to be applied, it's going to get that background color, and we don't want to apply the background color to all of them. So for this one, it's being very specific for this last TD, for this last cell. Let's quickly refresh and take a look, and we see that there isn't much difference. We actually did lose all of the borders, so we need to make sure we add those back in with our CSS. So we can do something like, if we want a border, we can add all of the TDs would have the same borders, so we just comma separate it and refresh it, and this should add our borders back into our table. Option that I usually like to add in within tables is I like to center those values. So we see that these ones are already centered. The table heads by default are centered, but maybe we want to center that content as well. So maybe we want to center all of our content, so text align and center all of our content. And also maybe we want to add in some padding, or maybe just to the cells, padding, and maybe 5 pixels of padding. So see what it looks like. Refresh, and we can see we've got some options there. Inspect, we've got our padding, and of course we can play around with it a bit if we need to. We've got our box model here on the right hand side, so it's giving us all of the details for our borders. And if we want to make some adjustments, we can adjust those colors as needed. And there's quite a lot that we can do, that we can really drill down. Again, with using the dev tools, it gives us a ton of information and a ton of options when we want to style our tables. So you could really literally just go in here and style it, apply all of the styling as needed within your table contents. Welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to be looking at the display properties. And this is really powerful in CSS because it helps us switch divs to spans, spans to divs, creating things as inlines, blocks, hiding, and showing, and a whole lot more. So let's jump into our editor. And we saw that earlier we had created our page and we had all of our items were lined up, and when we look at the source code for the navigation, we've just got a hyperlink, we've got a character there, another hyperlink. So this really isn't the ideal way to work with your navigation bars. So instead, what I've done over here is I've separated these out in elements. So these ones now, instead of being on there as one entire element within the parent, I can really pick those out, and I don't have to rely on using that hyperlink there. And this gives me a lot more flexibility when I'm building up my navigation menu, but unfortunately it's stacked it all vertically, and most menus are going to be horizontal. So, and this is where we can use the display properties in order to take care of that. So open up your editors, and as you can see, I've just added in as divs instead of having those pipes there separating out the content, and now it's turned it into separate lines because divs inherently are blocks, whereas spans are inline. So this is where I can adjust the div, and traversing down, so I want to adjust the divs that are located within my navs. So this is how I make that selection. So that's selecting out all of these elements. So this property will be applied to all of these, and the property that I want to use is display, and I want to use display inline. So now let's go back out to the page, refresh it, and now we can see all of our information now is being displayed inline. So basically inline allows it to act as it would a span. So instead of divs, we could have written spans and we'd get the same effect. But then we wouldn't have to apply that inline option to it. There's also display inline block. So basically that displays an element inline level into a block container. So essentially it's formatted as a block container. So there's a slight difference for that. Maybe we're going to add a background color so that we can highlight those, and then I'll update it in display inline block. So we see that now those particular elements, we've got the navs, and I'm going to actually update this to inline block. So that's another option that you can have, and really it's pretty much, it's very similar to inline with a slight difference in the way that it handles the content. So basically this allows the content inside to be formatted as a block, and the element itself is formatted as inline. So the element itself is inline, whereas the content inside is a block. And again, slight differences. Maybe you can see it better if we add in some padding. So now we've got them all inline, and we can update it to inline block. And so we see that especially that social account gets treated as one block of content as opposed to previously. So subtle differences between inline and inline block. And again, choose accordingly. Use the ones that make the most sense within your display properties. So if you start out with a property and say, for instance, by default, I want to hide this whole section of content. So this is going to get an ID. I'm just going to do it by ID, and I'm going to call it hide me, or maybe we can do a class called hide me. And then by default, this class coming in is going to be display. That should be display property, and we've got a lot of options there, and I'm going to display it as none. So going into the page, when I refresh it, we're missing all of that content. The difference when we're using display none basically means it's still there. It's still taking up that spacing within our web page. So we've got the services offered is still taking up the spacing, but we just can't see it. Or it's not taking up, I should say it's not taking up the spacing, but it's still within the source code. So if I want to show it, I can really easily hide and show it. And this is what the difference is between display and visibility. So with visibility, it actually is going to reserve that space. So let me show you what the difference is. If I go over to here, and instead of display none, I'm going to comment it out, we do visibility, and we do visibility hidden. Let's refresh that page again, and we see that with visibility hidden, it's actually reserving the spacing for that particular element. If we do inspect, we can go down and we can see it's taken up all of the space here that we would normally need for it, but it's hidden, and if I uncheck that, then we can see our content again. So if you want to reserve the spacing, use the visibility hidden. If you want to use if you don't want to reserve the spacing, then you can display none, and it will hide the content as well. And if you do want to show the content, then that is display block. So if I was to add another one down here, so normally you wouldn't do that, you just get rid of the display none. But if I want to see my content again after I've hidden it, I can do display block, and my content once again will be visible. So that's how you toggle between the two different views and hide and show content and elements within your web page. Welcome to our challenge where we're going to take 4 separate boxes, display them inline. So we've got 4 separate spans here, given them class of 1, 2, 2, and 1. So the 1 classes have a blue color, the 2 classes are red, and then they have some text inside of them as well. So that text is kind of small and hard to read, but it gives us the different IDs, different values for the different boxes that we have contained within this challenge. So the idea here is to take the divs, take the box div, take the container div, and recreate what we have here on screen. We can go over using our dev tools and we can select out the various elements, and we know that the first one here that we've got a preset width to 1004, and we know that the height is 400 because these are preset. Other thing that we notice as well is that when we're resizing, we've got the same size at the left side as well as the right side. So I'm going to open that a little bit bigger. So we know that this is actually being centered. So we know that the margin auto has been added into the main top container or the box container, which is automatically centering that content. So we know that this is true, and we also know that there's a main container out there which actually doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot, seems to be adjusting in width. So we know that there's not really, if any, CSS being applied for that particular element. So basically we're going to focus on the class box and also the various classes 1, 2, 2, and 1. So we know some things that are true. For class 1, we know that it has a blue background. We know for class 2 it has a red background. Just by looking at this, you can see that this is the way that it's divided up, and we've got those properties that are available to the various classes. So that's really the two distinctions between those. And other than that, if we select any one of those, we can see that they've got the same width and the same height. So even if we select the red ones, we see that the same width and the same height. So we know that both class 1 and 2 will have a height and width attached to them. So we see that being displayed over here. And there's one thing that's been added in here, and this one is a little bit tricky because notice that we've got spans, but the spans are actually behaving like inline blocks. And that's because we've adjusted that display property. Because with spans, you can't actually set a height or a width. It doesn't do anything. So if I was to remove the display inline block, we get 4 tiny little spans that are available, and of course they are inline, but they're not taking those properties of height and width. So that's one thing to also keep in mind, and that's why I added in this example in order to illustrate that spans and divs, they have very different properties that can be applied to them, and one of those are the dimensions of the main container. So we can't specify on a span the main container, and then that's kind of what gives it away within this exercise, that we have some additional property that's actually transforming the span and making it behave more like a block. So that was the display property that was added in there, and I had made it really big in order to see those. So now the next thing that we know that is true is that they're all falling in line and that they also hold those same classes. So let's go look at what the solution is, and we can see that we've got 1 and 2, so they did have their height and width set. Also, we're setting colors for 1 and 2 because these are distinct. We're comma separating them, so 1 and 2 both get these same properties applied to them. So this is a shorter way of, instead of rewriting all these properties in 2, rewriting the same thing in 1, we've got them combined here. With both classes getting all of these properties. So that was a short format. And then also the main container there has that margin auto. So this is another important one to remember because margin auto is the part of the CSS properties that allows us to center that main parent element. And of course we need to provide a width in order to center it so that our browser actually knows what the size of this container is, and then it can work out the dimensions on the left and right hand side. So I do encourage you to take the source code, the HTML source code, try it out for yourself, see if you can recreate all of these spans, set them up as alternating color boxes, blue, red, red, blue, and see if you can recreate this design using CSS. And the solution is going to be provided within the source code in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to be looking at position within CSS. So this property helps specify where the particular element is going to be positioned on the page. By default, elements have a static position, and basically that means that by default they fall in line with the flow of the web page. So there's no specific area where we're putting these positions, and they're just flowing one after the other. So what happens if, for instance, I want to take this particular element and I want to move this section out and I want to position it somewhere different, somewhere outside of the norm? So let's grab that within our CSS, and I'm going to actually get rid of this hide me, and I'm going to set it as a position. So for now, let's leave the position as static. So this, again, this is the default position, so you won't see anything different, but let's put a border around it so we can see that entire element. So I'm going to give it a black border, and also maybe we can do a background color so that it stands out within our page. So give it a background color of yellow, go back out, refresh it. So there we go. So we've got our basic element there, and I actually want to shrink this one down, so I don't want to take that whole element. So it's taking that whole section, and I think ideally I only want to take one part of this. So maybe we want to just do the services offered and give that one the class, add in an extra div here at the end, and close that off. So this way, when we go back out here, I'm not grabbing everything, I'm just got that services offered. And now what I can do is I can move that around. So let me first take a look at it within our elements here and within our editor. And so we've got a position of static. So next option was relative. So position of relative, basically relative is similar to the static, it's just within a relative position as opposed to the other elements that are around it. So it just adjusts it to normal positioning to fit around any other elements that are around it. But the interesting thing about relative is it gives us some additional options where we can apply more specific positioning. So if I want to do left 50 pixels or I want to do left 80 pixels, it still falls into the relative positioning, but we're able to move things around. So if I went back to static, so if I go back to static positioning, we're not able to move it left. There's also top as well, so we can move it 100 pixels off the top. And this is all only within relative positioning. So if I was to adjust this positioning back to relative, we can see that this particular element now moves off, but the positioning is still relative to the other elements. So this element, this nav element, ends over here, and then we go to the next element which has a relative position, so it's moving left 80 and it's moving 100 off the top. So similar to what you would do with margins, but notice that what's happening here is that the rest of the content is being treated as if this element was sitting up here. So this one actually floats on top of this one, and we see that we've got this overlap. So all of these ones are still falling into same positioning, but it's related to only that space that it's keeping reserved for this particular element that we've moved around. So that's one of the things that we can do within our positioning. Another one that we can do is fixed position. So fixed position is gonna, and I think I need more content for that one, but what fixed position does is it fixes the position of the particular element, so relative to the page. So even though we're scrolling, this particular piece of content doesn't actually scroll, it stays where it is because it's a fixed position. The position is 80 from the left, so that's 80 pixels, 100 from the top. So when you load the page, it starts out there and it doesn't adjust or doesn't move. So basically it gives you the ability to have an element in one place without making it move. And then lastly, we've got absolute. So absolute is another format for positioning, And what absolute does is it also allows you to specify where you want this content to be laid out, but it actually stays in line with the page. So as opposed to fix that stays as the page is loaded, this one, even if you're scrolling, it still keeps that positioning. So it keeps that positioning of 80 and 100 where it would have been as you came into the page, but simply allows you to scroll it. So it positions it absolutely in relation to where the page positioning is located. And with positioning, it can get fairly complex. You do have a lot of options where you've got left, top. You can also do bottom and right. So if you want to pull it over to the other side, to the bottom side, and the right side, you can do that as well. So a lot of different options here when you're doing your positioning. The only one that left and top won't work with is that static position, and the static position is the default one for all elements that get loaded into the page. Welcome back, and in this lesson I want to quickly go over how we can update our dev tools and work with some of the styling that we saw earlier that we added into our web page. So let's say, for instance, we were working with this, we're showing you all the different display properties, and now I want to make use of all of these changes that I've made, and this is just another easy way to add this in. So some of the options as well, we're able to insert style rule, so we can do another style rule there as well. And let's say, for instance, we want to get access to all of this styling and copy and paste it into our page. So notice that within the HTML, previously when we went inline, we could grab them inline, but now we've got this new .css file that's been created. So this is a temp file, and if I click that, file, I open up within sources, and this is where I've got all of those new updates that I was working with listed here. So I could simply go copy, paste it, go out to where I had that element in my source code, and I can just simply paste them all in. So I don't need all of those, but I do need these ones here. So let's add those in, and there we go. So now those new changes, so when I refresh the page, those changes are now committed into our web page. And that's just a quick way to work with DevTools again. And then of course you can make adjustments on color within here, and you could really fine tune things that are happening within your web page. And this is another really cool part of it, that you can even adjust the opacity there. So if you want it more clear, see-through, you go to RGBA, and you can actually see the content underneath. So sometimes when you do move the positioning around, you might want it, as it's floating over, you might want it positioned, and that's where you can take that into account and update your actual positioning and add in RGBA colors. So actually, if you want to, once you've finished the editing, you can go always into your source, into your editor, and update your CSS. And basically what happens now is when I refresh it, we're going to get all of those properties being added in and taking place. And remember again that whatever changes you're making in here, so these are just temporary changes. They don't necessarily mean that this change has been made within your source code, and that's why it's up to you to make that change within your source code if you want that change to propagate through. So even though it's created this new .css, this is just a temporary file, and even when I refresh it, it's going to actually disappear. So that new .css is going to revert back to whatever your initial source code has laid out for that CSS file. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to do an exercise, and this exercise is going to be to create a navigation bar out of an ordered list. So an HTML ordered list or unordered list, and we're going to create a nav bar out of it, and we're going to apply styling to it. So I'm going to save this as navbar.html, and we can actually probably minimize this because we're just going to do the styling right on the page. So let's go into our editor, and first of all, let's just create our style tags so that we have a place to add our styling in. So again, this is all just on that one page, and I'm going to close that one off. So again, we're working with a completely separate file now off of our original project. And now let's create our HTML for a navigation bar. So we've got a div there that's going to be our main container for a navigation bar. And then within here, this is where we're going to have an unordered list. And you'll see this is very common within websites and web pages, that the navigation bars, they're actually lists. So we've got our list item, and then it's got the hyperlink within that list item. So linking out to whatever page it is that we want to link out to. And then we've got where we're linking to. So this would be home. Close that off and close off the list item. And then you'll see all of the links within the navigation menu are going to be list items. So you can have as many as you want, and you can see also it's really easy to read as well. So typically we'd have our home page, we might have products, we might usually at the end there's contact, there's somewhere in the middle maybe an about me section, there might be something like blog or the blog posts, and here they might have something like services, or whatever the case might be for the navigation menu. So now that we've got that built, we're going to add in the styling for that. And for the styling, let's just hook into the nav bar. So we've got a div here, and I'm going to give it a class, and the class is going to be navbar. And I'm going to have navbar class here. And we're going to open this up within our browser and do our editing here. So this is navbar.html, and we can see there we go. So we've got our navbar, and let's work within the elements. So basically we've got our navigation bar, and now let's try to transform this one into our actual navigation bar. So the first thing that we want to do, and this is the challenge for this lesson, is to use CSS, turn this unordered list into a nav bar. So we're going to grab our CSS there, and we see that initially we've got the nav bar, and I can add in those classes as I showed you earlier. Let me jump back into the editor, and I'm going to copy out the source code. So this is a typical navigation bar, and the challenge for this lesson is to take this as a starting point and build out a navigation bar. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you the solution, how to do this. So please do try it out for yourself. Go over to even like CodePen or open it up in your editor, and you can do it within the same way that I've been doing the previous lessons, where I open up the file, and within the dev tools I make all of my updates to how my navigation bar is going to be output. So I'm going to show you the solution in the upcoming lesson.